All right, guys.
Figuring out
This is going to be
wit.
a miserable conversation. I don't care about what Lex says. We're going to have to see how long I can tolerate Norm talking super slow. Fuck, I'm going to want to speed it up, but then Destiny is going to talk too fast. So, we'll see. We'll see what I need to do.
Moyen Rabbani and Stephen Winnell. First question is about 1948. For Israelis, 1948 is the establishment of the State of Israel and the War of Independence. For Palestinians, 1948 is the Nakba, which means catastrophe, or the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes as a consequence of the war. What to you is important to understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today and maybe helps us understand the roots of all of this that started even before 1948. I was hoping that Norm can speak first, then Benny, then Moeen, and then Norm.
After World War II,
Oh,
the
dear God.
British decided that they didn't want to deal with the Palestine question anymore, and the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations. Now, as I read the record, the UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights and wrongs.
I'm actually okay. I'm actually gonna have to put Norm in at least 1.5 times speed every time he talks. God damn it!
Confronting a very practical problem. There were two national communities in Palestine, and there were irreconcilable differences.
I can't believe this is 1.5 times speed. What the fuck?
Looking at the historic record on the question of immigration, and associated with the question of immigration, the question of land. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, which came into being before the UN 181 partition resolution, the UN Special Committee, it recommended two states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported one state, but they believed that if forced to, the two communities would figure out some sort of modus vivendi and live together. The United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, in my reading of the record, and I understand there's new scholarship in the subject, which I've not read, but so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically, the majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending two states, each state, the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens both in the Jewish state and the Arab state with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority, it's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call a state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, and that not being a practical option, two states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be taking too much time. So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern-Weiner, to edit it and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state, but he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way, any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote,
yeah, I am playing
Zionist
Wizard 101 because
ideology
it
and
takes no
practice
brain power.
were necessarily and elementally expansionist.
You just follow the arrow at
And
the
then he
bottom
wrote
of the
in another
screen
book,
and just click on
transfer,
like
euphemism for expulsion,
next.
transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion.
It's so funny because this guy, Norman Finkelstein, is literally quoting
Jewish state
his opponent.
would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders, acting under compulsions inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext in the course of the First Arab-Israeli War to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that we make a lengthy statement in the beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm.
Right, now I can put it in normal speed again.
Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah. UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947, essentially looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937. 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or consolidate.
I didn't realize it. Oh, Norm talks so slow, dude. Unbelievably slow.
That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides.
It's 5 hours long. Do you really need to hear? Yeah.
And the United
Obviously.
Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no. They rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition. They said no to. The Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. Maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Husseini had said only Jews who were there before 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine launched, in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And this was their defeat in that civil war between the two communities while the British were withdrawing from Palestine. Led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning.
Wait, do I need to go here?
To transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine, or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arab minority in the Jewish state which emerged in 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc.
I need to reconcile. I don't know how. The problem is I don't know how to reconcile, because I trust Benny Morris as a historian generally, right? I need to reconcile what Benny Morris is saying here and what we read on stream in Scars of War, where there were basically a lot of Zionist leaders who essentially wanted a Jewish state because they didn't like the immigration requirements, or like immigration quotas that the British were putting on them. Oh shoot, hold on. Damn it. Okay. And they basically felt that, like, after they got their state, it doesn't matter how small it was, because they'd be independent and they could basically not have to listen to the British anymore, and from there they could expand.
But this was not to be, because the Arabs attacked, and had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, the Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, and established it hopefully lastingly.
When you said hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded, and Israel won that war.
Let me just add, to clarify, the war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words, from the day after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war, in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus a state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened. Muin, could you speak
What was
to
during that?
1948? And
I
the
can't
historical
see Wizard
significance of it?
101.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack here.
I don't know what to tell you,
I'll
man. You
try
don't
to
even.
limit
You can
myself
literally see it.
to
It's fine.
just a few points regarding Zionism and transfer. I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of
Why
the
not
World
put the
Zionist
debate in the corner?
Organization, had
Because
it exactly right.
What do you mean?
When he said that the objective of Zionism is to make
What corner?
Palestine
Oh,
as Jewish
this- you mean
as
like here?
England is English,
Because
or
so you can
France is
see
French.
like my health and
In
stuff,
other words,
or the enemy's health.
as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires.
Because it's really important you see
Jewish
Wizard 101. Nobody needed to
political,
see that.
demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state.
Well, my viewers are here for
Jewish
Wizard
name
101.
only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence, supremacy, and exclusivity. That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine.
Bro, the game is on the screen.
or
You
the
can
Middle
see
East.
it's fine, bro.
Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent. And
Fuck, I'm
not
gonna
on
die.
Palestine, not in Palestine. And I think, given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. The Soviet Union could have contributed.
This guy talks though too. Goddamn.
Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were rising to power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. The Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about 1/3 of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out.
How do you spell the? Okay. Settling the land in a way that created Jewish continuity and demographic superiority was not to be an enterprise to be executed after the victory. Rather, it was part of the war itself. Well, this was. This is the only time I mentioned the desert. Hold on. Oh, hi, Melanie. Is that really the only time I could have sworn there was a, maybe it was after the war started and I'm just misremembering things, but I don't know. The reason the Jews got, like, the majority of the land, even though they were, like, 1/3 of the population, was basically because a lot of their land was the Negev desert, which doesn't really have much in it. And they had, like, explicitly sort of started trying to settle that area because they thought it was easier to do that than to settle areas where Arabs already were. and there weren't many in the Negev desert. Anyway,
The partition resolution, in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the others. Rather, it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence. The Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory that became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of two components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them. It's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent their return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as it's been thoroughly researched and written about by the Israeli-British historian Avi Shlaim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. They
colluded.
There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about 1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, UN assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward.
Sure.
If you want to go longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Stephen speaks about 10 times faster than me. Stephen, do you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I notice a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Israeli state to. But I feel like when you have this type of reading of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statements of your initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before
from the Palestinian leaders who were literally selling their land to Zionists.
The mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." I never
read
hear
that quote.
about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because it was brought up before that the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, when I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances. I feel like most of the other stuff has been said, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism, that because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we can say that transfer or population expulsion or the basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way, because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan in 47, whether it was the Lausanne Peace Conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage Professor Morris. If you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need the professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here. And it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your
Oh my god, I actually can't. Oh my god. Okay, 1.5.
work. Apart perhaps from as grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. It's very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell referred to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. I'm not going to quarrel. My memory's not clear. We're talking about 40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things about you. Okay. And you were taking...
He doesn't even know. He quoted him. He doesn't even know what's happening. Not much. We're watching this guy.
That you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream...
Is that the real Melagella? It is.
As you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That was an unusual... If you read Anita Shapiro, you read Shabtai Tevitt, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to
thanks, Hans.
documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and
He's literally just, he's quoting his book after Benny already explained like the context of that quote.
Into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility.
But it was inevitable because of the failure of the Arab leadership. That's his point.
You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking, those were 25 very densely argued pages. And then...
What crack show is happening in the background? This is Wizard 101, man.
And I could cite several quotes, but I'll choose one. You said, removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you're the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. So you then went on to say, because the Arab population...
But I think to them, a Jewish state at all would be territorial disposition, right? That's basically... that was what the position of the Arab leadership.
Rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now, for you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that simply does not gel. It does not cohere. It is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations,
Let's turn Israel and Palestine into Walmart real.
you've said that's true, but I think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish state at the expense of the indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that
Dude,
it was inbuilt
imagine a Walmart here.
and inevitable.
I think you've made your point there. First, I'll take up something that Muin said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No, I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, a dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate,
Imagine a
the law
Burger
said
King.
the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's, if you like, an inevitability in Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on.
Well, there was the Hebrew labor. Why are chats so delayed? Is it my stream? It's your stream because I just typed hi chat and it immediately popped up.
We're really talking about.
So it's just your Wi-Fi struggling. I don't know if it's really that delayed. You can try going to either my Kick or my YouTube. But Twitch is usually the least delayed. So I don't know.
This is what happened in 40.
Because you're British. Because you're British Wi-Fi.
The Arabs start.
This whole conflict is actually your country's fault. So it's just yeah, it's karma.
A war, and actually people pay for their mistakes, and the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result, and we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible, they kill 1,200 Jews, they abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever, and then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then, and this is what's happening now. It's something very similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agency. Nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority. If there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral. We cannot start a state on the basis of an expulsion. So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben-Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended that the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on.
Had to get on YouTube, okay.
So Ben-Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous American...
The YouTube chat's going to be really delayed. There's nothing I can do about it. YouTube chat just sucks compared to the other chats.
In the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it, but they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy, and they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is that 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war,
By the Arabs, yes.
by the Arabs.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim.
Shoot. The army, however, played a major role not only in defining the borders of the Jewish state and the expulsion of refugees, but also in preventing their return after the hostilities. It was only after the practice had been established by the army that, on the 21st of July, 1948, a special decision by the cabinet made this into ex facto official policy. A month later, another cabinet decision institutionalized the policy of inheriting the abandoned Arab villages and land and settling them for the Jews. There was hardly any opposition to this decision. The Arab exodus was, I thought Ben-Gurion did not have to issue particular orders for expulsion. Rather, he established a strategic ideological framework of the war effort. Certainly, there will be great changes in the composition of the population of the country, he said in the wake of the Arab exodus from West Jerusalem and later Haifa.
That transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that a Jewish state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was.
If the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
But that, let's say prior to 1947, it would be your claim.
Who won? I don't have time to watch all this shit. That based. I mean, I don't know. We're 43 minutes in. They haven't done anything yet, man. It's just been Finkelstein quoting out of context, and then Benny telling him he's quoting out of context, and Finkelstein doesn't reply. I mean, I don't know yet, man. I'll I can update you later, but my expectation is that, good one, Melanie. My expectation is that Destiny and Morris are gonna do quite a bit better than Finkelstein. I don't know enough about this guy, but I don't know. Maybe he's good.
A significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying
SMH.
about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land. The idea was, we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain, and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine, Palestinian and Arab and other leaders as well had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state, and that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it Bunnell or Donnell?
Yeah.
With a B?
Yeah.
You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war. I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the 1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt, which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Loring Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion
Military
that it's always been
resistance.
the first and last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny, because I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a
Jesus. Okay.
newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys, for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps a mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that
That is
transfer was
true.
inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in Lausanne a couple years later that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and make
course it
200,000 or
was.
so people those citizens? But I'm just curious.
Of course it was. There's oil there.
How do we get this idea of Zionism always means mass
That's what he should have
transfer
said.
when there were times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it? Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards, or
Is that question to me or Norm?
to either one? I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, in Professor Morris's terminology, the old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them chroniclers, not real
Oh
historians.
shit, I'm gonna die.
It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist thinking. It was
I hope
then
Destiny makes sure to rip
Professor Morris-
Netanyahu's pants after he's done. True. There's already zip Netanyahu's pants after he's done. I don't think Destiny even likes Netanyahu, man.
who, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
transfer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
transfer is dealt with in 4 pages
Yeah.
at the beginning
Okay.
of my first book on the Palestinian
okay.
refugee problem.
it's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say ever it
okay.
was central to the
Okay,
Zionist, the Zionist
allow me-
experiment
okay,
or
allow-
experience.
allow me-
You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said.
Are you a Destiny guy? Sometimes. I mean, kinda, yeah. I don't like. Just, I'd rather talk about the ideas and not the people. But sure, man, sure.
It was
Oof,
central.
lol.
It was there.
Okay.
The idea.
It's, by the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may. You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the
That would
full
be
context
fine.
of the.
That-
So, like, if we go back, to quotes we've said in the past, and you've both here have written, the three of you have written on this topic a lot. Is we should be careful and just admit, like, well, yeah, well, that's
Just
Fine.
real quick, just to be clear, the contention is that
You gotta. Oh, that was kind of luzzy. I mean, it was hilarious that his wife left him for a 5'4" twink in Sweden. Yeah, that was funny.
Norm is
Like, there's good memes out of that. Like,
quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this,
Okay.
whereas Benny's saying it's a part of the.
I'm not quoting a part. I'm quoting 25 pages where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
Never became part
Okay,
of
I-
policy.
Fine.
Not, I know
Fine,
what you're
fine,
saying,
fine.
but
Yeah,
it
okay.
wasn't policy.
We're also asked, well, if this is true, why did that happen? Why did that happen?
he's gonna become more
It's
based after
because
that. He
it's a
can be
very simple
redeemed.
fact
True.
which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get.
Oh my
Can I-
God.
It's not realistic.
Okay,
Now,
let me
okay.
respond. Look, you've said it a number of times that the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment. But the fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. And Arabs later said, and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that there's some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true.
Professor
Because
Morris.
the Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff. Even yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victim.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
A major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to an idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating the same
but
thing.
because I have, as I said then, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was.
Oh my God, he actually is incapable of understanding. Oh my God. Okay, Jesus, dude.
Incidental, or it was deeply entrenched. Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words: inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
In
it
the
was
inevitable
there.
and inbuilt.
The idea.
Okay.
Let me concede.
Fine,
Let me concede
fine.
something.
No.
The idea of transfer was there. Israel Zangwill, a British Zionist, talked about it early on in the century. Even Herzl, in some way, talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked
Well,
about
that's like, we keep bringing up this line.
What the fuck? Yeah, according to your 25 pages, everybody talked about it. I don't even understand. They were literally like fucking Marxist members of the Zionist movement who wanted a binational state in Palestine. Like,
Fine, in the 25 pages and the 4 pages. We're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. We can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion to Zionism in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is today, and how much power, influence does Zionism and ideology have in Israel, and the influence, the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism have on Israel today.
oh shit.
The Zionist movement, up to 1948, Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the hold of Zionism, like if you like Bolshevism held the Soviet Union, gradually faded, and a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which have nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and incidentally in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people by establishing a state or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish homeland, which is something the Arabs today even deny, that there were Jews in Palestine or the land of Israel 2,000 years ago. Arafat famously said, what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. but they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return, and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews, and I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 1937 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed, but we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine, and this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer. It was there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947-48, the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way, not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield, and this is also what Ben Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Right.
Well, one of the first books on this issue I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodor Herzl. And I think, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would proceed, his model was Cecil Rhodes. I think, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine.
Can I respond to this?
In a moment, he says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere. And Israel's Zangwill, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
Just to this, there is one
God, I'm gonna have to keep switching the speeds. God damn it!
small diary entry in Herzl's vast
It's 5 volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would try and buy out or buy off or spirit the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people. Maybe he was, but the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to this subject. It's not a central idea
I'll
in
defer.
Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes. I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about, but to have a Jewish state which was modeled on the Western democracies in Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben-Gurion wanted. Ben-Gurion was more of a socialist, Weizmann was more of a liberal a Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine, and they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben-Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state, because he knew that if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary. But it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl we're talking about over a century ago. And everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes. Just one clarification on Herzl's diaries. I mean, the other thing that I recall from those diaries is he was very preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing
Yes.
Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
Right word. Not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan,
Yes,
who he
yes,
tried to
exactly.
cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jewish community, which formed only a third. Whereas, in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying the Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah.
I think
A couple things. That one, they would have rejected any. Two, a lot of that land given was in the Negev. It was pretty terrible land at the time. And then three, the land
No
that would have
way.
been
That's like
partitioned
what
to
I was saying.
Jews, I think would have been. I think I saw it was like 500,000 Arab. It would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs, and I think like 80,000 Bedouin would have been there. So the state would have been divided pretty close.
I think you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject the partition of their homeland in principle. And I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of their homeland to the Zionist movement only added insult to injury. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a stateless people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Jews in Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course they had
That they wanted their own
to
state.
Palestine, and particularly to Jerusalem and other places, going back centuries, if not millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusively Jewish state at the expense of those who are already living there, I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years later, and say, well, you should have accepted losing 55% of your homeland because you ended up losing 78% of it, and the remaining 22% was occupied in 1967. I
don't even necessarily disagree with these two on this point. It feels like it's really hard to look at it like retrospectively, knowing what happened to Palestinians because they didn't accept the partitions. Yeah, and then like I don't know. I feel like I understand the Zionists felt they had justification for moving to Palestine because the British essentially told them that they were entitled to a state there. But I don't necessarily disagree with him at this point. I think the Palestinians arguably did have justification for fighting in 48.
That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine an American rejecting giving 10% of the United States to the Palestinians, and if that rejection leads to war and you lose half your country, I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should have accepted that.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to the Palestinian rejection of the 47 partition plan. Because sometimes I feel like a weird switch happens to where the Arabs in the area are actually presented as entirely pragmatic people who are simply doing a calculation and saying like, well, we're losing 55% of our land. Jews are only maybe 1/3 of the people here, and we've got 45, and the math doesn't work basically. But it wasn't a math problem. I think, like you said,
it was a matter of principle.
It was an ideology problem.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically driven. That they, as a people, have a right to or are entitled to this land that they've never actually had an independent state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually ruled or governed on their own.
That last point is actually not correct, because for all its injustice, the mandate system recognized Palestine as a Class A mandate, which provisionally recognized.
But that was but the mandate for Palestine included like all of Transjordan, right? So, and Jordan like is an independent state, yeah. Like
recognized the independance of that territory.
Of what would emerge from that territory, but not of the Palestinian.
It was provisionally recognized.
But the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee to a government that would emerge.
It was a British mandate of Palestine, not the British mandate of Israel.
The word exclusive, which you keep using, is nonsense. The state which Ben Gurion envisioned would be a Jewish majority state, as they accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said. That included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000 Jews. So the idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47-48. They wanted a Jewish majority state, but were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is the Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It was the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable, and remain to this day unable, to recognize that for the Jews that is their homeland as well. And the problem then is, how do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or separate this, partitioned into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews, as Jews feel, as much as it does, if not more, than for the Arabs.
Jews.
I would say for the Jews. It's the Jewish people's
I would also,
homeland.
Real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions answered. I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense of them. It was correctly brought up that I believe that Ben Gurion had, I think Shlomo Ben-Ami describes it as an obsession with getting validation or support from Western states, Great Britain, and then a couple decades later
That
it becomes
explains the Suez War, the Suez crisis.
Exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation
Imperial
against Arabs.
stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would there not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that the Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood. And they didn't accept the borders. And in fact, later expanded the borders. Second of all,
the borders were expanded in war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
That's how they accepted
it. You can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that maybe at some point they would be able to get more.
Including their most senior leaders who said so, and I think you've quoted them as saying so.
But they grudgingly accepted what the United Nations, the world community, had said, this is what you're going to get.
And second of all, I mean,
but the question really is like whether or not they accepted that with the intention of being able to expand in the future after they basically didn't have to rely on the British anymore, because the British were actively putting like immigration quotas on on Israel at the time, right? So
Moving dark people, darker
Why dark?
people.
Jews are as dark.
It's
In
intrinsic.
Israel-
It's
in Israel,
intrinsic.
Jews are as dark as
it's
Arabs.
it's intrinsic to
nonsense.
Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, French had been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of the West?
Even in the 1944 resolution of the Labor Party, and at the time even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labor Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Muin's pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking, that there was nothing, it doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case, as you said, Professor Morris, that the Zionists wanted to create a happy state with a Jewish majority but a large Jewish minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in the United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority. You can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism.
God, okay. Is he going to be speaking for a while? If I put it in 2 times speed, will I?
Based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to its citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arab 23 states.
No, wait, before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state. And in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on sufferance and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation because because as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or at worst expelled.
God, it actually seems like he's talking in slow motion. Oh my God.
I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me just respond to the word unsufferance.
Let
The unsufferance I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. The Jewish state came into
I
being in
literally don't.
1948.
Fuck, I can't do that
It
quest.
had a population which was 20% Arab, when it came into being after Arab refugees. Many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. We're talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created. The 20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. They have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. They enjoy
they lived under emergency laws until 1966.
For a period, sure, they lived under emergency.
So they didn't immediately have citizenship.
No, wait a
This
second.
is just fantasy.
At the beginning, it's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the Israeli, the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the subsequent
why did you
decades.
say, Professor Morris?
Yes.
Oh
then
no,
why
don't
did
say
you
it again, please.
Without a population expulsion,
Oh my
a
God.
Jewish state would not have been established.
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was they were being assaulted by the Arabs, and as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had
It's like the third fucking time Finkelstein has done that, and Benny Morris has said, well, that's true, but again, they were being attacked by the Arabs. Like,
also been an expulsion of
Jesus,
the population
man.
which was trying to kill
Norm,
them.
I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again.
I think
Hold on a second, wait. We responded to it, so the main point you're making, we have to take Benny at his word, is like there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, one incident after the other, and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was a product of war, not design. I think were your exact. And I remember reacting almost in
oh Jesus, wait. New Ben Shapiro video.
Okay, so y'all remember Dylan
Mulvaney song.
Mulvaney? He was made a national celebrity. He didn't. Okay. Cast of characters, including Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson, for no reason that anyone can. And he has moved on to his next. Let's listen to a really crappy song and watch a dude dance around in a girl's dress pretending to be a girl. Girl's shoes, but very man feet. There we go.
Good one, Ben.
Yep. I'm gonna go inside the pink Barbie house. Days of Girlhood. Dylan Mulvaney. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, so first of all, pause for a second. I'd like to announce at this point that Dylan Mulvaney's picture of being a girl is apparently driving a pink Mustang, walking into a house with a pink door, and gallivanting around in lingerie while sipping champagne and bubble baths. He's not trafficking in female stereotypes at all, guys. This is what all the ladies do. I've been reliably informed. We have some ladies who work with us.
Good one, Ben. Thanks for taking the fucking bait.
shock to that I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own historical research, together with others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental disagreement we're having here.
His point was that it was inevitable because of what the Arabs were doing.
Well, yeah, can I actually respond to that? Because this is actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for this, and I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition plan.
I don't think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality. Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware of only one major study, probably written 40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman, I forgot her name now, you'll remember her.
I'm trying.
Yeah, okay, but you know the book. Yeah, she is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on the topic,
Fucking third time he's mentioned I wrote my doctoral dissertation on this, by the way. Did I mention I have a doctorate? Did I mention I'm a
I was
PhD?
confirmed in that idea because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state,
Yes.
correct? That didn't mean
mean that's
expulsion
what
of the
I'm
Arabs.
saying, yeah.
It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing, as it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab
In 37
minority,
it was
a
supposed to be
large,
transfer.
a large Arab
In 37,
minority.
there was a
They
transfer.
were willing to have a large Arab minority
come
in the
on.
country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country.
Oh,
20% of the
they
population
ended
in
up-
49
they
was
ended
Arab,
up-
and it still is
They ended up for
21%.
about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
Oh my God.
What happened in between the rejection of the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs?
The Arabs launched a war.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential that
It
even
wasn't random.
there was-
I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
it
but
was by design.
you can
It
say
wasn't
that.
random.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist.
Of course
Number
not.
one, and number two, I think that it's entirely possible, given how things happen after war, that this exact same conflict could have played out, and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed on who had territorial rights to a land. There was a massive war afterwards, and then a bunch of their friends invaded after to reinforce the idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state.
I don't know. Listen. Finkelstein seems really bad faith in this, but to be fair, just from what I've read, it does seem like there were a considerable amount of like Zionists at the time who basically wanted to accept a Jewish state because they believed that once they did, they wouldn't have the same immigration requirements that the British were imposing on them, and from there they could expand more. So like this was a letter that Ben Gurion wrote to his son. You know, he said, erect a Jewish state at once, even if it is not the whole land. The rest will come in the course of time. It must come.
There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been. But that's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejectionism
okay.
to any peace deal
As I
over
said,
and over and
as
over
I
again.
said, when the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not believe that if territorial displacement and dispossession was inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022. or 2020. Where are we
Four
now?
now, I
now.
think.
Okay. But we have to recognize
Literally don't
that
know what year it is.
from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily cede its country.
Except for all the people that sold land voluntarily.
You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to cede their country to invaders.
I think you're
That's
min-
completely
You're
understandable.
minimizing the anti-Semitic element
You
in,
minimize
in
it.
Arab
In
nationalism.
all your books, you minimize.
Oh my
No,
god.
no, no.
In all your books, which I quote out of context, you're minimizing it.
Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it-
And he wasn't alone. He wasn't alone.
Professor
He
Morris,
wasn't.
why is it that if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have, you will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated by anti-Semitism.
It exists, though.
Even I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You
The pro-
agree
Oh
that
my
it
God.
exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic
We're talking about
sentiment.
Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition. Just that-
Anti-Semitism.
Yes, I
Husseini
do, I
was
do.
a
I-
ordinary
And among the
anti-Semite.
Arabs.
So, Professor Morris, here's my problem. I didn't see that in your Righteous Victims. Even when you talked about the first Intifada, and you talked about the second Intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of influence by Hamas, the Islamic movement. You even stated that there was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements. But then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about, and I've read it.
Yeah, but you're moving from different,
No,
different
I'm not moving.
ages.
I'm
Across the
talking
ages.
about your whole book.
The
Your
occupation
whole book.
began in
I
67, the one
I
you're
looked-
talking about.
I looked and looked and looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. I didn't see it.
You like
Did he
the?
make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah.
It's one of the elements.
You're very binary
It's one of the
thinking when it comes
elements.
to like,
Binary.
analyzing. Yes, binary.
Yeah,
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
No, but
one.
you are thinking in terms
You're
of black
the one
and
that
white.
said
He's
the
got- no,
chief
Stephen has a
motor.
point.
Do you have your book
You
here?
do talk about
page
black and-
137.
you talk
Jesus,
in black
dude.
and white
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons, not one or the other. And you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question? Because it's for them to talk to. Just a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred? And what would
they
have
were
happened
explicit.
and then the second one, what would have happened if Jews would have lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population or Jewish population?
I think the Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCOP. They made their appeals at the UN General Assembly.
What do you mean by unitary and federal? I don't get that. They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes,
Put it
yes.
simply.
But I
Without
think-
the word unitary, federal, they wanted Palestine
Yes, but I
as an
think-
Arab and exclusively Arab state.
No, it wasn't
That's what they wanted.
it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to Jewish existence in Palestine. And there's a fundamental
Well,
difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement, said that all the Jews who had come since 1917, and that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947,
Yes.
shouldn't be there.
Well, he
They
did say-
shouldn't be citizens. And
Hold on. Okay. I need to look this up more later. An Arab state. I should say, I don't know. Husseini said only Jews that came before 1917 would get citizenship in Arab state.
And he shouldn't be there.
He
PLO charter
did
said
say that.
in
Yes,
64.
they
I'm
said
not
the same.
denying
Yes,
it.
PLO
Of course.
also said
It's
that.
true. I
Yes.
can understand the sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
But also,
can
you guys
understand
are
that.
the ones.
We agree
you
on
guys,
this. I also
I
and
want to
just
answer
because
your
you guys
question.
earlier, because you used the words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the Zionist
Well, I
state
want to
was built
answer
on,
your
but-
question. As you, Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think a unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements, with guarantees, to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think Jewish fears about what would
a
have
second
happened.
Holocaust. That's what. We're
Well,
talking
no,
about.
I think
that was the Jewish fear. A second
that-
Holocaust.
That may well have been the Jewish fear.
Yeah.
It was an unfounded Jewish fear.
It was unfounded?
Of course, it was unfounded.
What about like in
Well,
48 and
you really-
56?
you
and
really-
Okay, regardless of whether or not what actually would have happened, it was absolutely not an unfounded fear. Oh shit. Is it not this? Where is the fucking quote by I think it was the King of Jordan. Is it this? Yeah, so the Secretary General of the Arab League from 1945 to 1952, in which he declared in 1947 that were a war to take place with the proposed establishment of a Jewish state, it would lead to, quote, a war of extermination and momentous massacre, which will be spoken of like the Mongolian massacre and the Crusades. Now, at the same time, I think he did make like other quotes that were like, oh, well, Jews and Palestinians would have equal citizenship in the state. So whether or not this quote was like super like serious, right? Like whether or not this actually would have happened had the Arabs won the 1948 war, I don't think it was an unfounded fear.
You really think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria
I don't know if it
from
would have been
Germany
that bad,
and
but there were
burn- no,
programs
that's-
across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever, the Jews were identified as French rather than Algerian.
This is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 1947.
I'm not denying
there were,
any of that history.
Killings of Jews in Iraq and Egypt in 1948, 49.
I'm not denying any.
But the Jews basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they felt that the governments there and the societies amid which they had lived for hundreds of years no longer wanted them.
Look, without getting into the details, I think we can both agree that ultimately a clear majority of Arab Jews who believed that after having lived in these countries for
Way be-
ce-
way
for
before the
centuries,
Arabs. Way
for
before the Arabs
centuries,
arrived there.
for centuries,
Way
if,
before the
for
Arabs arrived
centuries,
in Iraq.
for centuries, if not millennia, came to the unfortunate conclusion that their situation had become untenable.
Yes.
I also think that we can both agree that this had never been an issue prior to Zionism and
This
the
is
emergence of
true.
the
There
state
were
of Israel.
pogroms prior to
Look,
Zionism.
I'm not.
Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism in the Arab world.
The issue is the point I raised, which is whether these communities had ever come to a collective conclusion that their position had become untenable in this part of the world. No, they were Arab Jews.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative, but with the creation of Israel, there was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be discriminated against or live as second-class citizens or be subject to Arab-majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the flight of Jewish people, and I've seen this, that it wasn't just, I agree with you, it wasn't just a mass expulsion from all the Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, it's back to that, well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running from their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like that. I feel like it's that selective. It's a selective critical analysis
the
of the
term Jewish here, because it wasn't the Jews of England or the Soviet Jews.
Well, I say
or the
Jewish
Mi-
because prior to 48, it's saying Israeli. The Yishuv,
I
I
think
guess.
I
or
think
whatever.
I think we should. I think
I wonder if I
it's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate.
Well, sure, but the
Jews elsewhere.
Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists. They were just Jews living there,
allow me
right?
to just comment on that. I was rereading Shlomo Ben Ami's last book, and he does at the end discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, if you allow me, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly false symmetry she makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced emigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries following the creation of the State of Israel, as if it were, quote, an unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben Ami, for those of you who are listening, he was Israel's former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad and the Jewish agency worked underground in Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly,
Is that real? Let me write that down. Mossad worked underground in Arab countries to tell Jews to move to Israel? That sounds like a conspiracy theory to me,
Jews
but
from Arab
okay.
states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel was the culmination of millennial aspirations. It represented the consummation of a dream to take part in Israel's resurgence as a nation. So this idea that they were all expelled after 1948, that's one area, Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. That's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there's very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 in the Arab countries and which caused the Jews to leave.
Arab Jews.
Arab Jews, right. But Shlomo Ben Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship.
He
He's a
also comes from
historian.
Tangiers.
Yeah,
From
so-
Morocco.
Jesus, oh my God. It's so frustrating because as soon as Benny Morris responds, Benny Morris talks fast.
Well, Ben Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship.
He
He's
also
a
comes from
historian.
Tangiers.
Yeah,
He's from
so-
Morocco.
right. So
you
he
have Abi
knows the
Schleim
history.
from Iraq
And-
has written on this issue.
And they
as
wrote
well.
that the Jews in the Arab lands were not pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionists at all. So, certainly Avi Schleim's family was anti-Zionist.
And Avi Schleim, when he was interviewed by Meron Rappaport on this question, he said, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi Jews were expelled. It's just not true. And he was speaking as an Iraqi Jew who left with his father, family, in 1948.
They were pushed
So-
out. They weren't expelled.
Well,
That's probably the right phrase.
I
They
think
were
it's
pushed
I
out.
think it's more complex than that. I think it was. Sorry, I interrupted
no,
you.
you're not interrupting me because I don't. I only know what's been translated into English, and the English literature on the subject is very small and not scholarly. Now there may be Hebrew literature? I don't know. But I was surprised that even Shlomo ben Ami, a stalwart of his state, fair enough, on this particular point, he called it false symmetry.
No, Stephen is right. There was a pull and a push mechanism in the departure of the Jews from the Arab lands post 48. But there was also a lot of push.
That's indisputable.
Okay,
there was
that's- well,
yeah.
that's-
And on the
Stephen
point
was
of
saying.
agreement, let us, on this one brief light of agreement, let us
Jesus.
wrap up with this topic of history and move on to modern day. But before that, I'm wondering if
What's your take, Melanie? Do you feel like you've learned anything, Melanie? This is your country's fault, so you should be learning.
we can just say a couple of last words on this topic. Stephen?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in
Chat, what is this guy talking
the
about?
time
Zach,
period
have you
around
learned
40.
anything? I don't think you've been here, Zach. Melanie's been here, though. So Melanie, I don't know if Melanie's here anymore, but she should.
48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was this huge built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first
I went to type what? And YouTube crashed. Good one. Usually, why is he on my screen? What the fuck? No, wait. How do I get him off? Okay, he's gone.
Zionist thought, I guess, that appeared in Herzl's mind that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state. I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that, but I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations, the massive populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders,
Melanie, but you've learned stuff, right?
I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have just never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or the Israeli people. I think it was said even on the other end of the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries, but we can find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side, I think, in all of their behavior around 48 and earlier, where the goal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people. It probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus some diary entries of some Jewish leaders.
Benny?
Well, one thing which stood out, and I think Muin made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust.
Can you play Pirate 101 next stream? Maybe. I'm getting to the point where I can't do that much in this game without the membership. So maybe.
It's the traditional Arab argument. This is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available, because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe and eventually would be...
Well, I think you can do less in Pirate 101.
So
Well,
the Arab effort to pressure
then
the
probably
British
not.
to
I'm gonna
prevent
go back to playing Cluster Truck on stream all the time. The problem is with where I'm at in Cluster Truck, I actually have to focus to get past the world I'm on, and I'm not doing that when I'm watching other stuff. So it's like I'm just replaying the first 4 or 5 worlds over and over again.
Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe, because they couldn't get to anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to reach this safe haven.
I don't
That's
really.
important.
Tetris
Second
takes too
thing
much.
is, of course,
Tetris and Fortnite both take too much
point in
focus.
belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini,
Are you looking for games that you could that actually kind of fit the bill? What do you mean? I mean, I just need something for like my ADHD brain to do while I'm like listening to stuff. And like this game's easy because it's got like a little arrow at the bottom. Play LGBT battleground. True. Yeah, it's like cluster trucks like easy enough because you just like jump between trucks, and like this game's easy enough because it's just got like an arrow, and you just follow the arrow. Except I can't do this because I don't have the membership.
He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised
I don't have enough
troops,
crowns to buy it.
among Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs since then have been trying to whitewash Husseini's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he did. He helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing, and supported them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust. But also participated.
I can't tell if the page flipping I'm hearing is from Wizard 101 or if it's fucking Norm flipping through his own books that he brought to quote out of.
In various ways in helping it happen.
I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini and his collaboration with the Nazis. Entirely legitimate point to raise, but I think one can also say definitively, had Haj Amin al-Husseini never existed,
So
the
I could
Holocaust
do that.
would have played out precisely.
We could do a Minecraft world that I only play while I while I stream.
Certainly.
As it did.
Certainly.
As far as Palestinian opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine during the 1930s is concerned, it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection of Jewish immigration.
Make a Minecraft server, Melanie.
And they
You can do it.
want
I
Jews
believe in
on
you.
their soil.
Objectively, it helped the Germans kill the Jews.
In the Palestinian case, their opposition to Jewish immigration was to prevent the transformation
topical
of their
Minecraft
homeland
builds.
into a Jewish state that would dispossess them. And I think that's an important distinction to make. The other point I wanted to make is we've spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transfer, and so on. But I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and disappeared as yet one more utopian political project had it not been for the British. What the preeminent Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi has termed the British shield. Because I
See, Melanie, it's all you fault.
think without the British sponsorship, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The British sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason, which is that during World War I, the Ottoman armies attempted to march on the Suez Canal. Suez Canal was the jugular vein of the
Because you're British. And he said it's the British's fault.
British Empire, between Europe
Can
and
I live in
India.
a...
And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure the Suez Canal from any threat. And as the British have done so often in so many places, how
Why
do
is
you
my
deal with this? Well,
camera on the ground now?
bring in a foreign minority, implant them amongst a hostile population, and establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intentions. And the Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine. In other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course. And I think the most important development was World War II. And I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and
stupid as
more
emoji.
to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and its inability to sustain its global empire. It ended up giving up India, ended up giving up Palestine. And it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish state in Palestine. And again, a Jewish state means a
Why have you
state
been awake for 12
in
hours?
which the Jewish community enjoys
Oh wait, you
not
haven't even
only
been
a
awake for 12
demographic
hours, but you're still
majority,
sleepy.
but an uncontestable demographic majority, an uncontestable territorial hegemony, and uncontestable political supremacy. And that is also why, after 1948, the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of lands that had been previously owned by Palestinians who became citizens of Israel. It is why the new Israeli state imposed a military government on its population of Palestinian citizens between 1948 and 1966. It is why...
Hold on, I'll write that down. 1948 to 1966, military. Dude, the Keep Street. I mean, that's you Wi-Fi fault. Military government for Palestinians in Israel.
the Israeli state effectively reduced the Palestinians living within the Israeli state as citizens of the Israeli state to second-class citizens, on the one hand promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties, on the other hand doing everything within its power to suppress and eliminate Palestinian or Arab nationalist movements. And that's why today there's a consensus among all major human rights organizations that Israel is an apartheid state. What the Israeli Human Rights Organization B'Tselem describes a regime of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting a response from the other side on the last few sentences. And we'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. It's a fascinating discussion. We need to have it. Norm?
On the question of the responsibility of the Palestinian Arabs for the Nazi Holocaust, direct or indirect, I consider that an absurd claim. As Gromyko said, and I quoted him, the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews. To somehow focus on the Palestinians strikes me as completely ridiculous. Number two, as Moeen said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs wouldn't want Jews, because in their minds, and not irrationally, these Jews intended to create a Jewish state which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew that...
Why'd you even mention that? Like, I'm a very generous person. I'm so generous. I need to brag about the fact that I've taken in a homeless person for the past 2 years. Yeah. I don't even... He's fucking... Oh, stream muted? What? What do you mean stream muted? Like my microphone's muted? Wait, what part is muted? I think the problem's on your end, dude. You're just lying. You're gaslighting me. Dude, that's so funny. I've even taken in a homeless person. Even though he's a fucking, like, best-selling author, like, there's no, like, this dude, like, yeah.
That homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took him in. Okay? As far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of the European Jewry, he has in those 1,000+ pages one sentence on the role of the Mufti of Jerusalem. And that, I think, is probably an overstatement, but we'll leave it aside. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind the Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine. The fear of territorial displacement.
The problem is we don't know the alternative history. If it had been the case that the Arabs won the 1948 war and then the Jews were expelled, we would have said, oh, well, there were reasons for Jews to be concerned about Arabs in their state, right? The problem is we don't know the alternative history there. So saying retrospectively, well, obviously there were valid concerns for Arabs,
possession. And number two, there are two issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is discomforting, disorienting, where you have a person who's produced a voluminous corpus, rich in
Voluminous
insight
corpus.
and rich in archival sources, who seems to disown each and every word.
I hate this guy talking. I do too, man. Listen, it's super annoying because I want to put it, like you said, it's fun to put it in 1.5 times speed. But then when the people respond, they talk too fast because they talk fast, usually.
By claiming that it's either out of context or it's cherry picking words.
Bro, you literally pulled out you literally quoted the other guy in the room with you right now, and then he said it's out of context. Yeah, obviously, bro, you did quote him out of context, bro. I don't.
And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what they've said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll stick to the history, not the current propaganda. 1917, the Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. In 1917, the British jumped in and issued the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine, which most people understood to mean eventual Jewish statehood in Palestine. Most people understood that in Britain and among the Zionists and among the Arabs.
Oh, wait, this is the quest I can't
do. The British declared the Balfour Declaration, or issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of imperial self-interest, and this is what you're basically saying. They had the imperial interests, a buffer state which would protect the Suez Canal from the east. The British also were motivated by idealism, and this incidentally is how Balfour described the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. And he said the Western world, Western Christendom, owes the Jews a great debt, both for giving the world and the West, if you like, values, social values as embodied in the Bible, social justice and all sorts of other things. And the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt we're now beginning to repay with the 1917 declaration favoring Zionism. But it's also worth remembering that the Jews weren't proxies or attached to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently when the British ruled Palestine for 20, 30 years, but they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted a state for themselves, the Jews, happy to have the British support them, happy today to have the Americans support Israel. But it's not because we're stooges or extensions of American imperial interests. The British, incidentally, are always described in Arab narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rulers in Palestine, 1917, 1920.
Herbert Samuel,
No,
no?
before Herbert Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. The British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on, who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. And subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, the British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine.
Yeah, I've read that before. I was like 51,000. 51,000 Jewish immigrants were seized by the British. Yeah. 51,000 were seized in a high seas by the British and taken to camps in Cyprus. Yeah. The British were not always super pro-Zionist. They, yeah. They put restrictions on Jewish immigration.
In 1939, switched horses and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist and basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. This is what we're giving you by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were being given on a silver platter, Husseini again, and he said, no, we can't accept the British White Paper of May 1939, which had given the Arabs everything they wanted, basically, self-determination in an Arab majority state. So what I'm saying is the British, at some point, did support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent in this support. And in 1939, until 1948, when they didn't vote even for partition, for Jewish statehood in Palestine in the UN resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate. It's worth remembering that.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible to accept that Balfour, who, as British Prime Minister in 1905, was a chief sponsor of the Aliens Act, which was specifically...
He changed his mind.
Which was specifically designed to keep persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets of the UK, and who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British Jewish establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden...
Changed his mind.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper.
Brett Cooper took the bait too.
So we're doing a bit of a throwback here, I would say, because there is somebody who we used to discuss on the show quite frequently back in 2023, 2022. And then I decided that it was probably best to stop giving this certain person attention, because I think that attention might just be the end goal. However, they've been in the news a significant amount the last couple of weeks, so I think it is only right to bring back this topic. So obviously, you guys saw in the thumbnail, we are talking about Dylan Mulvaney. If you do not know who Dylan Mulvaney is, number one, good for you. Number two, Dylan is a trans influencer who blew up in 2022 after starting a Days of Girlhood series to document the transition from male to female. We have a few episodes where we talk about it, we can link below. I talked about it a lot back in 2022. But Dylan quickly
Jesus Christ, Brett.
became the darling of the internet, the golden child of the entertainment industry, golden child of the ad world that is also Bud Light. But Dylan also became the embodiment of the perils of gender ideology for those of us very concerned about it. But after the Bud Light fiasco, things started to calm down a little bit for Dylan until last week. And now Dylan is back more than ever. We're going to talk about it today. Before we do that, make sure you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you've not already, and then ring that notification bell so you never miss a comment section episode. All right, so this all started last week, and to celebrate International Women's Day, what we're facing every single day. But anyway, people were livid under Dylan's original post. One person said, if only you were a woman. Somebody else said, but you're not a woman. You were a biological man masquerading as a woman. Somebody else commented and said, this is so degrading to real women. And then somebody, like, she sang Born This Bad, and I was like, okay, it's Lady Gaga doing Lady Gaga things. I started rolling in about that post. And Gaga was backlash. Lady Gaga went on and said, but it's not surprising given the immense work that it is obvious we still ignore caricatures for commercial gain and social media likes. Women and real girls are saying enough to this takeover of our appropriation and hypocrisy of the Hollywood and release a song for us all. And it's all about these incredibly ridiculous female stereotypes that Dylan and other individuals have decided to adopt and just call women. I think we can just dive in. It doesn't need more of an introduction. Buckle up.
We have a code face, emergency. Calling women of all ages, girls like me, gotta learn the basics. Last little quick change to champagne. Playing catch up as we miss the pregame.
So obviously, Dylan, do you know? Well, I think you assume you do because you sing it just a few seconds later.
Monday, can't get out of bed. Tuesday morning, kick a mess. Wednesday, retail therapy. Cash or credit, I see.
Can we watch JoJo Siwa? This is basically JoJo Siwa if, yeah, Jesus. Imagine being this fucking obsessed with just, like, one cringe influencer. Like, I don't, like... Yeah, it's fucking... I don't even know anyone who actually, like, likes Dylan Mulvaney. And, because, like, she's cringe or whatever. Like, it's... Yeah, but they're just so... They're just so fucking obsessed with her just because she's trans. Jesus.
People change their minds, but when the changing of the mind just coincidentally happens to coincide with the British imperial interest, I think perhaps the transformation is a little more superficial than he's being given credit for. It was clearly a British imperial venture, and if there had been no threat to the Suez Canal during World War I, regardless of what Balfour would have thought about the Jews and their contribution to history and their persecution and so on, there would have been no Balfour
Can I
Declaration.
ask real quick as a question on that? Why did the British ever cap immigration then from Jews to that area at all?
Well, we're talking now about
20s and
1970.
30s.
I
Sure,
think-
but I'm saying that if
No.
the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish. From,
yes, but you're talking. I'll answer
Yeah, in the
you.
40s. Yeah.
And we're talking now about 1917, and as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protectorate, loyal to and dependent upon the British. I think an outstanding review of British policy towards these issues during the Mandate has
I'm
been
like the
done
words
by
going one ear and out
Martin
the other.
Bunton of the University of Victoria, and he basically makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were in, certainly by the late 20s, early 30s, they recognized the mess they were in, the irreconcilable differences, and
You mean
basically
when I don't
pursued a
understand or
policy
care?
of just muddling on.
There's nothing even hard to understand right now. Yeah, I don't even know. I can't believe they've been talking about this for 2 hours though, and they haven't got to like anywhere, man.
And muddling on.
Because Norm will just quote Benny Morris out of context, and Benny Morris will say, "Well, that's out of context," and then Norm will say, "Well, you said what you said, and you can. Everyone has the right to discount what they said earlier, but you can't claim you didn't say it, and you said this." And it's like, well, yeah, but it's out of context. Well, you said it. What the fuck? Yo, these guys are awesome. Gobbler, Scooter, Scouter. It doesn't even sound like English anymore.
In the
Dude,
context
I gotta kill these
of
fucking
British
gobblers,
rule in
dude.
Palestine, whose overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, Yeshuv's economy, and so on, meant, even if the British were not self-consciously doing this, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment of a Jewish state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Except they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939.
Yes, of course,
and
because
maintained
they were being
that
shot up by,
and maintained that Zionist. No, before they were being shot up, but maintained that anti-Zionist posture until 1948.
Okay.
And if I may, just also one point. You mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini during World, entirely legitimate. But what I would also point.
I haven't
out
heard
is-
Destiny say a single thing. He said some stuff. It's just like, I don't know. Benny Morris knows more of the history than him, so he's been letting Benny talk for the most part right now.
Is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi,
300 people. More or less.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister, an Israeli foreign minister, a speaker of Israeli parliament.
Maybe you should give his name.
Is Melanie gonna download Wizard 101? But need a member? You don't. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff about a membership still. I don't know. I guess I did. I guess I did buy access to areas that are usually member only, but
Yitzhak Shamir proposing an alliance with Nazi Germany in 1941.
Shamir proposed.
Well, no, the Lehi proposed.
Some people in the Lehi proposed.
Of which Shamir
yeah,
was a
but
prominent
this is
leader.
a red herring also.
No. Okay, well, if he's a red herring, Haj
The Lehi
Amin
was
Hussein is a red whale.
unim-
I'm sorry.
The Lehi was an unimportant organization in the Yishuv. 300 people versus
It's just like
30,000 belonged to
Papas,
the
yeah.
Haganah. So it was not a very important organization. It's true, before the Holocaust actually began, they wanted allies against the British where they could
We're
find them.
talking
and they
1941 here, not
1940.
1931.
We're talking 1940.
41 from what I recall.
1940. They approached the
The
German
Brit-
emissary in
Ankara,
Istanbul or something.
Yes.
Istanbul.
And
But they-
if I may, proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on what the Leahy described as
The
on the
Leahy was
basis of
reviled by the
shared
mainstream of Zionism.
shared
they were-
ideological
no, they
principles.
didn't share ideological.
Well, they said they did.
No,
They said.
they reviled.
Why are you doing
The-
these
the-
things? Of
the
course
Leahy
they
was
said it.
reviled
You
by the
know the
majority.
state, but
The
you
Leahy
know
was
that
reviled.
you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology. Why do you say no?
Do you think that
You
the
could
Leahy,
just-
wait, the
when
Leahy
you
people
say-
were Nazis? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
They
that's
said
what
they
they
were.
said.
No, are you saying that? Forget statements. You like to
Okay.
quote things, but
I do
were
like
they
to
were
quote
they
True.
Nazis?
Quote
Were the Leahy Nazis? That's what I'm asking.
What did he
Some of
just
them
say?
supported Stalin,
Did he say that the
incidentally.
basis of the pact was their agreement on ideology?
There wasn't any pact. They suggested.
I
they
said,
proposed
wasn't
an
it-
agreement.
right. And what did the agreement say?
They wanted arms against the British. That's what,
What
they
did the
wanted.
agreement
Yeah, well,
say?
that's what Haj Amin al-Husseini wanted also. That's what
No, but
others
they didn't.
in India
The
and
Leahy
elsewhere.
people didn't work in Berlin helping the Nazi regime.
I mean, it's what the IRA wanted also.
No, but this is
you
what
know.
Haj Amin al-Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yes.
It wasn't just anti-British.
and-
he was also anti-Semitic.
And
so he had a common ground with Hitler.
I
It's as
think
simple as that.
we can
Not
agree.
every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think
I
we
thought
can.
that part.
He
we
literally
didn't
worked
even
with the
have
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just
Yes,
a guy posting.
and he was
or
an absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm happy
I
to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem
you
is,
Wow,
you're,
think-
thank
you're
you,
saying
Finkelstein.
he was his
Believe
influence.
that.
You're saying the Mufti
But the,
was.
I don't even understand of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly, indirectly, or indirectly 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely
Oh, that's an-
lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, there's not a. He's not blaming them for the Holocaust. He's saying that
of
from the
course he is.
perspective.
No, no.
Wait. No, he's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region, Palestinians would have
That's
been
not
part
what
of the
he's
region.
saying.
That is exactly.
You have not
that is
read
literally
him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You
You've not read him.
I don't understand
You've
him.
read
He sits right
Wikipedia.
here.
Believe me, I'm going to lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
gonna believe the guy that wrote
You
the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you
read
don't even
Benny
speak
Morris.
Hebrew, and you call yourself an Israeli historian.
I
Okay?
just-
We're all
I
here on
just-
different grounds. Okay?
I just
But the
want, if I
reality
can
is-
just respond.
Well,
to
no,
you.
I'm just saying that there were two
saying
tricks.
nothing, as
There were
always.
that's fine. There were 2 tricks that are being played here that I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Leahy was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because
not
of
a
a
trick.
shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No, wait.
said.
No. It's about what you said. You brought that up to imply that Zionism
I'm
must be
bringing
inextricably
up a
linked.
fact.
Oh,
No,
Fortnite
sorry.
Power
Wait,
was
no,
You're
awesome.
putting words in my mouth.
No. Okay, wait. Well, then, what was the purpose of saying that the Leahy claimed that the Leahy, who were
The
a
reason I
small
brought it
group of
up-
people that were reviled by many in Israel, or
Influential.
Not many, by everybody
But yeah.
practically.
Well,
they were
compare
called
them-
terrorists.
So
Yeah.
The
reviled.
Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so what was the
and
purpose
hunted
of
them.
the-
And
what was
and
the
hunted
purpose of
them.
the shared ideology
Shamir
come?
called himself a terrorist. They were so irrelevant that their leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament,
That's Israeli politics.
to the
50
Israeli
years hence.
to Israeli foreign minister.
And Begin was
And-
also a
Yes,
in
you
the
want to
Iran-
you
I
want
mean,
to
with-
characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go ahead.
No. Characterize them as relevant or irrelevant based on what happens decades later. The timeline matters.
Well,
The question is, what is the point of saying that the Leahy tried to forge an alliance?
why
with
why
Israel
is
based on-
why is
3,000 health.
relevant is bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust.
No, no, no,
indirectly.
the Holocaust.
The Mufti was the
Indirectly.
leader of the Palestine Arab National
And he had
Movement.
about as
The
much
Leahy was 300
and he
people.
had as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No.
Oh my
he
God.
recruited people for the
Okay.
SS. How can you get away from that?
No, he recruited
People for
soldiers.
the SS.
He recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars, which was disgusting. I have no doubt about that. But he had
He
one.
also wrote letters
he
to
got,
foreign
he got
ministers
one
saying,
sent-
"Don't let
yeah.
the Jews out."
I knew
The
Raoul
whole-
Can I say-
Hilberg-
can I
knew
say-
Raoul
Hungarian foreign
Hilberg-
minister,
I
the
knew
Italian
Raoul
foreign
Hil-
minister
okay.
received letters from Husseini during
One
the
sentence.
Holocaust.
One
During the
sentence is
Holocaust,
destruction
don't
of
let the
European
Jews
Jews.
out. Don't let the Jews
If
out.
I-
I'm not saying he
That's
was a
true.
major
He
architect
wasn't
of the
even
Holocaust.
minor.
But if
One
we're agreed,
sentence.
if we're agreed
Yes.
that Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, collaborated with the Nazis during World War II and actively sought their sponsorship, why is it irrelevant?
And probably wanted the destruction of European Jewry.
He probably wanted a lot of things.
Okay.
Okay. If that's relevant, why is it irrelevant that a prime minister of Israel,
Not prime minister. In 1941, he wasn't prime minister of Israel. He was a leader of a very small terrorist group.
So do you consider
denounced as terrorists by the mainstream of Zionism?
Do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago Mahmoud Abbas wrote a doctoral thesis, which is basically tantamount?
Oh my God.
Okay, but
I didn't bring it up. You're the one who's bringing it up.
But
you
you
wrote
consider
things
that
belittling
relevant.
the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. The president of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust, said it didn't happen, or only a few Jews died.
I think that's a fair characterization of.
But I didn't
Mahmoud
bring it up.
Abbas. I brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, then why is Shamir's antecedents irrelevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group.
Who became
Khaja Amin al-Husseini
Israel-
was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing up
It's no
Husseini,
comparison.
I think
There's
the point,
no
the point of bringing up Husseini stuff wasn't to say that he was a great further of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great further in the prevention of Jews fleeing to go to Palestine to escape the
Yes,
Holocaust.
but the point
that
I
was
make,
that was the point.
And I explained why I think that's not an entirely accurate characterization. And then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up his role during World War II, why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign
30 years
Minister?
hence, 40 years
Yes.
hence.
Why is it? And also
He was a young terrorist.
and was also responsible for the murder of the United Nations' first international envoy, Foki Bernadatti. Why is all that irrelevant?
I don't think anybody
I don't
would say- wait,
understand.
I think that the reason why he was brought up was because
Hold on,
Jewish
I need to
people in,
test this.
in this time
Okay, it
period
still
would have
works.
viewed it as there was a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians pressuring the British to put a curb that 75,000
Yeah,
immigration
but-
limit. Yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major, minor player in the Holocaust.
Well,
but he was a major player in that region. So if you wanted to bring up
Benny
like
Morris made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
the indirect role would have been the prevention of people escaping from
Yes,
Europe to
and my
Palestine.
response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of
How
all,
can you disagree with that? They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
Well,
That's
again-
what they did.
again, was
and they
Pa-
knew that the
was
Jews were being
Palestine-
persecuted in Europe
was
at the time.
Palestine the only spot of land on
Basically,
earth?
Yes, basically that was
What-
the problem. The
It
Jews
doesn't even matter if it's the only spot, right? It still matters that they prevented them from going there. Like,
emigrated everywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour
By
Declaration?
the late 1930s,
What
they
about
weren't-
the United
weren't
States?
happy to take in Jews, and the Americans weren't happy to take in Jews.
And why are Palestinians who are not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for
Because
what
they were-
happened in
they were
Europe and
helping
uniquely
to close the
culpable?
only safe haven for Jews. That's
Oh,
all.
really? The United States wasn't a potential safe haven. The only one was
I mean, potential safe haven, maybe, but like anywhere could have been a potential safe haven, right? But we literally fucking turned down the fucking the boats full of Jewish refugees and sent them back to Europe, where they fucking got sent to death camps, man.
Palestine.
At the
The
time.
United States had no room
No,
from
it
the
did have
Atlantic
room.
to Pacific
It did have
for
room.
Jews.
It did have room, but it didn't
So
want
that
Jews.
wasn't the
But it didn't
only
want Jews.
safe haven.
This is
But
something.
shouldn't you be focusing your
I just don't get anywhere could have been a potential safe haven. The point was,
America
outrage?
should be blamed for not letting Jews in during the 30s
They are
and 40s.
blamed, but nobody blames them for the Holocaust.
Well,
No,
indirectly.
I've never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for the Holocaust. I never heard that.
he's not even claiming that. Oh my God.
Maybe it's in Israeli literature because the Israelis have gone mad. Your prime minister said the whole idea of the gas chambers came from the Mufti of Jerusalem.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, but
We
he
all know
said
that's
it,
nonsense.
But we also know that Netanyahu
Bingo-
said it.
Netanyahu says so many things which are
And he
absurd
happens to
or
be the
simple
prime
lies.
minister, longest
I cannot
serving
be
prime
responsible
minister of
for them.
Israel. No,
I can't be responsible
you're not
for them.
responsible for them. but it is relevant that he's the longest-serving prime minister of Israel.
Unfortunately, it
And-
says
and
something
that-
about the Israeli public.
Yes,
I
and he
agree.
gets
I agree.
elected not despite saying such things, but because he says
His
such
voters
things.
don't care about Haj Amin al-Husseini or Hitler. They know nothing about his
you may
voters.
well be right.
His base know nothing about anything, and he can say what he likes, and they'll say yes, so they don't care if he says these things.
You may well be right, but anyway, not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't
Let's not
understand.
beat the dead horse, you're right.
I'll just conclude by saying I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant,
He is relevant.
but
The head of the
Yitzhak
national,
Shamir
the
is
Palestinian,
not relevant. That-
because
I don't-
Shamir wasn't the head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history.
and his history
Haj
is
Amin
not-
al-Husseini was the head of the Palestine Arab National Movement at the time.
Anyway,
What can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're
but,
not.
I'll leave it
I'm
there.
talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day, and we'll return to history, maybe 67 and other important moments. But
Okay, Jesus, finally, man. Oh my God. They spent 2 hours just talking about 48, and I guess a little bit before 48. Jesus.
let's look to today, in the recent months, October 7th. Let me ask sort of a pointed question. Was October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel genocidal? Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in. Maybe it was...
The problem with October 7th is this: the Hamas fighters who invaded southern Israel were ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things that they did, and they killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted, as we know, something like 250 civilians, mostly civilians, also some soldiers, took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated not just by the words of their current leader in the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1988, if I remember correctly. And that charter is genocidal. It says that the Jews must be eradicated.
But haven't you read the 2017 charter where they accept a two-state solution? Clearly, he's out of touch.
From the land of Israel, from Palestine. The Jews are described there as sons of apes and pigs. The Jews are a base people, killers of prophets, and they should not exist in Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. And this is the driving ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip, and I think with the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, because they knew that that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead, because the Hamas fighters and their weaponry and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza, and they hoped to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel chased these Hamas people and their ammunition dumps and so on, and killed lots of Palestinian civilians in the process. All of this was understood by Sinwar, by the head of the Hamas, and he strived for that. But initially, he wanted to kill as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza Strip.
I'll respond directly to the points you made, and then I'll leave it to Norm to bring in the historical context. That
Oh my God.
Hamas charter is from the 90s, I think.
1988.
1988, so it's from the 80s. I think your characterization of that charter as anti-Semitic is indisputable.
Okay.
I think your characterization of that charter as genocidal is off the mark.
It's implicit.
And more importantly, that charter has been superseded by a new charter. It, in fact, has been, well, there is a...
There is no new charter.
There is a
There
new
is
charter.
an explanation, a statement they made
2018,
in
a political
2000 and something,
18.
2018,
It-
supposedly clarifying things which are in the charter,
And-
but it doesn't actually step back from what the charter
and-
says. Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the land of Israel.
In 2018, the Hamas charter, if we look at the current version of the charter,
It's not called a
Whether-
charter.
whether
You're
you-
calling it a charter. It wasn't.
It
The only
makes-
thing called the charter is what was issued in 1988 by Yassin himself.
anyway, it makes a clear distinction between Jews and Zionists in 2018. Now, you can choose to dismiss it, believe it, it's sincere, it's insincere, whatever.
Insincere is probably the right word.
Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult these kinds of documents
No, they're
before
brought
before
up
they
on this
go
in their
on.
education system. In the kindergarten, they're told, kill the Jews. They practice with make-believe guns and uniforms when they're 5 years old in the kindergartens of the Hamas.
At the
in
instruction
Gaza-
of the
in
Commissioner
Gaza.
General of UNRWA, right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train
Okay.
to kill Jews, children aged 5 and 6.
Secondly, you keep saying Jews, to which I would respond.
They use the word Jews.
To which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record of deliberately targeting Jews who are not Israelis. And in fact, it also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So, all this talk of
How are you liking Wiz? I mean, it's Wizard 101. It's a game to turn my brain off to. Like, what the fuck is this point about they don't have a pattern of targeting Jews outside of Palestine, like outside of Israel and Palestine? I don't understand how Hamas would do that. They don't have the resources to do that. They barely have the resources to defend themselves in Israel.
Unlike the Hezbollah, which has targeted Jews outside Palestine.
We're talking about October 7th and Hamas. If you'd also like to speak about Hezbollah, let's get
true.
to that separately, if you don't mind. So again, genocidal. Well, if that term is going to be discussed, my first response would be, let's talk about potentially genocidal actions against Israelis rather than against Jews, for the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of Jews, Israel, Zionism to be a bit disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of the genocidal intent and genocidal practice of what happened on October 7th. And my final point would be, I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper, independent, international investigation. And the reason we need
we need a proper, independent international organization to determine whether Hamas had genocidal intent. Or we could look up, I don't know, Hamas phone call, I don't know. Son calls dad. Hamas phone call. I wonder if I can find it.
Hello.
Let's see if there really is a what school of you chose. I think I'm Storm. I think, right? I don't even know, man. Is that Conjurer? I don't know. I don't even know because I did it a while ago. Let's see if we really need a UN investigation, an independent third-party investigation to determine whether had a feeling whether this is genocidal intent. Look how many I killed with my own hands. Your son killed Jews. Oh, but this is IDF propaganda, so remember that, guys. May God protect you. Dad, I'm talking to you from a Jewish woman's phone. I killed her, and I killed her husband. I killed 10 with my own hands. Dad, 10 with my own hands. Dad opens WhatsApp and see how many I killed Dad. Yeah. Is this a mistranslation or something? I wonder if I Google mistranslation. Well, it doesn't really. Doesn't really look like there's any evidence of it being a mistranslation. Dad, I killed 10. 10 with my own hands. Their blood is on their hands. Put mom on. I swear 10 with my own hands, mother. I killed 10 with my own hands. Mom, your son is a hero. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them. Killed 10 with my own hands. Talking to me from Uchi's phone. There's no going back. It's either death or victory. I wonder, did we get a UN fact-finding mission on this to determine if they're genocidal or not?
Genocide during this conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter. The reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearings on what Hamas did on October 7th at the International Court of Justice, because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide deals only with states and not with movements. I think the International Criminal Court, and specifically its current prosecutor, Karim Khan, lacks any and all credibility. He's been an absolute failure at his job. He's just been sitting on his backside for years on this file. And I think I would point out that Hamas has called for independent investigations of all these allegations. Israel has categorically rejected any international investigation, of course fully supported by the United States. And I think what is required is to have credible investigations of these things, because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And this is two people sitting across the table from each other.
No, there's certain things you don't even have to investigate. You know how many citizens, civilians died in the October 7th assault.
You look so depressed.
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads,
There were no beheadings
Islamic.
of infants.
There were some beheadings apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I know, there were some people who were beheaded.
Yeah.
But
We could bring it up right
you
now.
also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today, 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in the assault?
Absolutely, that seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
Yes, and
glad
it's-
that you're
I've
conceding
said that.
something.
I've said that from day one.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seemed to imply that there was a lot of crossfire and that it might have been the IDF that had killed a lot of.
I said that there is no question, because the names were published in Haaretz, there is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. 850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed, but 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion, as of now, with the available evidence, that Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities. And I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think of the
There's nothing
850?
tricky. It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
So
I am
true,
very
Norm.
careful
Not
about
talking like a
qualifying,
motor mouth.
Because that's
Okay,
what
then let me just
language
ask
is
for-
about.
That's great. Then let me just ask a clarifying question. Do you firmly believe that the majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half, 400 is a huge number by any reckoning. It's
Okay, wait, you didn't.
I said
What a
even if-
phenomenal
because-
answer.
Because
Wait, you didn't answer
Benny,
my question.
because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Muin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say
Why 400?
because I
Whoever
have
thought up the
because
number 400.
right as I
800
said
of the 850
Well,
slaughtered
because-
by Hamas.
if I may.
I don't
Maybe
know.
a couple of individuals were killed in the
I
Israeli action.
don't know.
You're saying from
Professor
day one
Morris,
you believe this
Professor-
particular thing, and you
Professor
clearly
Morris,
don't. You clearly
I
don't
said
believe this
from
thing. You don't.
day one,
You said
no.
people died. That's not
No.
controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bennell, I attach value to words.
Yes, you said that.
When
You value them.
when
Stop
I
repeating
was,
them so
yes,
much.
Mr. Bennell,
Mr.
please
Bennell.
slow down the speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Piers Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed
atrocities. I've heard this, yes.
on October 7th. If you want me to pin down a number, I can't do that.
And ask you to
but
pin
I
down a
may-
number. You can listen to
You
what I'm
mean
saying.
ask me?
No, my question is.
Okay.
I'll ask
Mr.
a
Bennell,
very
I
precise
cannot
question.
speak for you because
Excuse
you're
me.
not.
It's
If
a
I
very,
under-
it's a very easy
If I
question.
understood your question correctly.
My question is, do you think the majority of the people that were killed on
Yes.
October 7th, the civilians, were killed by Hamas,
Yes.
or are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds,
No,
400 or 500?
No,
in the
but
crossfire?
me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total
my
number
God.
of civilians killed was 800 850.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Hamas is responsible probably for the majority of those killings. We also know that there were killings by Islamic Jihad. We also know.
Well, we're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and the Hamas. So that's
Well,
splitting
his
hairs
question
now.
was
No, but
specifically
he means
about-
he means
No, it's not. It's
the
clear.
raiders. He means the raiders.
I'm speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. Do you prefer Norm or Professor Finkelstein, or what do you? I don't know what you're.
Well, it's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, the
because it's
conspiracy theory is the idea that the IDF killed the majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And then there's
majority-
also a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought that it was very strange that, given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that that number was continually being adjusted.
And do you know
so
why-
when you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were
Well,
killed.
do you
by
know
Hamas
why
with
the
IDF.
number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because the Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp, that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things.
That's- yeah, I don't
Some
think
of the
that's the
bodies they weren't able to identify, and eventually they ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, of the Jews, were burnt to a crisp, and it took them time to work
Yes.
this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200
and the
dead
reason
Israelis.
is, and the reason is that a proportion of Israeli civilians killed on October 7th. I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know. I mean, again, I understood your question is referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way.
It's just like literally, it doesn't even matter. Like, what matters is the intent. Is that like, well, if Israel killed its civilians in crossfire, it didn't like intend to kill the civilians. It didn't have genocidal intent towards its own civilians, right? Whereas Hamas probably did.
If you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how
No, I don't
many
mean
were
specifically
killed.
Hamas,
Okay.
but I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of heavy
Who
lifting.
used some?
That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
Some.
So the numbers here and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective. But if we zoom out, the moral perspective, are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance. That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed resistance is subject to the laws of war. And there are very clear regulations that separate legitimate acts of armed resistance from acts of armed resistance that are not legitimate. And
The attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
there's been almost exclusive focus on the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia, is that there were very extensive attacks on Israeli military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians? is
No,
legitimate?
no, that's
So
not what I
didn't
said.
understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort by Hamas to seize Israeli territory and population
And
centers.
kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said
Oh
is
my
I
God.
think I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue.
Thinks Hamas has justification for seizing Israeli territory. That seems unhinged, man.
From the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they have been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly
Whole
illegitimate.
families were slaughtered in kibbutzim.
But I'm making
Thank
But
you.
many
Wait,
of them,
wait,
many
I
of them
think-
left-wingers,
I think-
incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again-
Even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in
again,
Israeli.
I'm making a
But you
distinction
don't seem
here.
to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas did.
Well, I don't do selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I
I'm
don't
talking
do
about
selective
specific
outrage.
condemnation of this specific
Well, you know
assault
what it- you
on
know what it
civilians.
is. You know,
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes,
I would
and-
condemn them, but you're not doing that
You know,
with the Hamas.
You know what the issue is?
What?
I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli act. When I've been in group discussions,
Because you're on the Palestinian side. I would, yeah, that makes sense. If you were on the Israeli side, like if you were a Zionist, I would expect that like you obviously already condemn the attacks that like Israel, or that Palestine does. So if you were a Zionist, you'd probably be asked to condemn attacks that Israel has done. Yeah, like I don't. It's just like implicit in your position that you already condemn those attacks. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have that position.
those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. The demand and obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians.
No, this is
and those.
nonsense.
Well,
Israel is condemned day and night.
I don't. I just don't think that's true. I have conversations with people, and like I yell at Zionists in my chat, man. Like I don't know what you mean.
The television channels on every and has been for the
I'm
last
telling
decade.
you about a
Morris,
personal experience
Professor
lasting
Morris,
decades.
You said quote.
Oh no.
I'm trying to quote what you just said.
I shouldn't have said anything at any point.
You should say, Professor Morris.
Yes.
You just said, I would condemn
And I have
anytime
condemned.
Israel deliberately attacks civilians.
Yes.
Okay. The problem, Professor Morris, is
I hate that. I just don't. They play so like loose with their terms here. Again, it is perfectly fine to deliberately attack civilians. Everybody acknowledges this, okay? It is purposely fine to knowingly attack civilians sometimes if it's proportional, right? If every single Hamas commander was in a room with one person, with one civilian, I think everyone would acknowledge it'd probably be okay to blow up that room, even if you know that person is likely to die. What's bad is making civilians the object of an attack. To do it with the purpose of killing civilians, it's not bad to, like, yeah, I don't understand.
over and over again, you claim in the
You just say there's a difference between targeting, because targeting implies purpose, and then attacking just implies knowledge.
of overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
And
That's not true,
again, additional protocol 1 only. Hold on, that's targeting and distinction, intent, targeting, intent. Mere knowledge of risks to nearby civilians is insufficient to establish a violation of the principle of distinction, but the doctrine of double effect is also often used to describe situations where the attacker is virtually or practically certain that innocent civilians will be killed, though the attacker's purpose is to kill a legitimate target. Such situations are best described as acting with knowledge, a much higher mental state than acting recklessly or dolus eventialis. In short, defenders of the doctrine of double effect sometimes trade on the model penal code distinction between acting with purpose and acting with knowledge. Under this view, it would be permissible to kill the protected persons if the purpose of the attack is to kill legitimate targets. In other words, violating the principle of distinction requires that the attacking force act with full-blown dolus directus. Whereas, yeah. Even if collateral damage is foreseen and certain, it does not fall under the definition of intent associated with with Section 51. Or sorry, this should be... I should say Article 51, Section 2 of the Additional Protocol 1, which states the civilian population as such, as well as individual civilians, shall not be the object of attack, acts or threats of violence, the primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian populations. The phrase directed and shall not be the object suggest a volitional component associated with purpose rather than just knowledge. Also, as the ICRC commentary notes, the second sentence is undoubtedly applies an intent standard that accords with purpose, not mere knowledge.
Really?
Israel has attacked civilians.
Professor
In Kibya, Israel attacked
Right,
civilians,
Professor
and I've written
Morris.
extensively
Okay,
about it.
I know that.
In Kafir Qasim, they killed civilians, and I've written
now
that.
let's.
So you're just eliminating,
Okay.
you're selecting,
Okay.
as Stephen says, you cherry pick.
If I were you,
Before you do cherry
okay,
pick.
let's fast forward when you were in the.
Oh, what's up, Ophelia?
What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me.
Hold on, did the chat not show up? Because I didn't see it on my stream. Oh, nope, it did. I just didn't see it. There we go. I was reading. Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So it happens that I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the
This is true.
until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah. I lost the passage.
I'll find it.
Okay, real quick, while he's searching for that,
Yeah, allow me.
you bring
That's
up
good.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw distinction.
Influencer shirt. I'm not wearing it now. No, this is just a black shirt. I wore it before though. Finkelstein once came to our city to talk about Israel. We threw him out. What? We threw him out? Wait, I can't do this quest because I need a membership to do it. Fuck. Go put on evil. I'm not gonna put on evil, Morty, man. I hate to break it to you. I don't think I want to do that.
Distinction between in that there is just causes for war and there's just ways to act within a war, and these two things principally do have a distinction from one another.
Correct.
However, while I appreciate the recognition of the distinction, the idea that the cause
I'll
for
subscribe.
war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't believe if you look at their
I don't
actions
know if
in war
that's
or the
worth
things that
it.
they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
Are you not already subscribed? I don't know. We don't tolerate anti-Semitism. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Finkelstein probably is anti-Semitic. I don't know. What was he? What do you mean you threw him out?
No. The
Like
point.
taking land
No,
back.
the point I was making was, what was Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th? And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm
Because the fact that they attack civilians shows their intent. When you unlock subs on Twitch, I'll subscribe. True. I don't get it. Like, the fact that they are willing to attack civilians, whether or not they also attack military targets, it's fine if they also attack military targets. But like, the fact that they are attacking civilians shows that their intent isn't purely military, right? It shows that their intent isn't like resistance. It shows that it's either genocidal or yeah. Genocide is a strong term, but like,
I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities. And as far as let's say, the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks. I said, I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted Israeli civilians or actions that
I can't believe he thinks it's legitimate to seize Israeli population centers. Like, I keep watching. Someone on my screen was wearing Evil Morty. It's the short sleeve shirt, man, and I don't even. Can I wear this over it? I like my long sleeve. What if I put Evil Morty over my long sleeve shirt? Wait, I don't like that I suggested that idea. No. I don't want to wear it. Chat. Ophelia, I think you're the only other one here right now. Do you want the Evil Morty shirt? If my real fans want the Evil Morty shirt that this guy bought me, then I'll wear the Evil Morty shirt. Put it over the shirt? Do it? That... No. Well, Ophelia said no. Sorry, Josh. Don't know what to tell you. It's cringe. Well, he bought it for me because it's cringe. That's the joke. I am your real fan. I don't know why you would assume my streams ever. Don't you have a Jackbox shirt to buy? Oh, true. My streams would never be cringe.
should reasonably have been expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as by definition illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
illegitimate means they are not legitimate. I have a problem
Condemning
with,
your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem with selective outrage. and I have a
Don't
problem with
just true me. You said you'd buy it and we're at a public. Which one is it? Which? I don't remember which Jack Black I'm supposed to buy. Ungrateful streamer, true. I have Nessa's big time. Yeah, I saw Nessa's story.
selective condemnation. And as I explained to you a few minutes ago,
I don't
in
remember,
my
dude. I don't even.
decades
If you can
of
find the
appearing in
link,
public and
man.
being interviewed, I have never seen. I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment.
Just stop. I don't get it. I don't get it because you're on the Palestinian side. If you were a Zionist, you'd probably be asked to condemn Israelis' actions. If you're pro-Palestinian, you're probably going to be asked to condemn the actions of people in Palestine. Like, I just don't get, like, I don't, because it's implicit in your position that you condemn the other attacks. I just don't get it. You should buy a magic carpet or like a unicorn or something. Dude, my
On an
brain
Israeli
isn't
action,
even on in this game.
exclusive
I just,
request for condemnation has to do with
Yeah.
what Palestinians do. And just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or
I don't know.
CNN,
Where's the
when
shopping
is the
district?
last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen.
I'm fairly certain you could find those clips. I mean, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't like that's just like that's like the first thing that like all fucking pro-Palestinian people ask when like if you say like you lean pro-Israel, they're like, oh, do you condemn when Israel attack? Like, I don't get it, man.
Seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there was any condemnation. There
No,
wasn't
but
much.
now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
Well, I
central.
think the
I
reason why it
see
comes
it.
up is because there's no
I don't. Where's it? I'll buy a fucking mount, but I don't even know how this
shortage
game
of
works,
international
man.
condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out a million times, that there are 50 billion UN resolutions. You've got Amnesty International. You've got multiple bodies of the UN. You've got now this case.
Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, Israel is always is condemned heavily, like internationally, like all the fucking time. Yeah.
Jay, so there's no question of if there's condemnation
But
for
sorry
Israel.
if I
Was
can
there
interrupt
any
you. In
questions about-
1948, the
Do I have to buy a mount from the crown shop? I don't have that many crowns. Chat. I can't afford like any of these, man. Buy crowns? No. By the way, if you want to join my Discord server, it's a few farm streamers, plus there's a channel called Ophelia's Nudes. True.
entire
What? It's a few political streamers who love debate politics. You could farm subscribers. Yeah, if you send the link, I'll join it. You're in mine, so it's only fair.
the world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state in the entire
No,
world.
except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
Not the entire world.
okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, and then also just my
Western
quick question-
democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My
That's
quick
what
question
you're
was: you said that you believe that there's a very short one. You don't have to. It's just you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I
Would
don't
you
think there's a maybe there.
I don't think I can afford any of these mounts. There has to be mounts that you can buy of gold, right?
The
Okay, you think they
Palestinians have-
absolutely had a just cause for it. Do you
Yes.
think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay. All right. You can say your cause.
Okay.
Sorry, wait, it's Swords of Iron. Yeah, good one, Josh. It doesn't like the YouTube emojis. It'll do the Twitch emojis, but not the YouTube ones.
First of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Muin, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Muin. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
Civilians.
When they occurred,
civilians. And I would say
This guy talks funny. I don't like it. You're talking about Finkelstein, dude. Oh my God, Finkelstein talks so slow, man. This is in 1.2 times speed, 1.25 speed right now because he talks so slow. Usually you have to put Finkelstein in like 2 times speed just so it's tolerable. But like because he's talking to Destiny and Destiny talks fast, and Benny Morris also talks kind of fast. It's
that's true for the
he
period
got a dumb name, true.
up till 1967, and
It's a mistake if you have Finkel in your names and stay out of the public eye. True. Alright, I'm in your Discord server. Economics, philosophy, videos, politics, memes. How do I get roles? Are there roles? What if I want a virtue signal with my with like roles, so I can say I'm a base new liberal. All right, back to Finkel.
And I think it's accurate.
I didn't really do the role thing. I mean, to be fair, I didn't in my server either, but I'll give a roll. You could say you're base new liberal any day of the week. I mean, it's in my Discord bio, I think. My Discord bio says new Keynesian and non-resistant non-believer. So
The first Intifada. There, it seems to me you were in conformity with most mainstream accounts. And in the case of the first Intifada, you also used, surprisingly, you used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq, which I think Muin worked for.
I need like a membership to do anything now. Fuck. I don't want to spend money on a membership. Golem Court. How do I go to I don't know the map of this place. Go to Golem Court. Where's the map?
During the first Intifada. That's true. But then something very strange happens. So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange which happened. Is the Arabs rejecting
Okay, wait.
peace offers?
That's
what happened.
By accepting the Oslo agreements.
Yeah.
Not the,
By rejecting, he's talking about Camp David and Camp David.
If we have time,
Hold
I
on,
know
let
the
me-
record
I'm gonna
very
move
well.
Discord over
I'd be
here.
very happy to go through it with you. But let's get to those double standards. So, this is what you have to say about Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant to harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides, and took care not to harm Lebanese and Palestinian civilians. You then went on to acknowledge the massive use of IDF firepower against civilians during the siege of Beirut, which traumatized Israeli society. Mars quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon War. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon War. I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon War in which the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian.
And libertarian? I know, did not. I'm the opposite of a libertarian. Hey, wait a minute. No, I don't like this.
Lebanese were killed overwhelmingly civilians. The biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide. Biggest bloodletting.
Wait, Golem
I would
Court.
say I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, voluminous, huge volumes. I'll just take one example. Now, you will remember, because I think you served in Lebanon in 82, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept a war diary. So, with your permission, allow me to describe what he wrote during his diary. So, he writes, the war machine of the IDF is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating a total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell of corpses, destruction and
no, the
continue.
point-
I
Does
hear.
that,
made.
does that,
What you're- point you're making,
does
actually,
that sound like
what
your
the point
description
you're-
of the Lebanon War?
Forget my descriptions.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making.
are in print. We can't
no,
just
let me
forget
just
them.
finish my sentence. The point you're making, which you somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who strongly criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking
You
about
don't
you,
find that.
Mr. Morris.
Don't
I'm not
get
talking
me.
about Dev
Don't hear me out. It's the
I'm
left
talking
wing.
about you, the historian.
Oh my
How
God.
did you depict the Lebanon
Because
War?
I believe
Yeah.
that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian
So
casualty.
Dev,
As
Some
I
of the
think
city
they
as
tried-
well.
Dev,
as I think they've tried
all
to
the
do in
all the
Gaza now.
accounts by Robert Fisk and Pity the
Robert
Nation.
Fisk is
yeah,
an
I know. All the, I know.
anti-Zionist
I know.
journalist.
I know.
Has always been.
Right. So
always
that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
There weren't-
civilians.
I'm bro with someone else because he's cool. Check out non-fun. He's cute and based. Thanks right now. Or thanks. Jesus.
Because there weren't.
I just can't. This is so annoying. I just don't. I don't. I'm so like. I've become. I hate how much I've become like so like West good pilled. Cause like I don't understand, like they constantly like bring up the stuff like, oh, a hospital was struck. It's like, oh, okay, well, what do they think? You've infiltrated a political stream of space. Good job, bro. Yeah, sick. That's good though. I know. I just hate like I hate how like it's because the people around me are like super left leaning. So it's just annoying because they're like, oh yeah, we do bad things, but like even the fucked up shit that Israel does do. So wait, okay. What's the there's a city in Lebanon that like Israel carpet bombed. Was it Dahia Doctrine? Yeah, Dahia Doctrine. Yeah. Israel's like basically morale bombing, right? It's a military strategy involving the destruction of civilian infrastructure to pressure hostile regimes. So like I think we can like look at this and say like, wow, that, you know, morale bombing and stuff, that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of, you know, I think that's bad. But like, it's like the reason Israel was doing this was basically in the long run to prevent civilian casualties, because they thought by doing this wrongly, right, that they were like pressuring Lebanon into surrendering, right? Like it's just so like, yeah. The Israeli Defense Force on the civilian infrastructure Gaza Strip may constitute the extension of the doctrine. If your friends are in America, bad people dump them. Listen, some of them dumped me. I don't want to like leak DMs or anything, but I had a friend from school that like we literally got into an argument about like Israel Palestine, and like I don't know at the end of our conversation, last conversation, I don't even know what she was arguing, because I literally like asked her like, so you think like Gaza has a justification to invade Israel proper because in 1948 this land was stolen? Like I don't it seemed like she was unironically arguing that Palestine just has a right to constantly invade Israel. And I was like, I think the thing that made her block me was I said, at some point you have to accept it's not your land anymore, and you have to start making efforts for peace. And to that she said like, you're so white. Oh my God, I can't talk to you anymore.
Yeah, you
And
didn't?
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks
Yes, there are
on civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1982 war is
Oh wait, sorry. I have to.
so shocking, it makes my innards writhe. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of defensive shield,
When the Arabs were bombing, when Arab suicide bombers were destroying Jews in masses in buses and in restaurants. That's the Second Intifada. Do you remember that?
You can try
Suicide bombers in Jerusalem's buses and restaurants.
I am completely
and in Tel Aviv.
aware of that. But if you forgot the numbers,
I don't forget
it was 3-1 The
They
number
killed
yeah,
mostly armed
no,
Palestinian
I know
gunmen.
that's what you say
That's
in
what
your
I
book.
said.
Oh my God,
but
that's what
not
you
Amnesty
say.
International said. That's not what.
Haha, that's always, yeah. It's always the last thing they try. It's Jesus. Sorry, I'm tired. That's always the last thing they try after they're defeated. Yeah, but you're white, so sorry, you're wrong. That's how you know. I mean, like, we weren't like super close. It's not like we
Human
were like
rights, like I
super
said.
close friends or anything. Like, we were like acquaintances. It was just, yeah.
Remember what
That's
they
not
said?
what I do.
No,
That's not what
I don't know
Zelensky
whether their
said.
figures are right.
Listen,
My figures are right.
Listen.
In the second
Professor
Intifada,
Mars.
some
Professor
4,000
Mars.
Palestinians.
Where was
Professor
Galencourt?
Most
I
of
don't
them
remember.
were armed people, and the
No,
Israelis,
that's a
1,000
complete-
Israelis were killed.
no,
Almost
I
all
think
of
you're
them.
kind of.
Professor-
I think you're
Professor
trying to give high
Mars.
schoolers that try to involve themselves in politics too much credit. I mean, like, I don't. Yeah, they're learning how to be. Yeah, I mean, too. I'm also a high schooler. Like, but I don't know. She's just they're just Hassan viewers, like, quite frankly. Like, I don't know, like, yeah. And not based. Very Sam Harris viewers.
fantasy, but I'm not going to argue with here. Here's a simple challenge. You said not to look at the camera.
Sometimes.
Scares the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are going to scare them.
No, Professor Mars.
Open challenge.
Words are in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some will say cherry pick, but I think accurately quote you. Here's a simple challenge.
I don't understand. I think I accurately quote you. Well, you're in the room with the person and he's like, no, that's out of context, and then explains the context behind it. It's just so fucking dumb, man.
Answer me in print. Answer what I wrote and show where I'm making things up. Answer me.
Answer me in print.
Familiar, I'm sorry, but
Okay,
I'm not familiar
no,
with
that's no problem. You're a busy man. You're an important historian. You don't have to know everything that's in print, especially by modest publishers. But now you know. And so here's the public challenge. You answer and show where I cherry picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the article, I
And,
will
fine,
respond.
and then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
I'm not
and
sure we will agree, even if
we don't have to
Yeah, yeah,
agree.
well, I understand that,
It's
okay.
for the reader to decide, looking at both sides,
Okay.
where does truth stand.
No,
said
and if
the-
I may ask, it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible, because listeners who are not familiar with the literature. So, like, whatever was written, just express it, condense the key idea, and then we can debate that.
Dude, I love how Lex has to step in and be like, well, can you just, like, say what he wrote? Because nobody's not going to know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, dude.
Ideas,
No,
discuss
there are
ideas.
two aspects. There's a public debate, but there's also written words.
Yes, I'm just telling you that you, as an academic historian, put a lot of value in the written word, and I think it is valuable. But in this
He's
context,
incidentally not the only historian who puts value to words.
Yes.
I also do, actually.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
so we
in
don't
More
get-
than just one or two sentences at a time. yeah.
but in this context, just for the education.
Forgot you guys are high schoolers. Yeah. Well, technically, I'm graduated now, so
Well,
Yeah,
the
there's that.
educational purpose
because I graduated a whole semester early.
is why would people commit what I have to acknowledge, because I am faithful to the facts, massive atrocities on October 7th? Why did that happen? And I think that's the problem. The past is erased, and we suddenly went from 1948 to October 7th, 2023. And there's a problem there.
Oh my
So
god.
first of all, you have complete freedom to backtrack, and we'll go there with you. Obviously, we can't cover every single year, every single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to the Lebanon War? I looked at the book that he got this from, and what the quote was
Oh,
from.
goddammit, oops.
Um,
Oh, he looked up the book in real time. Oh no, let's see how bad Norm misrepresented this quote.
It sounds cold to say it, but war is tragic and civilians die. There is no war that this has not happened in the history of all of humankind. The statement that Israel might take care not to target civilians is not incompatible with a diary entry from someone who said they saw civilians getting killed. I think that sometimes we do a lot of weird games when we talk about international humanitarian law or laws that govern conflict, where we say things like civilians dying is a war crime, or civilian homes or hospitals getting destroyed is necessarily a war crime, or is necessarily somebody intentionally targeting civilians without making distinctions between military targets or civilian ones. I think that when we analyze different attacks, or when we talk about the conduct of the military, I think it's important to understand, like, prospectively from the unit
Oh fuck, I can't heal.
of analysis of the actual military committing the acts, what's happening and what are the decisions being made, rather than just saying retrospectively, oh, well, a lot of civilians died, not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got another side, I'll fast forward to Hamas, that intentionally attempts to induce those same civilian numbers, because Hamas is guilty of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that Norm loves to cite. Hamas is guilty of all of these same war crimes, of them failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attack. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, as in terms of how international law defines it, not how Amnesty International defines it, but Amnesty International.
Did you say you're a high schooler before? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I've said I'm 18, but technically, like I said, I am graduated. Like I was just.
Describes times of human shielding, but they don't actually apply the correct international legal standard.
Know what's the correct
I know absolutely.
Law. You
no,
haven't
no, I absolutely.
You haven't
I absolutely.
I think,
but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Believe it or not, Normal, the entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful website.
You know
but I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm, that it's not just enough to say like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell. Civilians die. It's a fact of life, and you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking about Hamas, all of a sudden you've discovered morality, and you've discovered condemnation.
Oh my God! He actually can't do like the simplest of moral analysis. Is oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He can't understand. He can't. His brain is so broken. His brain is so fucked. Oh my God, that was the dumbest statement I've ever heard. Oh my God. Intentions matter. Jesus, Destiny literally just talked about how intentions matter and how he just said there's evidence that Hamas is intentionally trying to inflict this type of damage, whereas with Israel it's incidental. Obviously the civilians are going to die either way because it's war and it's tragic and it's bad and we should try to reduce it, but there's evidence that Israel tries to reduce it whereas Hamas tries to maximize it. Oh my God, what is he? Oh my God.
Nation, and you've discovered intent, and you are.
Oh my God, I'm gonna kill myself.
Unfortunately, far from alone in this. I'll give you. You know who for me is a perfect example.
Well, wait, hold on. Just in response, we don't need examples.
So,
no, the false equivalency of the two sides is astounding. When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that.
Well, they did happen to stumble into it.
They did, but
killed 300
yeah,
people.
but they did. But when they stumbled into it, it wasn't an issue of trying to figure out a military target or not. They weren't failing a distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just to kill civilians. Even the Amnesty International in 2008 and in 2014 and even today will.
Look, I don't think you'll find anyone who will deny that Hamas has targeted civilians.
Sure.
You gave the example
but there's a difference because
of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. I mean, facts are facts.
Sure. But I'm saying that the Hamas targeting of civilians is different than the incidental loss of life that occurs when Israel does.
How, genocide is the intentional mass murder.
Genocide is an entirely separate claim.
Yeah,
right?
but the idea that Israel is not in the business of intentionally targeting civilians, I know that's what we're supposed to believe, but the historical record stands very clearly.
I don't believe it does.
You've written about it yourself.
When you say historical, do you mean like in the 40s to the 60s, or do you mean like over the past like last?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, why would he go back to the historical record? Because it's probably true. Like, I don't know. It's a history of like every fucking army probably targeting civilians at some point. Like, I don't understand. Like, it doesn't just focus on what they're doing now.
The last century to the 20s of this century. I just like to make the way you characterized it. I think the best example of that I've come across during this specific conflict is John Kirby, the White House spokesman. I've named him Tears Testosterone for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell, it's a fact of life, get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down in tears.
Understood that one is.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! They can't do basic moral analysis. Oh my God! They just keep trying to draw equivalencies. Oh my God! Their brain is so fucked. 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 Their brain is so fucked.
One isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried.
Destiny L. No, this is like the biggest Destiny W ever. It's not even a Destiny W. It's just this guy. It's just the other guy L. Because he like actually can't do a basically moral. He doesn't understand intent. He doesn't understand the difference between like proportionality and distinction and like all the fucking shit we read with that one.
No, he was speaking facts. The Hamas
Oh
guys
my
who
God!
attacked the
Oh
kibbutzim,
my God!
apart
You're
from
coping.
that-
What do you mean? I'm coping. I'm not coping here. I think like there are like times in here where like they have made good points, but this is just insane. This is just insane. You're spiraling. Yeah, I am spiraling because he like can't understand basic intent moral analysis is.
Attacks on the military sites. When they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations
better.
and
You
fight.
know
You don't
better.
know better. No, you don't know Israeli pilots. That's the problem.
Thank God.
You know, you don't know
I
Israeli
know, thank
pilots.
God.
They believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain
I'm sure they believe
objectives,
it.
and
I'm
that's
sure
what they
they
attack.
believe it.
And if the
I'm
Hamas
sure
is
they believe
hiding
it.
behind
I'm sure they
civilians,
believe
civilians
every
die.
time they target,
Simple as
every
that.
time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they kid, when they.
Stop saying target. Oh my god. There's a difference between target and killing. Oh my god. I'm gonna.
They believe.
Yeah,
they
I
were
know they believed it,
Hamasniks.
even though they were
You know that,
diminutive
but they-
size.
you know
Even
that-
though they were
Nah, from
diminutive.
that angle, you don't see the
Yeah,
size.
no, they saw
You
it.
don't see the size.
Let's see the size.
Oh, I know
Here.
what he's quoting
Here,
from, but you've lied about this particular
Yeah.
instance in the past.
Mr.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound.
I'm with Norm. How can you be with Norm here? Norm is you're fucking lying here.
Operated from. They literally
Mr.
did. You can
Borelli,
Google it. You can
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
with all
Mr.
due
Finkelstein.
respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
Can you tell him to keep it down? I'm doing calc.
That wharf was filled with journalists. There were tens, scores of
Norm is
journalists.
owning little bro. Norm is like literally. He can't do a basic moral analysis right now. Like, I don't understand. Like, there were like some points that Norm brought up when they were talking about the history in 1948 that I thought were like okay points, but this is just, he just can't understand the difference between like intentionally targeting people and incidental deaths, and I don't get it.
Journalists. That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful.
Hamas naval-
It's so painful to.
Just ask the question, what did Israel think it was doing when it killed those kids? Israel thought that it was blowing up terrorists. Intentions matter when it comes to the moral standing of the perpetrators. Like, I don't.
Listen to this idiocy.
And to be clear, on the other side,
let's-
you're implying that a
okay,
strike was okayed on the Israeli
okay.
side, where they said we're just
I
going to kill
said-
Israel lying like usual? What do you mean lying?
4 Palestinian children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
let's-
Right,
okay,
as you said,
do
right,
you
you
believe-
don't tell a
okay,
journalist. Do you
here-
think that they
here we
would
go.
out to kill
Here we
four
go.
children?
Here we go.
They will never answer that
I will
question.
answer the question.
Pilots were out to
I will
kill
even
4
answer
children.
And it was a-
morons.
They're liars. I'm sure Israel has lied before, but like I don't. It like their actions don't make sense if they're intentionally like targeting civilians, because they literally call residents and tell them to evacuate. They drop leaflets. They run their phone banks. I already said they call civilians, tell them to leave, and they like I don't understand. Can you tell them to keep it down? I'm doing coke based. I just don't like. They warned all of northern Gaza to evacuate. They declared safe zones. They open up humanitarian corridors. Like, it seems like they try to do a lot of things to minimize civilian casualties. Like, I don't
That was a
understand.
strike. That was a drone strike. So it was approved all the way up the chain that we're going to kill children today. We're going to kill Palestinian
You want me
children
to
today.
answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer. In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza.
That was a completely different attack, man. I don't know, like, why the hell you're pivoting to that. He's gonna say the Great March of Return in Gaza. He's gonna mention like the UN report. 200,000 civilians were killed for no good reason. That's true. And when we see those things, we should look at that and like we should ask questions. But it's just, oh my god, check out the streamer Nick Fuentes. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? It's so fucked. Like, I think when Israel does things like that, like, you should look at that and, like, ask questions. It's fair to ask questions, but, like, it looks like the reason that, they did that was, like, because of poor training. Like, it wasn't, I don't know. It just doesn't.
By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent.
But organized by the Hamas.
With whoever organized
I don't,
it.
okay. When he says overwhelmingly nonviolent, there were certain protests in that whole movement that were nonviolent. Dude, I keep dying because I'm not even paying attention to the game. There were certain, like, protests that were nonviolent the whole time, but, God, literally, people had, I think they had Molotov cocktails and they had the incendiary balloons that they would try to, have, like, explosives attached to balloons that they would launch into Israel. Yeah, Jesus. I don't.
It's by Satan. Let's start.
Satan,
with
yeah.
that.
Okay,
No,
Satan.
yeah.
I agree. Let's go for the big one. The big Megillah. It's Satan, okay? overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resembled at the beginning the first
bombs here and there,
first
but
Intifada.
they threw
Represent
bombs
the
here and
first,
there,
yeah,
yeah.
okay, not bombs. But
They
let's
tried to make
okay.
holes in the fence,
Okay,
obviously.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
So,
But I'm not sure Israel behaved morally in that
okay,
respect.
okay.
No,
but
no,
you-
no.
Okay, wait.
I'm willing to grant you that.
Please.
I'm willing to
Allow
grant you.
allow me to.
You don't have to pursue
allow
it,
me.
'cause I'm willing to grant
allow me to finish.
I don't know anything about this.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
So, as you know, along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. They were
But-
snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right.
The
Because
editorializing
hey,
support.
laugh! It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about
It's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects
Okay,
of violence to it.
okay,
According, even the UN
okay,
says it
okay,
themselves.
Okay.
But you only
Even
like-
the UN said when they did their investigation, I think that said that they even during the like the 200 that they didn't have a right to kill. I think they even said that one person they had a reasonable they were reasonable in shooting that person because he did actually pose a threat. Like I don't.
What the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't
I can read
understand-
from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards
say-
to the Great March of Return,
Please
they said,
stop with your
while the
idiotic-
vast majority of
with your
protesters
idiotic-
So Norma's allowed to quote whatever he wants, but as soon as Destiny quotes something,
acted in a peaceful manner,
No, listen to
during
what he's
most
saying.
protests,
Did-
dozens have
did you
approached the
just
fence,
agree with
attempting
me,
to
Mr.
damage it,
Did the
burning
wall-
fires,
did I
throwing
say
stones and
overwhelmingly
Molotov cocktails
nonviolent?
towards Israeli forces,
Okay.
flying incendiary
Okay,
kites and balloons
okay.
into Israeli territory. The latter resulted
Yeah,
in
but-
extensive
but you
damage to
don't-
agricultural land and
okay.
nature reserves inside
Okay.
Israel and risked the lives
Yeah,
of Israeli
because
civilians.
Mr.
Some incidents of
Mr.
shooting and
Borelli-
throwing of explosives
Yeah,
were also
talk
reported.
fast, so
I'm just
people
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the
Okay,
UN.
Yeah, but you
I know
see,
you like them sometimes,
got
only when
the
they agree with you,
You
though.
got the months wrong. You got the months wrong. We're talking about the beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that march as mostly
Okay,
peaceful.
allow me.
this is about to definitely yeah. It's I think Destiny said like after he did it, like he tried to be respectful for a while, and then I think he said like they took a break, and Benny Morris, this guy, his partner, said like, "Hey, I'm gonna head to bed. Y'all have a good one." Yeah, thanks, Ophelia. Well, I'm in your Discord server now, so. Religion. Oh no. Wait, where's the news? You lied. There's not even a news channel here. What the freak?
Finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now you'll find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately
hidden.
targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the international
It wasn't a
investigation?
march, it was a campaign
Yeah,
which
whatever
went
you
on
want to call
for
it.
months.
Whatever you want to call
For
it.
months.
Yeah. What did the UN investigation find?
Well, he just read it. to you.
I read the report. I don't read things off of those machines. I read the report. What did it find?
I don't read things off of those machines.
Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're
It
going to say it found that
targeted
only one or
children,
two of them were
targeted
justified
children,
killings.
targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by
God.
trees.
If it's true, if what you're
If
saying
it's
is true,
true,
if what you're
By the
saying
way,
is true,
just quick pause.
Mm-hmm.
I think everything was fascinating to listen to except the mention of hilarious. Nobody finds any of this hilarious. And if
And
any of us are
they're
laughing,
not there.
it's not at the suffering of civilians or suffering of anyone. It's at the obvious joyful camaraderie in the room. So I'm enjoying it, and also the joy of learning. So thank you.
Can we talk about the targeting civilian thing a little bit? I think there's like an important
Great
underlying,
March, you mean? Yeah.
not necessarily that. I think it's important to understand. Yeah, I think it's important to understand. There's like three different things here that we need to think about. So one is a policy of killing civilians. Do we? So I would ask the other side. I'm going to ask all three because I know there won't be a short answer. Do you think there is a policy top down from the IDF to target civilians? That's one thing. A second thing is
He said yes.
When I yeah, sure, okay,
Muy-
yeah, that's fine.
muy
Okay,
answer
but
yes.
then the second thing is, or there's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure undoubtedly there have been cases where IDF soldiers, for no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done. That would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by
and
the Rome
some,
Statute and
and some
ICC.
have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm
According to
absolutely
you
sure.
in
Hold
your
on, wait,
book,
wait,
practically none.
I'm sure.
According to you in your book,
I'm sure.
practically
I'm
none.
Oh
sure
my
that we would all
God.
pay for soldiers that that happens. But I think that it's important
I think that it's important that when we talk about military strikes, when we talk about things especially involving bombings or drone attacks, these are things that are signed off by multiple different layers of command, by multiple people involved in an operation, including intelligence gathering, including weaponeering, and there also have typically lawyers involved. When you make the claim that an IDF soldier shot a Palestinian, those three people, the three hostages that came up with white flags, and something horrible happened, I think that's a fair statement to make, and I think a lot of criticism is deserved. But when you make the statement that 4 children were killed by a strike, the claim that you're making, the claim that you're making is that multiple levels of the IDF signed off on just killing.
I have no idea what
That's
motivated.
great. If you don't understand the process, then let me educate you. I can tell you, I do
the
understand the process. I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain you right now.
Yes.
It's basic military. You can ask anybody that's
Aside
talked
from
about.
Wikipedia, can you tell me what your knowledge of the IDF is?
You can talk to people who work in the military.
What's your knowledge of the IDF?
Your audience can look this up. Do you think that bombing and strikes are decided by one person in the field? Do you think one person
Can I
is in control of
respond
an airplane or a drone strike?
The pilot doesn't do it on
Yes,
his own.
strike
Can I
cells have
respond?
entire apparatuses that are designed to figure out how to strike and who to strike. So when you say that 4 children are targeted, you're saying that a whole apparatus is trying to murder 4 Palestinian children.
You make my argument better than me.
Ridiculous argument.
Because, really, that it's impossible at the command level. It's impossible at the command level. But you said that they couldn't have done it at the bottom if it weren't also at the top.
You don't understand the strength of the claim that you're making. You're saying that from a top-down level, that lawyers, multiple commanders, all these people signed off
do not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
4 Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a single. Yeah, I know books are a waste of time. With all due regard,
Well,
there.
the only thing you take from them are 2 or 3 quotes that you use.
I completely respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on a basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the facts right.
Benny Moore's books for the listener.
I would never say books are a waste of time, and it's regrettable to you that you got strapped with a partner who thinks that all the wisdom.
He didn't say they're a waste of time.
I'd like to respond to what you were saying. I think the question that we're trying to answer,
I think you don't understand Israel. You know,
let me finish,
really
please.
understands Israel.
I think we're
how
all
it works.
I think we're all agreed that Palestinians have deliberately targeted civilians, whether we're talking about Hamas and Islamic Jihad today or previously.
I prefer the word murdered and raped rather than targeted. Targeted is too soft for what the Hamas did.
I'm okay with
I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about this now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer his question.
Yeah.
Historically, there is substantial evidence that Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether it's been incidental or systematic is a different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge debate about whether any Israeli has ever sunk so low as to target
why
a
can't I
civilian.
heal?
No, we've agreed. Both said that. We've just said that this has happened here.
Okay, and I think
we've agreed on that.
I think
What we're saying is it's not policy, which is what you guys are
Okay.
implying, that they kill civilians deliberately.
if I understand you correctly, you're basically making the claim that none of these attacks could have happened without going through an entire chain of command.
For strike cells that are involved in like drone attacks or plane attacks or
My understanding of the Israeli military, and you could perhaps you've served in it, you would know better. It's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No, that's not true. Especially not the Air Force.
I don't know. We read that one thing. How Israel makes its targeting decisions. It's just like they literally for a lot of operations like drone strikes, they literally like consult lawyers. They had the MAG and the MAG I think is an organization in Israel that IDF's MAG Corps is an exceptionally competent group of advisors on the law of armed conflict. Yeah, I forget what this stands for, but this is like literally the IDF. This is like the IDF's fucking lawyer division. Military Advocate General. Responsible for implementing the rule of law in the IDF. Yeah, like I don't understand. Like before they do strikes, they fucking call the lawyers, and then there's another international group. Shit. There's I think there's another group that like Israel will consult sometimes. That's not based in Israel, but it's like an international group. Yeah.
Extremely organized. The Air Force works in a very organized fashion, as he says, with lawyers, chain of command, and ultimately the pilot drops the bomb where he's told to drop it.
In Protective Edge, was that 200 strikes in like 60 seconds, I think? I think at the opening of Protective Edge? Like, the coordination between...
You're talking about 2008.
I think Protective Edge was 2014. But I'm just saying that the coordination in the military is pretty tight.
My understanding of the Israeli military is that it's quite chaotic, and there's also a lot of testimonies from Israel. But be that as it may, okay, I'm prepared to accept both of your contentions that it's a highly organized and disciplined force. Air Force, under any scenario, is going to be more organized than the other branches. And you're saying such a strike would have been inconceivable.
I'm not necessarily saying inconceivable. I'm just saying that that would have required
you're basically
murderous intent for so many people. I don't think good evidence has been presented to say that that's...
Your basic claim is that it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have only been carried out with multiple levels of authorization and signing off. Okay, let's accept that.
That's how drone strikes work, yeah.
We have now seen incident after incident after incident after incident where entire families are vaporized in single strikes.
Who is in the families? Who lives in the house?
Family
inside?
members.
No,
family
or next
members.
to the house
Family
in which
members.
these families are
We
killed.
have seen incident after...
Do you know that Hamasniks weren't in that house? Do you know that their ammunition dumps weren't
Why
in
do I
those
have
houses?
to prove a negative?
You're saying that they deliberately targeted families. If Israel wanted to kill civilians in Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of strikes they've done.
And therefore,
the fact that they've only killed a certain small number...
30,000 is a small number.
Small number in
We
proportion.
consider 30,000
small
a small
number in
number.
proportion over 4 months
12,000
probably
children
is an
is
indication
only.
that
12,000
it's
children is
targeted and that there are
only.
Hamas targets in these places.
So I've given
12,000 children is only. And if that's the case, why is it... Yeah, you said only. Only. No, Professor Mars, here's a question for you. If we take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, every combat zone in the world.
In Vietnam, the Americans killed
I said,
a million
I'm not
people.
talking about
They could have
Vietnam.
killed 40 million.
I was in the anti-war movement. So don't
Americans
strap me.
killed a million people in Vietnam.
Fine. And 30 million Russians were killed. So during World War II, so everything else is irrelevant. Okay. Here's a question.
Stick to
Professor Mars, here's a question. It's very perplexing. If you take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, and you multiply the number of children killed by 4, every combat zone in the world.
Oh my God, who cares? Intentions matter. That's the whole point of what you're talking about right now, dude.
You get Gaza. Okay? So when you
What is
say...
that supposed to prove?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Just shut up.
You're relying
and I'll
on
tell you.
Hamas numbers.
Just
No,
shut
I'm
up.
not relying. I'm relying on the numbers that everybody else... I'm relying on the numbers.
Even if we take the numbers, though, what does that prove?
Those are Hamas numbers.
Okay.
Which may not
Fine,
be true.
fine,
They could invent
fine.
anything because
I
you know
think-
that they are
I
a
think
mendacious organization.
I know mendacious, believe me.
You like words.
mendacious as in the
Mendacious
Israeli
organization.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, so here's the thing. You say they could have killed 500,000, but they only killed only. That's your words.
I'm
they
not I'm
only
saying that
killed
if you,
30,000.
If you believe that they deliberately target civilians, they would have killed many more. The fact is that they don't deliberately target civilians.
Professor Morris, for a
you don't understand
for a
Israeli
historian,
society.
I
You
don't
don't
want to
understand how it
understand
works.
Israeli society.
You
If you want to know the
don't
truth,
understand
I don't want to. I don't want to get inside their heads.
That's the problem.
90% of
a good historian tries to get into the heads of
there's a limit.
the various protagonists.
There's a limit. When
That's what a good historian's all
90% of Israelis think that Israel's using enough or too little force in Gaza, I don't want to get inside that head.
Oh my
40%
God.
think that Israel's using insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head of people who think they're using insufficient force
Historians
against the
must understand.
population,
No.
against the population, half of which is children. I don't want to get inside that head. But here's the point, because your partner wants to know the point. You don't understand political constraints. One of your ministers said, let's drop an atomic bomb on
Do you
Gaza.
think he really meant that?
He said it 3
you-
No.
Hey,
It was said in a sort of a
Professor
very
Morris,
questionable
the
way.
day
He didn't
after-
say they should drop
Professor
an
Morris,
atomic
the day
I'm not
after
supporting
the
him. He's an
Professor
idiot.
Morris,
This
none
minister
other-
is
none
a
other- none other-
messianic
none other
idiot.
than
But
Israel's-
he didn't say drop an atomic bomb.
None other than Israel's chief historian, the justifiably famed Benny Morris, thinks we should be dropping nuclear weapons on Iran.
Iran has for years, its leaders for years have said we should destroy Israel. You agree with that? They've said we should destroy Israel. Israel must be destroyed. Is that correct? This is what the Iranian leaders have been saying since Khomeini.
I would say Iranian leaders have sent mixed messages.
Okay, but some of them have said, including
Mr. Burrell,
Khamenei
if you don't
and
know the
Khomeini.
evidence, if you don't know the evidence,
This
why
is
are you laughing?
skepticism. It's very funny.
It's funny
Iran
because
that supports
it's-
Hezbollah and the
okay,
Houthis
okay.
and Hamas.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
they want Israel destroyed.
Brace yourself.
Wait.
To the extent that the Houthis
It's
are trying,
complicated.
to the extent that the Houthis are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza,
One, there
No,
is no
there's-
genocide.
no
They don't have
genocide.
the right to
I
attack
support-
civilian ships.
I
I know
support-
you selectively
Oh,
support
no.
international
There's no
law when
genocide.
it
I
agrees
support-
with you,
okay.
and then when it doesn't, you decide to throw
If
international law
There's
to
no
the wind.
genocide in Gaza.
If you
There's no
like,
genocide.
Hold on a second. Norm,
let me read what you said.
Norm, stop, please. Norm, just for me, please. Just give it. You said that there's no genocide going on in Gaza. Let me ask that clear question.
Yeah.
The same question I asked on the Hamas attacks. Is there, from a legal, philosophical, moral perspective, is there genocide going on in Gaza today?
Is there a genocide going on in Gaza? Well, in several years, we will have a definitive response
But at the
to that
moment-
question.
So the-
What has happened thus far is that on the 29th of December, the Republic of South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel pursuant to the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. South Africa basically accused Israel of perpetrating genocide in the Gaza Strip. On the 26th of January, the court issued its initial ruling. The court at this stage is not making a determination on whether Israel has or has not committed genocide. So just as it has not found Israel guilty, it certainly also hasn't found Israel innocent. What the court had to do at this stage was take one of two decisions. Either South Africa's case was the equivalent of a frivolous lawsuit and dismiss it and close the proceedings, or it had to determine that South Africa presented a plausible case that Israel was violating its obligations
God damn it,
under
the
the
fucking
Genocide
minion.
Convention, and that it would, on that basis, hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have looked at the court's ruling of the 26th of January and focused on the fact that the court did not order a ceasefire. I actually wasn't expecting it to order a ceasefire, and I wasn't surprised that it didn't, because in the other cases that the court has considered, most prominently Bosnia and Myanmar, it also didn't order a ceasefire. And South Africa, in requesting a ceasefire, also didn't ask the court to render an opinion on the legitimacy or lack thereof of Israel's military operation. From my perspective, the key issue on the 26th of January was whether the court would simply dismiss the case or decide to proceed with it.
And it decided to proceed.
And it decided to proceed. And I think that's enormously.
I thought that was
I think that's
beautifully
enormously
But you said they committed
significant.
genocide. You already said they committed genocide.
I also
That
like-
Israel
I
is
said-
committing genocide.
But if
You
I
used
could
that
just-
word.
Allow me.
Use that word.
That's correct.
Now,
I don't run away.
So
from
Norman,
that
you
word.
did say Israel
Norm,
committed
I would
can
genocide.
you let
Yeah.
Muin finish?
well, the end of the story is you specifically asked whether I think Israel is committing genocide. I explained formally there is no finding, and as you said, we won't know for a number of years. And I think there's legitimate questions to be raised. I mean, in the Bosnia case, which I think all four of us would agree was clearly a case of genocide, the court
You
determined.
mean by the Serbs?
Yes. In the Bosnia case, the court determined that of all the evidence placed before them, only Srebrenica qualified as genocide, and all the other atrocities committed did not qualify as genocide. You know, international law is a developing organism. I don't know how the court is going to respond in this case, so I wouldn't take it as a foregone conclusion how the court is going to respond.
But Norman has determined already.
I have too, because you're asking my personal
opinion is also.
So as a matter of law, I want to
Oh
state
my
very
God.
clearly, it has not been determined and won't be determined for several years. Based on my observations and the evidence before me, I would say it's indisputable that Israel is engaged in a genocidal assault against the Palestinian people in the Gaza
Which is the
Strip.
PLO line.
Yeah, where the
Indisputable.
program, the PLO is long past.
Okay, the Palestinian Authority.
As you were saying, genocide is not a body count. Genocide consists of two elements: the destruction of a people in whole or in part. So, in other words, you can commit genocide by killing 30,000 people. It doesn't have. Well, 5 probably is below
There
the
is a problem
threshold.
with numbers.
Yes, but I think 30,000 crosses the threshold, and not reaching 500,000 is probably relevant. And the second element is there has to be an intent. In other words,
And you believe there's an intent?
yes, I think if there is any other plausible reason for why all these people are being murdered, it's not genocide. And as far as intent, Intent is
What about
personal.
hiding behind a human shield? You don't think that's a reason for them being killed?
Well, let's get the intent part out of the way first. South Africa's.
Forget South Africa. They're not the
Well,
party.
I'd like to finish.
They're
They're
I'd like-
pro-Hamas
application.
government. That's got nothing to do with
I
anything.
think they're pro-Satan as well. Last time.
No,
I
they're
checked.
pro-Hamas.
For some reason, you don't have a problem with people being pro-Israeli at the time of this, but if they support Palestinians' right to life or self-determination, they get demonized and
Not because of
delegitimized
that,
as
because they
pro-Hamas.
supported an organization which murdered 1,200 people deliberately. That's my problem.
But supporting a state that has murdered 30,000.
But they haven't,
people.
because these are 30,000.
But not but as incidental deaths, collateral damage. Oh my God! It's not as they're not as a matter of policy targeting civilians.
Okay.
Are basically human
Well, just to
shields
get back-
used by the Hamas,
Okay.
And
in which the
just-
Hamas
and please, Nora.
wanted killed.
Okay, if
They
I
wanted
could-
them killed.
all right, if I
The
could-
Hamas wanted these people
Sure.
killed.
If I could just get.
You don't think they wanted them killed? They
No,
didn't
I don't.
provide them with shelters. They build tunnels for their fighters,
Okay,
but
if I
not
could get
one
back to my
shelter
point.
for their own civilians.
You asked me about
Of
intent.
course they want them killed.
Okay, you asked me about intent, and the reason that I bought in the South African application is because it is actually exceptionally detailed on intent by quoting
All
numerous.
sorts of idiotic
Oh my God! Can we run through all the quotes?
Well, yeah, including the Prime Minister, the Defense
the Prime
Minister,
Didn't say
the
kill,
Chief of
Didn't
Staff.
say genocide. the Chief
No,
of
he said
Staff.
Amalek.
According to
He said
Asa
Amalek.
Kasher,
Use the word
according
Amalek,
to Asa
because the
Kasher,
Hamas are a really
according
evil
to Asa
organization.
Kasher,
if I may.
according to Asa Kasher, the philosopher of
Asa Kasher,
IDF,
yeah.
he said that Netanyahu
He's
was
just an old Iranian.
avowing genocide. Now,
So-
he's an idiot.
So
I
the
didn't say
point.
he's an idiot, but he's
Yeah.
past it.
So the reason I raised the South African application is twofold:
Yeah.
Hamas or no Hamas. It's exceptionally detailed
Okay.
on the question of intent, and secondly, when the International Court of Justice issues a ruling, individual justices have the
give
right
their
can
own
give their own opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
And I found the German one to be the most interesting on this specific question, because he was basically saying that he didn't think South Africa presented a persuasive case, but he said their section on intent was so overpowering that he felt he was left with no choice but to vote with the majority. So I think that answers the intent part of your question.
So for the ICJ case that South Africa's brought, I think there's a couple things that need to be mentioned. One is, and I saw you two talk at length about this, the plausibility standard is incredibly low. The only thing we're looking for is a basic presentation of facts that make it conceivable, possible, that
Plausible.
plausible, which legally this is obviously below criminal conviction, below,
Yes, of course.
below.
Think of it as an
it's-
indictment.
Sure, possibly. Maybe even a lower level than even an indictment. So plausibility is an incredibly low standard, number one. Number two, if you actually go through and you read the complaint that South Africa filed, I would say that if you go through the quotes and you even follow through to the source of the quotes,
hate
the
idiots.
misrepresentation that South Africa does and their case about all of these horrendous quotes, in my opinion, borders on criminal.
Well, 16 ICJ.
I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever seen this girl. I don't know. I don't care. It's not irrelevant to anything.
judges disagree.
That's fine if 16 ICJ judges disagree,
He must
but
be
I'm going to
awful
give.
incompetent.
You know, they could be,
He
but
must be, even the American judge, she must have been awful incompetent if she was unable to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, based on his Wikipedia entry, was able to find.
So this is based on the official ICJ report that was
Yeah,
released. I'm not
I
sure if you
read it.
read the entire
I
thing or not.
read
Okay, that's
every
great. Did you
aspect.
go through and actually identify any of the sources for the underlying quotes?
Actually, brace yourself for this, and Moeen could
I
confirm
don't know.
it.
I don't know who these people are, and I don't
Yaniv
care.
Kogan, an Israeli, and Jamie Stern Weiner, half Israeli, they checked every single quote in the Hebrew original. And Yaniv Kogan, loved the guy. He has terrifying powers of concentration. He checked every single quote. Is that correct, Moeen? And Jamie checked every single quote in the English, in the context. And where there were any contextual questions,
Thanks,
they told
Game
us.
Boy.
Yeah, I think I found
Game
one.
Boy Flowers,
So
whatever.
I do not believe that those 15 judges, it was 15 to 2.
Oh, Jesus. I just
So 15 on the court plus 2, so it's 17, so it's 15 to 2. I don't think those 15 judges were incompetent, and I certainly don't believe the president of the court, an American, would allow herself to be duped.
Okay,
Because
well, let me read.
you might recall, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Burrell.
I think want to read one.
Let him read.
Sure. So this was taken from the South African complaint. There's tons of these, but so here's one. In the complaint for the ICJ, they said that on the 12th of October, 2023, President Isaac Herzog made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza, stating in a press conference to foreign media in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, over 1 million of whom are children, quote, It's an entire nation out there that is responsible.
Yeah.
It is not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved.
I saw that
It's
reference.
absolutely not true. And
Jesus, doesn't he yell too loud when he doesn't need to? I mean, he just
we will
wanted to
fight
read
until
the
we break
quote,
their
and
backbone.
Finkelstein
End
wasn't
quote.
letting him.
If you actually
I don't
go to
know.
the news article, that they even state, they even link it in their complaint, the full context for the quote was, quote, "It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime, which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we are at war. We are defending our homes. We are protecting our homes. That's the truth. And when a nation protects its home,
Why
it
all my
fights and we will
quests in
fight
this
until we break
tower?
their
I already
backbone."
beat the
He
tower.
acknowledged that
What the
many
hell?
Gazans had nothing to do with Hamas, but was adamant that others did. Quote, "I agree. There are many innocent Palestinians who don't agree with this, but if you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me, am I allowed to defend myself? We have to defend ourselves. We have the right to do so." This is not the same as saying there's no distinction between militants and civilians in Gaza. His statement here is actually fully compliant with international law to the letter, because if you are storing military supplies in civilian areas, these things become military targets, and you're allowed to do proportionality assessments afterwards. So if this is supposed to be one of many quotes that they've shown that is supposed to demonstrate genocidal intent, but it is very easily explained by military intent or by a conflict between two parties.
I saw that press conference.
Wait, let me just say something. All of this talk is a bit irrelevant because it
What
sounds,
the
it may
fuck?
sound
This
to
guy's
the
awesome.
listeners that the court in The Hague has ruled that Israel is committing genocide.
No, I think
but it hasn't. It hasn't.
no.
It's just going in the next few years to look at the whole subject.
Okay.
There
I
has
think
been
we're
no,
agreed on that.
no
There-
determination
there-
at all.
fine.
And as Stephen says, some of the quotes are not exactly accurate quotes
Okay.
or taken out
Total
of context.
mischaracterization.
Yes.
Okay. It is correct, as Muin put it, that it'll be several years before the court makes a determination.
And my guess is
And-
that it will determine there was no genocide.
We can only
That's my
guess.
guess.
can't-
Yes, no, I'm just giving you my guess.
I can't predict. I got it all wrong, actually, as Muin will attest. I got it all wrong the first time. I never thought the American judge would vote in favor of plausibility.
So you admit that you were wrong.
Yeah, of course. I think I tell Muin twice a day I was wrong about this and I was wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the facts. I try not to be, but my speculations, they can be wrong. Okay, leaving that aside. First of all, as Muin pointed out, there's a difference between the legal decision by the ruling and an independent judgment. Now, South
I don't
Africa was not
understand how this
filing a
fishing
frivolous
works. I
case.
skipped everything.
That was 84 pages. It was single.
Even 84
it was
pages can be
single-spaced.
frivolous.
It
was
takes an
sing-
hour and a half
it was
to read. It
single-
was not a massive case.
It was single spaced, and it had literally hundreds of footnotes.
can still be frivolous.
It's
Of course,
possible.
of course,
it
but
could
this
be.
one wasn't.
Yeah, I read the report. To tell you the truth, I followed very closely everything that's been happening to October 7th. I was mesmerized. I couldn't believe the comprehensiveness of that particular report. Number two, there are two quite respected judges. There were two quite respected experts of international law sitting on the South African panel, John Dugard and Vaughan Lowe. Vaughan Lowe, as you might know, he argued the Wall case in 2004 before the International Court of Justice. Now, they were alleging genocide, which in their view means the evidence in their minds, we're not yet at the court, the evidence in their minds compels the conclusion that genocide is being committed. I am willing, because I happen to know Mr. Dugard personally and have corresponded with Vaughan Lowe. I've heard their claim. I've read the report. I would say they make a very strong case. But let's agree plausible. Now, here's a question. If somebody qualifies for an Olympic team, let's say a regional person qualifies for an Olympic team, it doesn't mean they're going to be on the Olympic team. It doesn't mean they're going to win a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze
But
medal.
they can swim, that's what you're saying.
No, I would say that's a very high bar.
saying they can swim.
To even qualify.
Swim well enough to have a
Plausibility
realistic
is
prospect
not a
of
high
winning a
bar.
medal.
So, to even make it to plausible.
That is
High
not true.
bar.
That is not
it's
what
a
plausible
very
means.
high-
It is absolutely not. You're
Mr.
dead
Borelli,
wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
So the
I
declaration of
said,
Judge
I
Point
said
says that the court
plausibility
is not
is the
asked
same
in the present
concept as
phase.
qualifying.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide
Didn't I
are
just
well
say
founded.
that?
They're not
Didn't I just
well
say
founded. They're not
that?
even well founded.
Then
The court
I-
is. You said that plausible was a
I-
high standard. It is absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority of the quotes
not
they have in this
every-
case are. And also, you said it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like 1/4 of all of the quotations, some even pulled from the Goldstone report, that try to that actually deal with the intent part, which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolo specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolo specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving there's a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could.
That's mens rea.
No.
should prove
The
the
mens rea.
mental state.
Yes, I understand the state of mind. But
Mens
the
rea is
genocide,
wrongdoing
dolo
that-
specialis.
Oh my god. Genocide has two components. It has the physical component and it has the volitional component. The volitional component of a crime is the mental state of the crime, right? And it's the volitional component has different standards for different crimes, just like a physical component of a crime sort of like determines how severe the crime is. Like there's different like levels of assault and stuff. The like volitional component determines how severe the crime is. So genocide is like the highest crime, right? So it requires a really high volitional component. It has to be dolus specialis, special intent to commit genocide, to deliberately kill civilians with the goal of destroying them in whole or in part.
It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case? It is
Mr.
a highly
Correlli,
special intent.
I'm
to be
going to ask
convicted
you
of
again.
genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is
Don't
imbecile.
put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I
I'm
read the
comfortable
case?
putting my display on camera if you're comfortable putting yours in
Mr.
books,
Borelli,
okay?
I read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion, the declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are you lying and saying plausible is a high standard?
Because I said, even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team, and you may not get a medal, but to get...
Would you rather Stephen Bannon / Noam Chomsky be president, or I don't know, or Joe Rogan, David Duke? That's hard. I don't know, man. I don't care. I don't care.
Get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible. You must be doing
I
something.
don't know. I'm probably going to align
pretty
with Noam
horrible.
Chomsky
And
relatively
as it happens,
closely on
and
most
as it
things
has
in
more
terms
than
of
more-
policy.
There wasn't
So
that's what the court will rule. Remember what I just told you. The court will
I don't
rule
expect
there
to
was
be
no
even
genocide.
around when the court reaches its final decision.
Why?
Why? They'll take a long, long time.
2 years, 3
No, I don't think they'll take 2 or 3 years.
I mean,
but-
Bosnia, which was admittedly a special type of case because they were accusing Serbia of sponsoring the Bosnian Serbs. That took, I think, 17 years from 90.
I assume they'll take 2 or 3 years.
But the point you're making, so this
I'm
is
saying
illegal.
that something horrible must be happening to even
It is
achieve.
horrible. It's a war.
Yeah,
It's true,
It's
yes.
horrible.
But I
Except
think-
they weren't rendering a ruling on a war. They were rendering a ruling on a genocide.
And I think the
render it.
suggestion.
They said it was
just said
plausible. They also said it
we'll
was
talk about
plausible
it.
that Israel is committing a
But
military operation as well.
Yeah, but I think the problem with your characterization is you're saying in so many words the South Africans basically only have to show up in court with a coherent
Right.
statement.
Right.
That is correct.
In
They
today's
needed-
atmosphere, that's probably correct.
They needed to do a lot more.
Not
They
much more.
needed
Not
to
much more.
they needed
The
to
American
persuade.
judge?
Today's atmosphere.
The
forget
American
America.
judge?
They needed
Today's
to
atmosphere,
persuade.
Judges go according to what the majority want to hear.
Yeah, but
He
they
was
needed-
the president.
They needed to persuade the court that it was worth investing several years of their time
Damn it.
in
They're probably
hearing
well
this
paid
case.
for it,
to us.
so they-
They're well paid whether
they
they
have
take this
time.
case or not. I mean, you know, they have a full docket whether they accept or reject this case. And I don't think we should.
Remember what I just said. They won't rule there was genocide. Remember what I said.
Also, I recommend people actually read the case and follow through a lot of the quotes. That they just
Okay.
don't show
Mr.
genocidal
Borelli,
intent.
brace
I don't think so
yourself.
either.
The Israeli Minister of
Mr.
Finance on the
Borelli.
8th of October 2023, this is taken from the ICJ, this is from South Africa's submission, Bezalel Smotrich, I can't read this, stated,
Bezalel Smotrich.
there you go, okay, at a meeting of the Israeli cabinet that, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. But again, if you click through and you read the source, their own linked source, it says, as per this own source, quote, the powerful finance minister, settler leader Bezalel Smotrich, I can't pronounce this, demanded at the cabinet meeting late Saturday that the army, quote, hit Hamas brutally and not take the matter of the captives into significant consideration, end quote. Quote, in war, as in war, you have to be brutal, end quote. He was quoted as saying, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. You can't strip.
what do I think of the
quotation
debate so far? I mean, I don't know. It's really hard to summarize. I think Norm is insane. I don't know. I think Benny maybe isn't doing as good a job as he could be, just because I don't know. I see like sometimes it seems like it's like his statements seem biased. Now, like obviously, like I think he has a real position, and I think he advocates for that real position like effectively. But like I don't know. It like you can. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Some of Benny's statements seem that they're like biased, but that's like my only criticism of like the pro-Israeli side. The other side is insane and can't do. Like Finkelstein and the other guy, Rabbani, dude, Rabbani could not do a basic, like, moral analysis of, like, intent. Like, I don't.
There's genocidal intent.
Take down Gaza.
That's not genocide.
Hey,
So when the Ukrainians say we need to defeat Russia,
That's not genocide.
no. When Ukraine says we need to defeat
Here-
Russia, is that genocidal? Do they mean
one.
killing all Russian citizens?
Professor Mars, here's another one.
It's
When
ridiculous.
the defense, ridiculous.
Yes, ridiculous.
The American judge.
He also doesn't determine policy,
The,
but that-
the American judge.
neither here nor
The
there.
American judge read.
You are holding the American judge to,
Well, she was the president.
Because he'll
So
abuse
what?
authority when it agrees with him, and we won't deal with the actual facts of the matter, ever.
Okay. The American judge read several of the quotes.
Look at the American Supreme Court today. They may support Trump.
Okay, look-
Shows you
Okay,
how worthy
Professor
American
Mars,
judges
Professor Mars, without going too far afield, if you heard a statement by the defense minister said, "We are going to prevent any food, water, fuel, or electricity
God.
from entering
Did they
Gaza."
do that? Did Israel do that?
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
What he said.
I'm asking you.
Isn't Israeli government
wait,
policy?
but we're talking about statements now, intent. How would you interpret that?
After 1,200 of your citizens are murdered the way they were, I would
Let's-
expect extreme statements
okay,
by lots
okay.
of politicians.
But you're
by lots of politicians.
But you don't accept extreme
But that's not
Palestinian.
Israeli policy.
Wait, but you don't accept.
What he said isn't Israeli policy.
But you don't.
They let in
please.
water. They let in gas.
Untrue.
they
But
let
you don't
in
accept.
electricity.
But you don't accept
Untrue.
extreme Palestinian statements after they lost their entire country, not just 1,200 people.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
And on that, on that brief moment of agreement, let's just take a quick pause. We need a smoke break, we need a water break, we need a bathroom
Take
break.
down Gaza is not a genocide.
I don't know
Defeat
what it
Russia
means.
is a genocidal
What does take
statement.
down
When
Gaza
we went
mean?
to war with Iraq and we wanted to destroy Iraq, that was a
Take down
genocidal
Gaza.
statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war.
Mr. Pinnell,
But you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
Yeah, he made you into an Italian all the time.
touched by your solicitude for international law.
You should try learning it sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
Unfortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring. You've invited us to a tiring session.
Yeah, there you go. How are you guys doing?
Okay. There are major.
Do they
things to discuss
keep
here,
the
not just
entire
what
break
some
in here?
court is doing that
Okay.
a judge in 2 years' time.
Yes, okay. So what you just said is one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about this particular conflict is because there are really important things to discuss, but they will never be discussed.
They're not being
We're not going to
discussed
talk
here,
about area A, B, and C, or what a transference of territory. Instead, we're going to talk about apartheid. We're not going to talk about the differences in how do you conduct war in an urban environment. We're just going to talk about genocide. We're not going to talk about what's a good solution.
I think I keep. I listened to this whole debate, and the pro-Palestinian side is really something. Yeah, I mean, you're obviously biased, Kopenhagen. I mean, so am I. It doesn't matter at this point. But yeah, you're right. There is fucking insane. I think they keep most of it. Yeah, that is. I think what they're what they're saying right now is a good point. Like, it's so frustrating to me, okay, as a bleeding heart liberal, okay, is that, like, we can't talk about, like, the cost of war. Like, it has to be, like, genocide. Like, I think it's really good. Like, in a world without Twitter and TikTok, in a world without where everyone didn't have a cell phone and is able to post pictures of starving children in Gaza, in that world, I don't think we would be airdropping food into Gaza. And I think it's good we're airdropping food into Gaza. I think it's good that we're trying to minimize the cost of war in Gaza, but we can never talk about minimizing the cost of war because it has to always be represented as apartheid, genocide, open air prison, concentration camp. It's just such a, like, shame that, like, we can't actually talk about the, like, cost of war and, like, how to minimize it. Because I think it's really good that in modern society, we have the tools to, like, make things just publicly known and stuff. Like, it's really good that people in the U.S. like know what's happening in Palestine right now and, like, are willing and, like, see. I think it's really good that there's images of children, of malnourished children that get circulated, and then it's like, oh fuck, this child is dying, we should do something. I think that's really good, but it's just constantly misrepresented as genocide, and it's just super fucking frustrating. Okay, dude, but even Rabbani is saying, like, Israel needs to be dismantled. I won't say yeah. Well, I think Rabbani technically said the majority were from Hamas. But yeah,
Possible to talk, be productive.
obviously Finkelstein is his own thing. I don't know.
Solutions.
Finkelstein
I
is
have no
wild.
idea what to say. I mean, I don't see any solutions. And, if you wanted a positive end to this discussion, which is what you said at the beginning, I can't contribute to that because I'm pessimistic. I don't see any way forward here.
But the solution is easy. The reason why the solution is hard is because the histories and the myths are completely. There's a different factual record, right?
One of the things it would be good to talk about solutions with the future is going back in all the the times it has failed. So every time.
But even at that, we're probably not going to agree. He's going to say, you could write that, I can predict the whole line. He's going to say from 93 to 99, he's going to say Israel didn't adhere to the Oslo Accords ever. Settlement expansion continued. Raids happened into the West Bank, that there was never a legitimate, that Netanyahu came in and violated the Y memorandum, the transference. He's going to say all of this, and he's not going to bring up anything on the Palestinian side. And then for Camp David, he's going to say that, that Arafat was trying, that the maps and the territorial exchange wasn't good enough, that they were asking Palestinians to make all the concessions, that Israel would have made, yeah.
But anymore, is still based and even more true than
You
destiny.
move
At the end, he's
Yeah, I know.
saying international law doesn't matter, which is true. I
Yeah,
don't
my
think that's true. I think that's I don't know. I would probably side more with destiny on that. We've had our international law discussion before.
Future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what are
It
you
deals
working
with-
on?
No, not working on. It's actually going to come out.
Ah,
It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
Oh,
the
really?
book, yeah.
Yeah.
Just deals with that subject.
is this because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff.
Well, it's marginal. Because They do it deals with that as well, but
Yeah.
they have tried to seal off documents which had already used and
Yeah.
seen.
So
now
you-
they don't let people see them. That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect
Yeah.
on.
Were the British
production of
archives
historiography.
useful for you for this
Yeah.
new book?
Well, for this list, it's mostly Israeli archives.
Yeah, yeah.
The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects.
Well, in relation
but
to
not Israeli-
international law
Israeli
mattering
documents.
for a peace
What's
settlement
your,
because the West Bank
casualty
settlements are
count?
illegal under international law. But that means what? Wait, I'm sorry. Am I misinterpreting what you're saying? Well, it was in relation to international law mattering for a peace settlement because the West Bank settlements are illegal under international law. Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense
For
then.
Deir
Yeah.
Yassin.
It's about 100. I think there's agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs.
Yeah.
100, 105.
Because before they were.
They used to say 245
Yeah.
or 254.
Yeah.
Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on at the beginning.
Because
It was
the Red
nonsense.
Cross.
Same
I
way
think, was
Russia
the one
took
that
control of
first brought that
Crimea.
number.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
remember.
I
Maybe it was what's
understand.
his name, Jacques de
Yeah,
Reynier.
something
Maybe,
other, yeah.
yeah, maybe he came up with that number. But it was just he didn't count. They didn't count bodies. They just threw the number out, and everybody was happy to
Yeah.
blame the Irgun and the Lehi
Yeah.
for killing more Arabs than actually.
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they said that it helped precipitate more evacuations.
came
so
in
they
just
were
on
happy.
the
Begin
road.
it as
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, yeah.
far as
They
I
also
can
use that
get
number.
to
Yeah,
this.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for that heated discussion about the present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for by way of hope for the future. So when has in Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement, to something that like where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples?
Oh, damn it.
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to reaching some sort of settlement appears to have been in the year 2000 when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement to PLO Palestinian Authority chairman Yasser Arafat. And Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately came down at the end of Camp David in July 2000. He came down against the proposals, and Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. But I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barack in July. The Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then there'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no.
Bonnie
That
says
is,
some funny
people
stuff I've
think
never
he
heard,
was trying
saying
to
the best
hold out
chance for peace was
for
73,
slightly better
was
terms.
after 73 with a joint U.S.-Soviet enforced peace deal. I can maybe understand what he's getting at because it's like that was when Israel made peace with Egypt, right? Was after 73. So I can maybe understand like if he was thinking like, well, if Israel was willing to make peace with Egypt at this time, maybe something could have been negotiated with the Palestinians, maybe.
But my
But
reading is
yeah,
that
I don't
he was
know. I don't think that would be the
constitutionally,
closest.
psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem. And
Of Israel or of a Jewish state?
of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews and put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient and he was willing, but was.
But who would
willing to
Israel
slightly better
negotiate?
terms. I don't.
That's a fair point. Well, did the PLO came about in the 60s, right? Yeah, the PLO came about in 64. So the PLO was there, right? So maybe they could have negotiated with the PLO. Yeah. But I don't think that would have been the closest. Like, I understand, like, I don't know,
I don't buy
maybe
that. I don't think so. But other people disagree with me on this.
maybe
What-
Israel
what
was
do you
more
think?
willing to make
Well,
concessions
just
back then.
briefly, in
For
response,
peace?
Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, earlier.
I don't think actually that in 2000, 2001, a genuine resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer,
The PLO was
admittedly
essentially
more than it
Hamas
had been
back
prepared
then.
to offer in the
Were
past,
they? I
fell
mean,
short of the minimum.
yeah,
that
they were
the
obviously committing
Palestinians considered
terror
to be a
attacks, but
reasonable
like I don't.
two-state settlement, bearing in mind.
Like, yeah, I've talked about this. It
that
just kind of
as
sucks that Palestinians
1949,
don't have anyone negotiating for
Israel
them in good
controlled
faith. It seems
78%
like
of the British Mandate of Palestine. The Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently.
But the
too
PLO,
much
this is
for
just my understanding, which could be wrong. I thought the PLO, even back then, was like they did like bus bombings and stuff, right? But I don't think they ever. But I think it was like, but it was, I don't know, more political in nature than like genocidal in nature. I think Hamas is more genocidal in nature. I think the PLO tends to be more like, I mean, it's still terrorism, but like.
Israel. My response to your question would be,
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
they were being offered, I think, less than a withdrawal to the 1967 borders, with mutual and minor and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
The refugee problem was one of the
question. Yes, I worked for a number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present
who
in
was
Camp
recently
David.
thrown out of the State Department or whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with him, but I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
He wrote that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Aga, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh.
Yeah, I think it's just saying Israel's more willing to make concessions back then, which maybe is true.
Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along, and I think Israeli calculations began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S.-Soviet push for an Arab-Israeli and Israeli-Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories, I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons, and ultimately the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided, for reasons we can discuss later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for Israeli-Egyptian rather than Arab-Israeli peace. And I think once that set in motion, the prospect disappeared, because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation and felt that this would give it a free hand in the occupied territories, also in Lebanon, to get rid of the PLO and so on. So, and you ask, when were we closest? And I can't give you an answer of when we were closest. I can only tell you when I think we could have been close, and that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today,
I can kind of understand what he's saying
about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement. Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories, I would argue it's more tenuous than was the French position in Algeria in 1954, than was a British position in Ireland in 1916, than was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea in 1990. And so, as a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves, it's one I'm certainly asking myself since October 7th, and looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions. Is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory, that a genocidal apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at, I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think we can all be agreed that had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask, can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime? And I make a very clear distinction between these.
I thought he was gonna make a point I agree with and say, like, I don't know why I expected it out of him. I thought he was gonna say, like, oh, maybe there can't be peace without dismantling Hamas, but nope. Went straight for the okay.
Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand.
The way we're being
and the
described
Israeli
Israel,
people who, I think, regardless of our
that way is so
discussion,
interesting. I don't
about
know.
the history, I
Yeah,
think we can now talk about an
I
Israeli
hope
people,
they. I think
people,
they said they're going
that
to
have
talk about
developed, rights
apartheid,
over time,
which
and
should be
a
interesting.
formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal apartheid regime, particularly because Israeli society is beginning to develop many extremely distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think also stand in the way of coexistence that are being fed by this regime.
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace, and do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Tapa summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhood, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people in, an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai, I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a
He was
Palestinian
killed by the Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
so
yeah.
it's not part of
Admittedly,
PLO,
yeah,
it
he
has
says
nothing to do
Muslim
with
group, not PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 51 might be another example of that in Jordan.
Okay, I gotta slow it down now because Destiny's talking.
It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. I mean, you said as much much about the institution, at least, of the Zionist government. Israel's government is probably not going anywhere. All of the other surrounding Arab states have accepted that, or at least most of them down in the Gulf, Egypt and Jordan have accepted that. Palestinians need to accept it too. The Israeli state or the state apparatus is not going anywhere, and at some point they need to realize, like, hey, we need a leader that's going to come out and represent us, represent all of us, is willing to take political risks, is willing to negotiate some lasting peace for us. And it's not going to be the international community or some invocation of international law or some invocation of morality or justice that's going to extricate us from this conflict. It's going to take some actual difficult political maneuvering on the ground
Of accepting Israel,
of accepting Israel,
which
yeah,
they formally did in 1993.
which they formally did in 1993. Yeah, but then no lasting peace came after that in 2000.
No, because 1993 was not a peace agreement.
Sure, the Oslo Accords
Were an
didn't have a
interim
final solution.
Were an
of course.
interim,
Yeah.
an interim agreement, and Palestinians actually began clamoring for commencing the permanent status resolutions on schedule, and the Israelis kept delaying them. In fact, they only began, I believe, in '99 under American pressure on the Israelis.
I
And
think you're being one-sided. Both sides didn't fulfill the promise of Oslo and the steps needed for Oslo. There was Palestinian terrorism, which accompanied Israel's expansion of settlements and other things. The two things fed each other, and
I need to do more reading into the Oslo Accords because I know both sides didn't quite live up to what they were required to do. And I need to know exactly where both sides failed, and I don't know a good resource for that.
led to what happened in 2000, which was a breakdown of the talks altogether when the Palestinians said no. But I think I don't agree, incidentally, with this definition of Israel or the Israeli state as apartheid. It's not. There is some sort of apartheid going on in the West Bank. The Israeli regime itself is not an apartheid regime. That is nonsense by any definition of apartheid. Which
well, by the formal definition, I think it qualifies.
no, it doesn't qualify. Apartheid is a race-based distinction between different segments of the population, and some of them don't have any representation at all, like the blacks in South Africa.
But that's
no
not
rights
a
at all. In
requirement.
Israel itself, the minority, the Arabs, do have representation, do have rights.
I'm confused. You said you agree with Noam Chomsky. But no, I said policy-wise, I'd probably agree with Noam Chomsky more, just because like in your stupid ass hypothetical, Noam Chomsky got elected. It's not like he could enact socialism in the U.S. Yeah, and he seemed to have major divergent views in foreign policy. Yeah, foreign policy, we definitely would have some major divergent views on. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like policy-wise, I think he would do stuff I agree with more than whatever the other option was. I don't know.
And so on. I don't think Israel is also genocidal. I don't think it's been genocidal. It wasn't so in 48. It wasn't so in 67. And it hasn't been recently, in my view. And talk about dismantling Israel, and that's what you're talking about, is, I think Stephen said it correctly, is counterproductive. It just pushes Israelis further away from willing to give Palestinians anything.
Please, Norm, tell me you have
Something optimistic to say.
optimistic to say.
No, even though I agree, I've thought about it a lot, and I agree with Muin's analysis. I'm not really in the business of punditry. I rather look at the historical record where I feel more comfortable, and I feel on terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree, and I did.
Dude, I don't know these people. Who is Dave Smith? I don't know who Dave Smith is. Father, comedian, libertarian. I don't know. Dude, he's just stupid ass hypotheticals, man.
Disagree with Muin on the 73 issue.
He's an
After
ANCAP
the
guy, then I'd probably
1973
want
war,
Chomsky still.
It was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. The estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between 2,000 and 3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the
It was
1970s.
2,500.
27.
Yeah. Okay, so I got it right. I read different numbers. That's it's a very
David
large
Duke
number.
as president? No, isn't it? Are you saying David Duke is president and Chomsky's vice president?
Of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
There wasn't.
Oh, well then I'd probably go with Hinkle. But I'm done with your dumb hypotheticals, okay?
Everybody forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but
so how could they have been
because
defeated?
Didn't Diane talk about the collapse of the Third Temple?
He did,
Yeah.
but it was hysterical and
Oh, well,
silly
but I
because
can't- I
Israel
don't
had
know if it
atomic
was-
weapons. They
okay.
wanted to stop
I don't know
the
if he
Syrians
was-
or the Egyptians.
We're talking about perceptions.
Yeah,
here.
I'm not. I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No, he was. For a day he was hysterical.
Yeah, but David Duke is a literal white supremacist guy. So I don't know what Hinkle would just be a Russian agent.
room with him.
For a day he was
But I'm just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over. And when President Carter comes into power, Carter was an extremely smart guy, Jimmy Carter, extremely smart guy, and he was very fixed on details. He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion, by a wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict on a big scale, on the Arab-Israeli scale. On the Palestinian issue, he wouldn't go past what he called the Palestinian homeland. He wouldn't
Palestinian national home.
On the Palestinian national home, he wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I don't think realistically, given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen, but that's a separate issue. Let's get to the issue at hand, namely what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s. Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement of the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis, to quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he since passed from the scene, he said, Yaniv in his book, Dilemmas of Security, he said that the big Israeli fear was what he called the Palestinian peace offensive. That was their worry, that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate. The Palestinian peace offensive.
I don't know if that's true, buddy.
To fast forward, there are many events. There's the first Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord, and let's now go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Well, the negotiations are divided into three parts for the sake of listeners. There's Camp David in July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000, and then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt in 2001. Those are the three phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that. The insanity part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will personally vouch for it. There is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which are about 15,000 pages of all the records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were willing to will withdraw from relinquish 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. They were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books. They put it at roughly 92%. Israel was willing to give up.
Depends how you calculate.
Yeah,
it also depends what stage at Camp David, because there were 2 weeks.
I'll get to that.
Proposals changed during
the 2 weeks. Israel wants to keep all the major settlement blocks.
Means the border area of the West Bank.
Well, not the border. We have Ariel. We have Male Adumim. We have, as Condoleezza Rice called Ariel, she said it was a dagger into the heart of the West Bank. So they want to keep 8% of the land. They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. They will not budge an inch on the...
Why? What the hell is this point? Does he, Do you think it's unjust that Israel wants to keep, 80% of the settler? He thinks the PA does the PA even want those settlers there?
The question of refugees. To quote Ehud Barak in the article he co-authored with you in the New York Review of Books, we will accept, and I think the quote's accurate, no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for what happened to the refugees. So forget about even allowing refugees to return. We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But what is the standard of reasonable? My standard is, what does international law say?
Oh my God.
International law says the settlements are illegal. Israel wants to keep all the settlement blocks. 15 judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American judge Bergenthal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large...
So I don't know what he means. Want to keep 80% of the settlers. Does he think those settlers should stay in a Palestinian state? Would he rather the PA take control of those settlers? Does the PA want that?
Large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the international...
No, not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
There's never been a Palestinian state. How could it be Palestinian?
I listened patiently to you.
Sorry.
Under international law, if you read
You
the
see,
decision,
like when I don't think my YouTube viewers in chat anymore, but like when Benny Morris says things like that, I think it's a little like indicative of, I don't want to say bias, but like
all territory, the 2004 wall decision, all territory beyond the Green Line, which includes East Jerusalem, is occupied Palestinian territory.
With the exception of the Golan Heights.
The designated unit, according to the International Court of Justice, the designated unit for Palestinian self-determination. And they deny any right whatsoever on the right of return. The maximum, I don't want to go into the details now, the maximum formal offer was by Ehud Olmert in 2008. He offered 5,000 refugees could return under what was called family reunification, 5,000 in the course of 5 years, and no recognition of any Israeli responsibility. So, if you use as the baseline what the UN General Assembly has said and what the International Court of Justice has said, if you use that baseline, international law, by that baseline, all the concessions came from the Palestinian side. Every single concession came from the Palestinian side. None came from the Israeli side. They may have accepted less than what they wanted, but it was still beyond what international law allocated to them. Now, you say...
Allocated to the Palestinians.
Allocated to the Palestinians, yes. Thank you for the clarification. Now, about Arafat. Like the Mufti, never liked the guy. I think that was one of the only disagreements Mouin and I had when Arafat passed. You were a little sentimental, I was not. Never liked the guy. But politics, you don't have to like the guy. There was no question, nobody argues it, that whenever the negotiations started up, the Palestinians just kept saying the same things.
No.
No.
They kept saying no.
No. Professor Morris, with due respect, incorrect. They kept saying international legitimacy, international law, UN resolutions. They said, we already gave you what the law required. We gave that in 1988, November 1988, and then ratified again at Oslo in 1993. And they said, now we want what was promised us under international law. And that was the one point where everybody on the other side agreed. Clinton, don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Olmert administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict. And Israel has, along with the US...
When has international law been relevant to any conflict basically in the world?
Hey, that's why
over the last 150
That's why the
years.
Palestinians have to recognize Israel, because that's international law.
No, but international law is meaningless.
That was UN Resolution
Conflicts are not
242.
solved by international law or in accordance with international
Yeah,
law.
but then, Professor Morris, for argument's sake, let's agree on that. Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says, Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, It needs a
Tel
good.
Aviv.
Yes, it needs.
part of
It
Sinai.
needs
That's
a
part
nice
of-
big chunk
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big chunk, but I have to accept international law says no.
Yeah, but
Okay,
international law is irrelevant.
Now Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. Okay, that's
And he's
your,
a reasonable guy.
That's he
You know- you
seems
know
it,
that.
even though okay, I don't want to go there. I've debated him, and part I agree with you. But who decides what's reasonable? I think the international community, in its political incarnation, the General Assembly, the Security Council, all those UN Security Council resolutions saying the settlements are illegal, annexation of East Jerusalem is null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard, and by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply international law or international standards, I wouldn't say what Benny Moore says that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. I don't think historically Israel has ever negotiated within the strict bounds of whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. You might consider international opinion on things, but at the end of the day, it's the bilateral negotiations, oftentimes historically started in secret, independent of the international community, that end up shaping what the final agreements look like. I think the issue with this broad appeal to international law is, again, going back to my earlier point about all of the euphemistic words, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that is never going to be satisfied. For instance, you can throw that ICJ opinion all you want. It was an advisory opinion. That came in 2004. Have Palestinians gained more or less land since that 2004 advisory opinion was issued?
So what would your standard be then?
Both sides have to have a delegation that confronts each other, and they assess the realistic conditions on the ground, and they try to figure out within the confines of international law and within what both sides are reasonable for. But like,
Yeah,
for
I
instance, this statement
understand.
of
Obviously, regardless of what international law says, the reality is there are a fuck ton of settlers, right?
like full with
that issue has to be addressed. Like you can't
settlers.
just
How many settlers live in the West Bank now?
Probably half a million.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Depends
you
if
think
you
they-
include the
yeah.
Jerusalem suburbs or
Yeah,
not.
400,000 or
I
500,000
think it's
people are never.
700,000.
With the Jerusalem suburbs, perhaps.
Yeah,
But Israel calls
half
that
a million people
Jerusalem, not settlements.
I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void.
Let me
We
just-
can say whatever we
Laws
want
are
until we're
relevant.
blue in the face. But like, there's half
Okay,
a million
let me-
Israeli people are not being expelled from the West.
My
It's not gonna
response,
happen.
you're basically saying, if I understand correctly, there's only one way to resolve this, and that is through direct bilateral negotiation.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So
Or ideally, but
I've taken over your house. Okay. You're
Oh
not
my
going to go
God.
to the police because, the law is only of limited value. So you come over and sit in what is now my living room that used to be your living room, and we negotiate. The problem there is that you're not going to get anything unless I agree to it. And standards and norms and law and all the rest of it be damned. So you need to take into account that when you're advocating bilateral negotiations, that effectively that gives each of the parties veto power. And in the current circumstances, the Palestinians have already recognized Israel.
Oh Jesus!
They have
Why you keep bringing that up like it's a significant
not true.
concession,
It's not
and I don't.
true.
And even if
It's called
It's not
the
even
law.
true.
it
Even
doesn't,
though
but it
they
doesn't. The
signed the
recognition
piece
from
of paper.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
you're
Hamas totally rejects.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
They won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority of the votes.
Every opinion poll today says the majority of Palestinians
that sounds
support
right.
the Hamas.
That sounds
and the
right.
Hamas absolutely rejects Israel.
But-
so if Arafat in 2003, 1993 or whatever issued a sort of recognition
It wasn't
of
a
Israel,
sort of recognition.
Okay, a
It was a-
recognition of Israel. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
And I don't believe that Arafat was sincere about it.
Does it matter what you or I think
Well,
about
most
what you
Israelis
felt?
do, and that does matter.
Okay,
That
so
does matter. But Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority
so
today.
for years,
So-
for years, the Israeli and U.S. demand was that the Palestinians recognize 242 and 338. They did, but you're saying, okay, we demanded that they do this, but it was meaningless when they did it. Then the demand was
It was
that.
a tactical thing, yes.
Then the demand was that the PLO recognize Israel.
Tactical.
Okay, we demanded that they did this, and they did it, but it's meaningless.
And they never changed their charter, the PLO. You may remember that.
In fact, in
They
19...
supposedly abrogated the old charter but never came up with a new one.
No,
so
but,
there's no new charter.
But in 1996...
And Farouk Kaddoumi said, of course, the old charter is still in force.
Yes. But the point is, the Palestinians' demands are constantly made of them. And when they accede to those demands, they're then told, actually, what you did is meaningless. So here's a new set of demands. I mean, it's like a hamster.
There's no new set of demands.
It's like a hamster.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what the bottom line is.
That will be told, if you run fast enough, you'll get out of the cage.
No. The bottom line is that Israel would like a Palestinian Sadat. It wants the Palestinians. Listen. Just let me
really
finish.
A worst case scenario.
Okay, let me just because they shot Sadat. But anyhow, the Israelis want the Palestinians. Israelis want the Palestinians to actually accept the legitimacy of the state of Israel and the Zionist project, and then live side by side with them in two states. That's what the Israelis. I don't even know if it's true. I don't even know if that's true today.
And what is the formal position of this Israeli government?
No, I'm saying I don't know if it exists.
Okay,
today,
its predecessor and its predecessor. Come on.
That's what Israelis want. They want a change of psyche among the Palestinians. And if that doesn't happen, there won't be a Palestinian state.
Mouin has an interesting point.
Forget international law.
I know you want to forget it, just like you want to forget the genocide charge. But I know you want to forget that.
Well, the Palestinians want to forget it too, and it doesn't suit them as well, right?
But here's the problem, and it's exactly the problem that Mouin just brought up. Now, I read carefully your book, One State, Two States. With all due respect, absolutely a disgrace. Coming from you.
Most reviewers didn't agree with you, though.
Yeah, coming from you was like you wrote it in your sleep. It's nothing compared to what you wrote before. I don't know why you did it. In my opinion, you ruined your reputation. Not totally.
What the fuck? Why would he even... Okay.
But you undermined it with that book. But let's get to the issue that Mouin wrote. Here's what you said. You said, formally, yes, it's true. The Palestinians recognize Israel. But then you said, viscerally, in their hearts, they didn't really recognize Israel. So I thought to myself, how does Professor Morris know what's in the hearts of Palestinians? I don't know. I was surprised as a historian you would be talking about what's lurking in the hearts of Palestinians. But then you said something which was really interesting. You said, even if in their hearts they accepted Israel, you said, quote, rationally, they could never accept Israel because they got nothing. They had this beautiful Palestine, and now they're reduced to just a few parcels of land.
So they will never accept it.
So, yes, so you said there's no way they can accept it.
No, I would say that.
But he's saying that's a failure on their side.
The two-state solution, as proposed, doesn't make any sense.
Exactly as Mouin said, you keep moving the goalposts until we reach the point where we realize, according to Benny Morris, there can't be a solution. Why don't you just say that outright? Why don't you say it outright? That according to you, the Palestinians can never be reasonable. Because according to you...
They want all of Palestine.
According to you, they couldn't possibly agree to a two-state settlement because it's such a lousy settlement.
That's what you say. Palestine.
But you said rationally they couldn't accept it, not their feelings.
It's both.
You said rationally.
Oh my God.
You went from formally, viscerally, rationally. So now we're reaching the point where, according to Benny Morris, the Palestinians can't be reasonable because reasonably they have to reject two states.
They want all of Palestine.
Mouin is absolutely correct. There's no way to resolve the problem according to your
logic. They want all of Palestine. He said that himself. He said they should dismantle Israel. That's what he's saying.
What I said.
He didn't say that.
Israel.
What I said, and I've written.
I'm glad you didn't deny it.
I've written extensively on this issue, on why a two-state settlement is still feasible, and I came out in support of that proposition. Perhaps in my heart, you can see that I was just bullshitting, but that's what I actually wrote. That was a number of years ago. And just as a matter of historical record, beginning in the early 1970s, there was fierce debate within the Palestinian national movement about whether to accept or reject. And there were three schools of thought. There was one that would accept nothing less than the total liberation of Palestine. There was a second that accepted what was called the establishment of a fighting national authority on Palestinian soil, which they saw as a springboard for the total liberation of Palestine. And there was a third school that believed that under current dynamics and so on, that they should go for a two-state settlement. And our friend and correspondent, Kauter Loerse, has written a very perceptive article on when the PLO, already in 1976, came out in open support of a two-state resolution at the Security Council. PLO accepted it. Israel, of course, rejected it. But the resolution didn't pass because the U.S. and the UK vetoed it. It was both of them.
I think it was 9-5.
Okay, yeah. But the fact of the matter is that the PLO came to accept a two-state settlement. Why they did it, I think, is irrelevant. And subsequently, the PLO acted on the basis of seeking to achieve a two-state settlement. The reason, I think, and I think, Norm, you've written about this, the reason that Arafat was so insistent on getting minimally acceptable terms for a two-state settlement at Camp David and afterwards was precisely because he knew that once he signed, that was all the Palestinians were going to get. If his intention had been, I'm not accepting Israel, I simply want a springboard, he would have accepted a Palestinian state in Jericho. But he didn't. He insisted.
That's something I've never understood. He should have logically accepted the springboard and then from there launched his next stage.
He don't understand. He
should have done that.
International law would put a real constraint on him.
No, but also
once he accepted, it was over.
Constitutionally, he was incapable of signing.
Well,
I don't know that.
If that's,
you're right that he should have accepted it.
But if you're correct, okay, that he was really out to eliminate Israel, then he wouldn't have cared about the borders. He wouldn't have cared about what the thing said about refugees. He would have gotten a sovereign state and used that to achieve that purpose. But I think it was precisely because he recognized that he was not negotiating for a springboard. He was negotiating permanent status, that he was such a stickler about the details. The second,
as a factual matter, he wasn't such a stickler. When they asked him how many refugees, the numbers.
It was a principle rather than the numbers.
Principle.
He said I would be pragmatic about it.
Yes, and the numbers that were used at Annapolis were between 100 and 250,000 refugees over 10 years. That was the number. Arafat, when he was asked at Camp David, he kept saying, I care about the Lebanese, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, which came to about 300,000, which was a large concession from whether you accept the number or not. That he wasn't talking about 6 million. He was talking about between 100 and 250,000 over 10 years. Now, the best offer that came from the Palestinians, the best offer that came from Israel was the Olmert offer.
Can we just pretend like we didn't all lay out the exceptionally pessimistic view of a two-state? Hold on a second. Two-state solution. Let's pretend that in 5 years and 10 years, a two-state peace settlement
is he not going to let Destiny and Benny respond to them?
Will still be here and writing about it 20 years from now. How would it have happened?
I think that historically, I think that the big issue is, I think that both sides have had their own internal motivations to fight because they feel like they have something to gain from it. But I think as time has gone on, Unfortunately, the record proves that the Palestinian side is delusional. The longer that the conflict endures, the worse position they'll be in. But for some reason, they've never had a leader that convinced them of that as much. That Arafat thought that if he held on, there was always a better deal around the corner. Abbas is more concerned with trying to maintain any legitimacy amongst Palestinians than actually trying to negotiate anything realistic with Israel. That Palestinians are always incentivized to feel like as long as they keep fighting, either the international community is going to save them with the 5 millionth UN resolution condemning whatever, that another ICJ advisory opinion is finally going to lead to the expulsion of 500,000 Jews from the West Bank, or that some other international body, the ICJ and the genocide charge, is going to come and save the Palestinians. As long as they, in their mind, feel like somebody is coming to save them, then they feel like they're going to have the ability to get something better in the future. But the reality is all of the good partners for peace that the Palestinians had have completely and utterly abandoned them. Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, whether you're talking bilateral peace or the Abraham Accords, most of the Arab leaders in negotiating peace with Israel have just not had as much of an interest in maintaining the rights and the representations of what the Palestinian people want. And the only people they have today to draw legitimacy from or to have on their side to argue with them are people that, I guess, write books or tweet, or people in the international community that do resolutions or Amnesty International reports. And the reality is we can scream until we're blue in the face on these things. None of it has gotten any closer to helping the Palestinians in any sense of the word. The condition has only gotten worse. The settlements only continue to expand. The military operations are only going to get more brutal. The blockade is going to continue to have worse effects. As long as we use international law as the basis, and there isn't a Sadat-like Palestinian leader that's willing to come up and confront Israel with the brave, peaceful negotiations to force them to acquiesce, nothing is going to happen. And I think that the issue you come up with is, whether it's people like Norm that talk about how brave the October 7th attacks were or how much respect they have for those fighters, the Israel, in a way, and I think people have said as much about Netanyahu, the right wants violence from the Palestinians because it always gives them a perpetual excuse to further the conflict. Well, we have to go in October 7th, and we've got to remove Hamas. Well, we can't trust these people in the West. We have to do the night raids because of, the second Intifada, it made us feel like the Palestinian people didn't want trust with us.
Fuck.
I feel like the biggest thing that would force Israel to change its path would be a real, not for like
peaceful.
2 weeks, but an actual peaceful Palestinian leader, somebody committed to peace that is able to apply those standards and hold the entire region of Palestine to those standards. Because I think over time, the mounting pressure from without the international community and the mounting pressure from within, because Israel hosts a lot of its own criticism. If we talk about Bet Salem, if we talk about Haaretz, like Israel will host a lot of its own criticism. I think that pressure would force Israel towards an actual peace agreement, but it's never going to come through violence. Historically, it hasn't. And in the modern day, violence has just hurt the Palestinians more and more.
If you paint a picture of the future, now is a good moment for both Palestine and Israel to get new leadership. Netanyahu's on the way out. Hamas possibly is on the way out. Who should rise to the top such that a peaceful settlement can be reached?
The problem is, like Benny said, it's difficult because Hamas enjoys so much widespread support amongst the Palestinian people. I think that I don't know, there's opinions on whether democracy or pushing them towards elections was the right or wrong idea, but with like an Islamic fundamentalist government for Hamas, I don't know if a negotiation with Israel ever happens there. And then when the international pressure is always, 67 borders, infinite right of return for refugees, and a total withdrawal of Israel from all these lands to even start negotiations, I just don't see realistically that on the Palestinian side, no negotiations are ever going to start in a place that Israel's willing to accept.
If you want to dismiss international law, that's fine, but then you have to do it consistently. You can't set standards for
They're just saying international law doesn't matter because it doesn't change the facts on the ground.
Applying those standards to Israel. If we're going to have the law of the jungle, then we can all be beasts, and not only some of us. And I think, so it's either that or you have certain agreed standards that are intended to regulate our conduct, all of our conduct, not just some of us.
Well, what
so
are the
that's a
standards you think I'm
fundamental.
saying to abandon?
Well, you're saying, international law and the millionth UN resolution. You're being very dismissive about all
Well,
these
I'm
things,
saying,
and
first of
that's
all-
fine.
well, I'm not
but
being
then you have
dismissive.
to be
I'm just
dismissive
saying, like, for instance, like
across the
242,
board.
that was a Chapter 6 resolution. That's non-binding. But 242
Of
is the
course
thing.
it's binding.
What
Of
is-
course it's
absolutely
binding.
not.
What is binding? Do you know anything about how the UN system
Binding,
works?
if you read the language of the resolution, binding is
Okay.
typically if it commits you to upholding a
Okay.
particular international law or if it
What
establishes
is
a new
Chapter
law.
6? You just throw out words. You hear binding,
Does
not
242
binding.
Just
even
throw
does
out
242
words.
mention a Palestinian state?
No.
Norm.
Of course
That's
not.
part of the
Okay,
problem.
then-
That
yes,
was the
exactly.
reason why the
Sorry, let me-
Palestinians
let me,
didn't want to recognize 242 because it only referred at the very end
Sure,
to
but
a
the
refugee
PLO recognized
problem.
181 and 242. And
Yeah,
in
but
their
hold on,
original-
hold on. Every United Nations Security Council resolution, irrespective of under which chapter it was adopted, is by definition binding. Binding not only on the members of the Security Council, but on every member state of the UN.
I need to write that down.
Read the UN Charter. It's black and white.
Sure, people
Okay.
can look that
Now
up if they want,
regarding
but
yes,
the language even of 242 is kept intentionally vague, such that it doesn't actually provide again the
it's
final
actually not
contours.
that vague
It's
because
incredibly
the term "land for peace" originates in 242.
Sure,
the
but
idea
part about
is
territorial acquisition and Israel's need to give it up
Okay.
was kept vague.
Okay,
That's why in
But-
70.
but
That's why
I
in
just-
79
you
Israel
asked-
saw that
you
they
asked a
fulfilled their
separate question.
obligations under
Allow me
242 in
points
terms
of
of withdraw.
information. Allow me points of information.
Yeah.
The first principle in UN Resolution 242 is that the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force.
Which is
That
meaningless.
it may be meaningless to you, Mr.
was
Bonnell.
meaningless to everyone in
Okay,
the region.
Mr. Bonnell, that principle was adopted by the Friendly Nations Resolution, the UN General Assembly in 1970.
Damn it.
That resolution was then reiterated in the International Court of Justice ruling advisory opinion in 2004. That was the basis of the coalition against Iraq when it acquired Kuwait and then declared it a province of Kuwait.
Yep, which
That
Arafat
is-
supported.
That's what's called. That's what's
That's
called
true. Arafat-
under.
Arafat did support it.
Arafat
With
did support
Arafat,
it.
yeah.
It's a shitty deal with the Oslo
It's not
Accords.
accurate. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
It's not
Okay.
accurate that Arafat
Uh,
endorsed.
Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
It's
whole
called
Palestinian
under
world, I think.
international law use Kogan's or peremptory norms of international law the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. That is not controversial. It's not vague. You couldn't put it more succinctly. You cannot acquire territory by force under international law.
On the West
That
Bank
is-
before
that is-
67. Who owned
that
the Gaza
is-
Strip before 67?
Mr. Bonnell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking
not
about,
about change.
at
You
least
can say-
have the
I'm curious,
at
Norm,
least
how
have the
close is
humility.
242?
You talk
How
about
close
chapter
has
6.
242
You
gotten?
don't know
how
chapter
close
6.
has 242
You don't
gotten
know
to the
chapter
Palestinians
6
to peace?
from tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me.
Do you know what chapter 7
Answer me a
is?
question. How close has 242 gotten the Palestinians to a state?
You know,
How
let me
close has
answer
the
that.
2004 advisory opinion gotten the West Bank
We've
settlement?
read
What's your
10,000
alternative?
books and you've read
The
2
alternative
Wikipedia.
is not this, whatever this making money off the conflict is. The actual
making
alternative,
money.
the actual
Destiny
alternative.
should
yes,
talk about
you're,
making
you're
money
media,
off
you're a
of
media blitz where
idiocy.
you go and
Yeah.
talk to 50 million
Your,
different people
your
about your
earlier
awesome
point-
But
solution.
he has
right?
a point
The,
there.
the
What
issue is you
point?
have
All
to
these
negotiate.
resolutions have gotten the Palestinians no
Nothing.
Yeah,
closer
but hold on
to
a
a
second.
state.
Because they haven't
your
been
earlier-
enforced because of the U.S. veto.
They're not going to be enforced.
Well,
Wait.
Okay.
Nowhere.
If I may,
you know,
may.
that-
enforce the ICJ
you know
doesn't even
what?
enforce
You
the
know what,
mechanism.
Professor
We're talking
Morris?
about the case for genocide.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh my God.
Because there was no options left for those people. Exactly what
And
Maureen
now what
said.
options are left? After
You know,
October
This has
7th,
been the
I-
Palestinian
what's-
mentality for
what's-
60
what's
years.
the
The
options
only
left?
option is
listen,
conflict.
listen to this.
The only option is
Mr.
Oh my
conflict.
God.
is now an expert on Palestinian
Hold on.
mentality.
You're
You know
contradicting
about-
yourself.
Tell me about
I only
Palestinian
deal in
mentality
facts.
as
I
you
only
know
deal
about
in facts.
chapter
But you're
5.
Egypt didn't find it
Tell me about
necessary
chapter 5.
Egypt
Tell
didn't
me
find
about
it
chapter
necessary to
5.
negotiate
But you're
peace with the
con- hold on a
Palestinians.
second.
Jordan didn't find it necessary
Hey,
to negotiate peace with the Palestinians.
if I
The
may,
Abraham Accords didn't
you're
include
you're
the
contradicting-
Palestinians.
Talk faster,
Despite all of the
faster.
international law.
Everybody,
Wait,
Faster.
you're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you're saying all the
Jesus.
Palestinians do is fight and violence and terrorism and all the rest of it, but on the other hand, you're saying they're expecting salvation from UN resolutions and international court. Those aren't violent.
No, but
there-
it's part of maintaining.
law.
It's the continual putting off of negotiating
They've
any
neg-
solution.
They've
I think he said
negotiated.
19
As in when Arafat
I
takes
think he
10
said
days to
19
respond,
I
when
think he
Arafat takes 10 days to respond
I
and
think
hops on a jet
Moeen-
all over the
I think
world to go
Moeen
and visit
said-
his friends, yes.
I think
But
Moeen
putting the
said
conflict off
they
indefinitely.
accepted 2 states in 1975. Brace
They
Why
yourself.
didn't they accept the
they
Taba
did.
Summit?
No, this
That's
is
50
this is
years
a
ago.
This is
campaign.
a
That's
legend.
a half century
There's
ago.
a
No,
very-
no, they
there's
didn't
a ver-
accept the two-state
He
solution.
quoted
Just
a
a moment,
very good
please.
article.
There's-
He's
You
quite
can quote
right.
Arafat talking about how he's lying and he's just going to use in 94 and
The problem
in
with
95
academics
when
is
he
they just
voted for
assume
the
knowledge
Revolution
is
was
wisdom.
the
It isn't.
the starting ground.
Sure,
I-
man. Oops.
I'm sorry, I can talk slow. You can watch YouTube videos,
there's
slow
a
it down to
very-
0.5 speed if you don't understand what I'm saying.
Let me. There's a very lengthy history of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. You want to deny that those negotiations took place?
Where it feels like there was a good
What
faith
feels
effort,
like?
where there was a good faith
Feels
effort, where it was
Do you
a
know what
good
that
faith
means? I mean,
effort.
yeah.
With all due
We
respect,
have a
like-
written
Mr.
record,
Pop
Mr.
historian, you
Burrell.
can't even
I don't
read
know.
the written records.
This
I don't
is
know why
not-
you're referring to it,
Excuse
okay?
me? I
There-
just said there
there's-
are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quotes
I
from
don't
all of
cherry
them,
pick.
okay?
Hey,
That's
at
great.
least,
That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at
Yeah.
least I had a quote.
Burrell.
to
That's
cherry pick.
great.
All you
Twinklestein.
have
And
is
I can,
Wikipedia.
Do you want me? I gave you quotes.
All you
I
have
can
is
give you quotes. Do you want
Wikipedia.
quotes? Find me the information
I
that shows
think-
the Palestinian cause has been furthered by any
I
international
think the
law. You
prob-
can't do it.
I think the problem is different. Okay, you want to say the Palestinians were only fighting, and then when I point out they've also gone to the court and the UN and say, well, all they do then is these things, and you say they should be negotiating, and I demonstrate that there was a lengthy record of negotiations. Said, yeah, but they didn't go in good faith. Again, you're placing the hamster in the wheel and telling him if he runs fast enough, maybe one day he'll get out of the cage.
What was the best good
Okay,
faith
and please,
negotiations on the side
if
of
I
the...
could just finish, I think the fundamental problem here is not what the Palestinians have and haven't done, and it's perfectly legitimate to have a discussion about whether they could have been more effective.
God damn
Of
it.
course they could have been more effective. Everyone could have always been more effective. The fundamental issue here is that Israel has never been prepared to concede the legitimacy of Palestinian national rights in the land of the former British Mandate of Palestine.
Then how do you explain Taba Summit? How do you explain the
No,
Camp
Barak
David?
and Olmert did.
How do you
I was
explain
gonna say,
Olmert's
all the
Washington
concessions
policy?
were
Yeah.
made
of
on the
Palestinian demands. This is,
Well,
but they
those-
just didn't want to give the Palestinians all of Palestine. That's all.
No, all of Palestine?
All of Palestine.
You mean all of the
No,
occupied
no,
territories?
no.
You're talking about all of Palestine.
Wait,
being
what is the
territory.
occupied?
No,
What is
I'm
the
talking-
occupied
Professor
territories?
Morris.
The occupied
Is that
territories.
all of Israel?
The
Professor
occupied
Morris, could you
territories
show
are
me-
those territories that Israel occupied in June of 1967.
Palestinians often use
you show
that
me-
term to define
Okay.
the whole of
Could
Palestine,
you show me?
not just the West Bank.
Could you
Yes,
show
those-
me, Professor Morris, in all the negotiations, and all the accounts that have been written, can you show me one where the Palestinians in the negotiations, because that's what we were talking about, wanted all of Israel? The maximum
They can't say that because the international community won't accept
you
it.
know it 'cause
So
you
they
know what
didn't
lurks-
say it. They
you know-
didn't ask
but you
for
know
it.
what
No,
lurks
the
in their heart.
Hamas did.
Yeah.
The Hamas always said all of it.
Hamas only negotiated with Israel about prisoner exchanges. And
Yeah,
the
no, I know,
blockade.
but
So we
they
were talking
represent
about
a lot of the Palestinian people, you will
negotiations.
agree.
The only place I saw pieces of Israel were the land swaps. And the land swaps accounted for about 2 to 5% of Israel. Nobody asked for all of Israel. Why
Hey,
do
what do you
say
mean? They
things like
asked for
that?
all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
What do you
Mr.
think those
Bernal,
wars were about?
you talk
You're not going to
so-
respond
you
to
talk
anything I'm
so-
saying because you have no
I'll
answer.
respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Mr. Bennell, we were talking about the diplomatic negotiations beginning with 2000,
Yes, I'm saying, but
2001.
you can't pretend that
He
the
went
first
back-
ask for
he
Israel
went-
was in diplomacy.
Okay.
It was through war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is the international law argument ever going to get the Palestinians closer to state? Is the Israeli state ever going to be dismantled? Do you think that's like realistic coming up? Ever in the next 20 years?
Again, I'm posing a question, and the question is, regardless of what's feasible or realistic today,
Oh my
the
God.
question I'm posing is, can you have peace in the Middle East with this militant, irrational, genocidal, apartheid state in power?
Hamas? I don't think so, no.
Okay, and the question I'm asking is, can you have peace with this regime or does this regime and its institutions need to be dismantled, similar to what the examples I gave of,
Yeah.
of Europe and Southern Africa?
How do you contend with the fact that most of the surrounding Arab states seem to agree that you can?
Yeah, you're correct. Several of them, most importantly Egypt, Jordan, have made their peace with Israel. I should add that Israel's conduct since then has placed these relations under strain. I had very little, I didn't take the reports of a Saudi-Israeli rapprochement particularly seriously before October 7th. The reason being that it was really a Saudi-Israeli-U.S. deal, which committed the U.S. To make certain commitments to Saudi Arabia that would probably never get through Congress.
Do you not consider the Egypt-Israeli peace deal legitimate then, since the United States made a great financial contribution to Egypt?
I don't think the question is whether that deal is legitimate or not. I think that deal exists, but the point is whether the core of this conflict is not between Israel and Egypt. The core of this conflict is between Israel and the Palestinian people. And the reason that Israel agreed to relinquish the occupied Egyptian Sinai, and the reason that Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty was signed in 1979 is because Israel in 1973 recognized that its military superiority was ultimately no match for Egypt's determination to recover its occupied territories, and that there would come a point when Egypt would find a way to extract an unbearable
Maybe
price.
just the Israelis wanted peace.
Well, the Israelis
Not
wanted...
just because
Egypt was also like totally militarily defeated in that war.
Citizen, I think that's a fair characterization. If you're talking about the Israeli leadership, I think they looked at it in more strategic terms. How do you remove the most powerful Arab military state
simple
from the equation?
points. What was the terms of that Egypt-Israel peace treaty? International law. Egypt demanded every...
Nobody cared about international law.
Allow me to finish. Every single inch
Nobody
of Egyptian...
talked about international law. Begin and Carter and Sadat talked about the reality.
No, Professor Morris, I know the record.
I know the record.
As you know, because you've written about it.
I've read 10,000 books.
They demanded every square inch. As you know, they demanded the oil fields be dismantled.
No, that's in the
airfields.
No, not dismantled. They wanted the oil
and
fields.
they wanted the settlements dismantled.
That was the settlements dismantled.
The settlements, the oil fields, and the airfield. They demanded all three back. You can't have.
What do you mean back? The airfields weren't there when the Egyptians were there.
That's incorrect.
What's
You're incorrect. They built an airfield. The Israelis built an airfield in the occupied Sinai,
Yes.
and they wanted it back.
They didn't want it back. It wasn't theirs.
No, okay.
They wanted the territory in which the airfield Israel had built back.
The oil fields, the airfields, the settlements had to be dismantled.
Yes.
Begin said, I don't want to be the first prime minister to dismantle a settlement. But he did. Why? Because of the law.
No.
No, my God.
The law. The law had nothing to do with anything. It was a negotiation.
Like should have gotten Ben Shapiro, David Friedman versus Norman Finkelstein and Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky is like 90 years old, man. I think this is better, quite frankly.
You're not listening.
I know.
Ben Shapiro might be better for the... No, wait, no, never mind. Hold on. No, Destiny and Benny Morris are definitely way better for the Israeli side.
Missing the whole point.
I've read the negotiations.
The law has nothing to do with anything.
There are two foreign relations of U.S. volumes on
Nobody cares about the law.
The Palestinians kept saying, we want exactly...
Forget the Palestinians, they weren't there.
Allow me to finish. The Palestinians kept saying, we want what Egypt got. We want what Egypt got.
Yeah.
Egypt got everything
but
back.
Nothing to do with the law.
Okay.
Nothing to do with
and
the
number
law.
two, I'm not saying it's the whole picture, but as Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan said at the time, he said, if a car has 4 wheels and you remove one wheel, the car
Okay, maybe David
can't
Friedman's
move. And for them,
who is
removing
the Klein guy?
Egypt
I don't know who the Klein
from
guy
the
is. I've
Arab
heard his name
front
before. I don't know much about
would
him.
then remove any Arab military
okay.
threat to
Yeah,
Israel.
it's got
So
nothing to do with international law.
Moeen was no. The first part did, and that's what the Palestinians kept saying.
what the
We
first
want
part is.
what
That-
Egypt got
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah,
settlement.
that's true. But forget international
I also
law.
don't know
One
David
last
Friedman's
thing,
full
but
position
one
on
last-
it.
On a personal note, the quote about Sharm el Sheikh without peace.
The she?
Okay.
Oh.
That's
no.
the
Wait, hold
only
on.
thing you ever cited from
I
a
sent
book
something
of
on
mine.
Discord.
You
I'm
read
busy
it?
in Fall Guys
Yes.
right now, bro.
I was absolutely shocked at your betrayal of.
Hamas terrorists stealing aid coming into Gaza. I just this is definitely like something Hamas would do, don't get me wrong. Just like literally no way for me to tell if this is real or not. Like, why is it still low quality? There's no sound. Hamas selling aid on the black market, Israeli official claims.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look from one of our many cameras across the Middle East, and this is a view from Rafah. I've been telling you throughout the morning that the Israel government briefing is going to get underway around now. It is starting.
The peace.
Repeatedly filmed Hamas terrorists.
The Israel Defense Forces, IDF, has repeatedly filmed Hamas terrorists taking over aid trucks entering Gaza since October 7th.
Israel not blocking aid. Israel repeatedly emphasized fighting against Hamas, not Palestinian civilians. Israel's coalition of government activities in the agency. There's no limit to the amount of aid. Well, they say there's no limit to the amount of aid, but Israel has, number one, its complete siege on northern Gaza, right? And then B, it isn't it limiting? So it's still, I thought it was still restricting the amount of aid that can enter through the Rafah crossing. The UN relies on the Hamas front, UNRWA.
In the meantime, I do want to get.
Okay, well, not super surprising.
Your people. That was pure treason. It was.
I apologize for that.
Yes.
I apologize.
Okay,
I apologize.
I accept.
All right. Well, let me try once again. For the region and for just the entirety of humanity, what gives you hope? We just heard a lot of pessimistic, cynical takes. What gives you
People
hope?
don't like war. That's a good reason. That's hope. In other words, the fear of war, the disaster of war, should give people an impetus to try and seek peace.
When you look at people in Gaza, and people in the West Bank, people in Israel,
They should want.
fundamentally they hate war.
Yes, I think so.
What gives you hope?
There's no hope. No.
Oh, also,
It's
speaking
no,
of
I'm-
Discord, one of my chatters, maybe she's a streamer too, I don't know actually, invited me to this server. And if you guys want to join it, I'm in it. And I think there's like other politics streamers in it. Yeah. I'm sure Ophelia would appreciate it. Or at least I hope she does.
Hey, I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you are.
It's a very bleak moment right now. because
That I agree with.
Israel believes it has to restore what it calls its deterrence capability. I think you've written about it, actually. I just realized. Israel has to restore its deterrence capability, and after the catastrophe of October 7th, restoring its deterrence capacity means this part you didn't write about, the annihilation of Gaza, and then moving on to the Hezbollah.
No, that's...
So the Israelis are dead set on restoring that deterrence capability. On the Arab side, and I know Mouin and I have disagreed on it, and we're allowed to disagree, I think the Arab side, the lesson they learned from October 7th is Israelis aren't as strong as we thought they were. And
that would be an unfortunate message. If that's really what the Arabs come to believe.
And they think that there is a military option now. And I think it's a zero-sum game at this point, and it's very, very bleak. And I'm not going to lie about that. Now, I will admit my predictive capacities are not perfect, are limited.
Yes.
But for the moment, it's a very bleak situation.
That I agree with.
And I don't see right now a way out. However, at the very minimum, permanent ceasefire and the inhuman and illegal blockade of Gaza and
why is it illegal? They were shooting rockets at Israel for 20 years. Why is that illegal to blockade Gaza?
He thinks they're bottle rockets.
Why is it illegal? I'll tell you why.
You don't rocket your neighbor. You rocket your neighbor. Expect consequences.
I'll tell you why.
Expect consequences.
But that works both ways.
Yes,
I know, I expect that.
Professor
Works both ways.
I'll tell you why. Because every human rights, humanitarian, and UN organization in the world has said that the blockade is a form of collective punishment, which is illegal under international law. You think a blockade?
You don't understand the way the world works.
Yeah.
These things are irrelevant.
And you think confining, because that's the blockade.
Yes, you don't
confining a million children,
that's the choice of Hamas.
Confining a million children in what the Economist called a human rubbish sheet.
Why is it fucking printed out?
And continues to support Israel.
What International Committee of the Red Cross called a sinking ship, what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights called a toxic slum. You think
it is a slum?
You think,
but it's caused by
under
the
international law, you think it's legitimate?
Forget the law.
Hey, I know you want to forget the law.
It's
the one thing that it's what every Israeli fears the most.
What?
The law.
No.
Sibi Livni said, I studied international law. I oppose international law. Of course you don't want to hear about the law.
No, it's got nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Then don't complain about October 7th. If you don't want to, if you want to say forget about the law,
all I said was
then,
oh my
then
God.
there's no international humanitarian law. There's no distinction between civilians and combatants.
There should be.
And so now you're doing what Mouin said. You're becoming very selective about the law. If you want to forget about the law, Hamas had every right to do what it did. It had every right to do what it did, according to you, not to me, because you want to forget the law.
Do you still support the Houthis shooting random ships?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a violation of international law, so you play the same game.
Absolutely. And were there a power during World War II who had the courage of the Houthis? Were there a power that had that kind of courage?
So courageous to be bombing merchant ships while tens of thousands of people die of actual starvation. Not the starvation that exists in the Gaza Strip, where people before October 7th don't die of starvation. Not the concentration camps of the Gaza Strip.
What about starvation in Yemen? Don't they have something better to do?
That was the Houthis.
Yes, I know. Don't they have anything better to do?
In 3 years, they lost 180,000
Shouldn't they be feeding the Yemenis?
60,000 Yemenis died in starvation.
Why fight the Western powers and Israel when you should be taking care of your problems at home, the Houthis?
Often, the only allies of the dispossessed are those who experience similar circumstances.
Don't you think that they should take care of the Yemenis?
Dude, the way you said absolutely. Oh, you're selectively applying international law. Hey, do you still support the Houthis? Absolutely.
Problems.
Like,
I'm very happy.
So you're...
I'm very happy they're helping out the Palestinians. Anyone who helps the people.
Expensive to Yemenis.
Anybody who comes to the aid of those suffering the genocide, half of whom are children. Yeah, according to the most current UN reports, as of today, 1/4 of the population of Gaza
is starving.
That means 500,000 children
are starving.
Are on the verge of famine.
They keep saying on the verge of. I have not seen one Palestinian die of starvation in these last 4 months.
Well,
not one. They're always on the verge. They're on the verge.
There have been documented cases.
I haven't seen it.
Yesterday, Al Jazeera said 6, and the day before that they said 2. So those are the two.
That number probably dies in Israel of starvation also.
I don't think there's famine in Israel.
There isn't. There isn't in the Gaza Strip either. It's something which is produced for the Western.
There are infants dying due to a engineered lack of access to food and nutrition.
I don't think it's engineered. I think if the Hamas stopped shooting, perhaps,
as you said, engineered.
I think Human Rights Watch called it using starvation as a weapon. That's called engineering.
Okay.
That's what they did, but you were pushed on this by Coleman Hughes to bring up like an example of why is the Gaza Strip, like by what metric are they starving? By what metric is it so behind the rest of the world?
You know, if we're going to bring up...
Well, I want to hear an answer to that because you didn't answer it
Okay,
before.
I'm happy to answer it.
Yeah.
I just quoted you from the humanitarian organizations. They said
Oh
one
my
quarter
God.
of the population of Gaza is now verging on famine.
Before October 7th.
Okay,
Before October
I'm not
7th.
going before October
That's what you
7th.
use that as justification for Hamas fighting. You say the conditions were unlivable. They
Yeah,
had to fight.
I said to him...
So my question is, what made it unlivable prior to
What made
October
it
7th? What are
unlivable?
the metrics that you're
Okay,
using?
there were about 5, 6, or 7 reports issued by UNCTAD, issued by the World Bank, issued by the International Monetary Fund, and they all said, that's why. That's why.
Why did they say why?
Okay,
Why did they say
that's
that?
why The Economist, not a radical periodical, described Gaza as a human rubbish.
So tell me by what metrics? If
There,
you're a historian, if you do all this work together, then tell me what they said.
Something,
Don't just tell me a
Mr.
sentence.
Bennell.
Tell me by what
Mr.
metric.
Bennell.
He's not going to answer again.
I don't think I've avoided any of your questions, except when they breached the threshold of complete imbecility.
You're about to tell me
I've
by what
answered.
metric
So,
the Gaza Strip is
okay,
a
I'm going to
humanitarian
answer you.
crisis.
You remember what I said a moment ago? I said to Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. I look at what the organizations say. I look at what the United Nations High Commissioner
Just
for
say in
Human
more
Rights
words
said.
that you don't know. You don't
I
know or you don't care. Okay,
I don't
that's
know.
fine.
Do you know how complicated? Have you ever investigated how complicated is the metric for hunger, starvation, and famine? It is such a complicated metric they figured out. If you asked me to repeat it now, I couldn't do it.
And yet we have a human development index where we rank countries, yet we can still measure infant mortality, life expectancy. Yeah, we can measure all of these things.
Oh my
Wayne,
God, bro.
I'm holding out for you here. You still didn't answer the hope question. What gives you a source of hope about the region?
Well, first of all, I would agree with Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein that the current situation is bleak, and I think it would be unreasonable to expect it to not get even bleaker in the coming weeks and months. And this conflict really, it originated in the late 19th century. It's been a more or less active conflict since the 1920s, 1930s.
God, this guy's talking slow too
it
now.
has produced a tremendous amount of suffering and regional conflict and geopolitical complications and all of that. But what gives me hope is that throughout their entire ordeal, the Palestinian people have never surrendered. And I believe they never will surrender to overwhelming force and violence. They have taken everything that Israel has thrown at them. They have taken everything that the West has thrown at them. They have taken everything that those who are supposed to be their natural allies have, on occasion, thrown at them. But this is a people that never has, and I believe never will surrender. And at a certain point, I think Israel and its leaders will have to come to the realization that by hook or by crook, these people are going to achieve their inalienable and legitimate national rights, and that is going to be a reality.
What do you mean by that? You mean all of Palestine? Is that what you mean?
No, and
from the river to the sea.
Well, ideally, of course, yes. And what I was
ideally, of
what I was
course,
saying
yes.
earlier, and
Okay.
then the discussion got sidetracked. Is that I did believe that a two-state settlement, a partition of Palestine along the 1967 boundaries, would have been a reasonable solution, because I think it also would have opened pathways to further.
But now you believe what?
Further nonviolent engagement between Israel and the Palestinians that could create other forms of coexistence in a federal or binational or
What do you think about refugees in regards to that? Do you think there has to be a resettlement of the 5 or 6 million, whoever wants to lay claim to be descendants of?
I think there has to be an explicit acknowledgement of a responsibility and
the return
and of their rights. I think that in the framework of a two-state settlement, I think a formula would need to be found that does not undermine the foundations of a two-state settlement. And I don't think it would be that difficult, because I suspect that there are probably large numbers of Palestinian refugees who, once their rights are acknowledged, will find it exceptionally distasteful, to have to live among the kind of sentiments that we've heard around this table today, to be quite frank. I mean, I was previously unfamiliar with you, and I watched one of your preparation videos. Very disconcerting stuff, I have to say. You were explaining 2 days ago in the discussion about apartheid and how absurd it was, that in your view, Jim Crow was not apartheid. Jim Crow was not apartheid. But Arab states not giving citizenship to Palestinian refugees is apartheid. That's what I meant with my earlier comment about white supremacy.
So my issue, that's great, the white supremacy comment.
And if
well, hold on, let me respond, okay? My issue is that I feel like we have jumped on this euphemistic treadmill, and I think that's part of the reason.
Hold on. God, he's talking fast now. God damn it.
Why this conflict will never get solved is because on one end, you've got a people who are now convinced internationally that they're victims of apartheid, genocide, concentration camp conditions, ethnic cleansing. They're forced to live in an open-air prison with all of these things that are stacked against them. All of these terms that are highly specific, that refer to very precise things. And then when people like you saying that they should...
nothing less from someone who doesn't think Jim Crow is apartheid.
I don't know if
But
Jim...
who does
because
think that Arab
because
states
the problem
not
is you're
giving
morally loading.
Palestinian-
For you, apartheid is when racists do bad things.
No,
Right?
no. There's
The-
a
the- the
definition
specific-
of apartheid.
That's great. But
There's a very
the
clear
specific
definition of
top-down
apartheid.
racial domination enacted through top-down, like federal legislative policies or whatever, means that I don't know if Jim Crow would have qualified for
Have you
apartheid.
ever
That doesn't
heard
make
of
it any
Plessy
less.
versus
Excuse me,
Ferguson?
Finkelstein.
Have
I'm
you ever
talking
heard
right
of
now.
Plessy versus
Excuse me,
Ferguson?
Finkelstein. I'm talking to your friend over here.
Jesus, oh my
I don't know if it would
God.
have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of
In
genocide.
your eyes, probably not.
I don't. Well,
Mm.
yeah, but because genocide is not a special intent. I think the issue
Yeah,
is
and
instead of, and I think this conversation is emblematic of the entire conversation. I don't
Good,
think anything.
then let me
I don't
finish
think,
answering
Well,
Benny
sure, but
Morris's
you accused me of
question.
supporting racism. So yeah,
Well,
I
you
think
did.
I
And you
did it.
are.
I
Oh
did it.
my
Do you guys
God.
support Jim Crow laws?
Look, when
The fact that you can't even answer that honestly.
It doesn't
right?
matter
You
what-
say that 800 civilians
know
were
what?
killed by Hamas. You said, well, maybe 400 were killed by Israel.
No,
I don't
I
know the
didn't say
number.
that.
Maybe
No, I didn't
you
say
said
that.
you said 400.
No, I didn't
You
say that.
co-signed the opinion.
No, I
he
didn't.
said
No, I
majority.
didn't.
Oh, well,
I
wait.
was
How many?
very-
What
was
do you?
carefully
I think the
listening.
word was some. That's what I heard.
No, I
Well,
think
you weren't
your
listening.
memory
How
was
many
just-
people do you think
your memory is
approximately,
just
if you had to
sharp
ballpark it, how many do you think were killed by Hamas on October 7th?
I think it's pretty clear that the majority of civilians that were
what you
killed
said.
on
51% or 90%?
Don't ask me to put a number
I just
on
want to
Oh my
ballpark.
God.
Those are
don't
two very
know.
different intuitions.
First of all, when you say Hamas, do you mean Palestinians or do you mean
I
Hamas
mean the invading
specifically?
Palestinian force. I don't like
Well-
to say Palestinians because I don't think all Palestinian civilians were involved
No.
in attacks. I'll say Hamas, Islamic
You
Jihad,
mean
whatever, Al-Quds,
but
whatever other...
that's how this discussion started. You said Hamas, and I began to answer that, and then Benny Morris said actually he means Hamas in addition to Jihad and the others. So
So of the invading Palestinian force, how many do you think killed civilians versus the IDF? What do you think of the ballpark, the percentage?
well, the figures we have are that about a third of the casualties on October 7th were military.
That's
and
not
about
what I asked at
two-thirds
all.
were. What's your question?
Yeah.
how
asking
many?
about the
What
two-thirds.
percentage of civilians do
How
you think
many
were
of the
killed by the
two-thirds?
invading force? A
I
ballpark.
think a clear majority, but I can't give you a specific figure.
If you thought it was closer to 51% or 99%
Why
were
would
killed
he,
by...
Why would
How-
he
how-
know that? How would
It's
he know
because
that?
it's interesting
No,
to actually stake
I-
out a position.
yeah, it's interesting.
If you want to be completely totally agnostic on it, that's
based on
fine.
complete ignorance, because we don't know. Professor Morris doesn't know. Muin Rabbani
And yet you
doesn't
can
know.
speak with
We're
absolute
complete-
certainty that the IDF is targeting and murdering Palestinian children intentionally.
Oh,
Do you see the
actually-
double standard?
No, I don't. You see,
I know you don't.
I know.
It was a
I
rhetorical
don't
question.
see it.
Obviously
you know
you don't.
why? Because
Because you're
I
uneducated on the matter.
I looked at the UN report.
Uh-huh.
I
Oh
looked
my
at the
God,
Goldstone
bro.
report?
No,
The UN
report on the Great March of Return in 2018, and they said that the snipers were targeting children, medics, journalists, and disabled people.
Just as
We
they
don't-
are now in this conflict.
Exactly.
No, more journalists have been killed in the last several months in Gaza than in any other
Do you
conflict.
acknowledge
And
that
then in all
Hamas...
of
do you
World War
acknowledge,
II.
do you acknowledge
Then in
that
all of
Hamas...
World War
That's
II.
great, the comparison
Hamas
fun.
is not killing journalists in the
Do
Gaza
you
Strip.
agree that they
More-
operate in civilian uniforms? That their goal is to induce that confusion? That that's the way that they conduct themselves militarily?
Let me finish my point. More journalists
I understand.
have been more UN.
children in
He
the...
doesn't want to hear it. So
No,
boring.
because it's
Fine.
virtue.
It's so
You're not having
boring.
a material, a
Virtue
substantial.
signaling.
It is virtue signaling.
signaling, yeah.
Yes, like when you say
I know,
children over
but-
and over again. That's
but
virtue
talking
signaling.
About,
You know, you
talking
have-
about
you
how
have
many,
this- you have
talking
this
about
habit
how
of
many
mocking the
Israelis were
dead.
killed. That's not virtue signaling, because that's human
I
life.
don't care about it.
Oh
I don't
my
care
God,
if
bro.
you killed her 1,000.
You
I'm
just
curious who you're assigning
interrogated
blame
him.
to.
51%,
I'm curious who you're
90%.
assigning. The
and
question,
then,
yes,
and then
that's not the
Muin-
number.
and then-
That's the responsibility norm.
And then Muin mentions that more journalists.
You know, I kind of
were
feel like
killed
they
in
could have found
Gaza
better
than in
pro-Palestinian
all of
people.
World War II.
Probably,
That
but
doesn't
these
matter.
are, it's
And
just,
that's-
And more medics were killed.
it sucks that these are kind of like the most prominent people. But like, I don't even know, like, who else would even be willing to like get, like, Hassan's not going to talk to Destiny about this. And then I don't know, like, what other pro-Palestinian academics are there. Like, half of them just seem to quote Finkelstein all the time anyway. So, like, I don't know. Dude, the people I talk to quote Finkelstein.
No,
in
that's
Gaza.
that's silly.
And then he
Journalists
says it's
weren't
virtue
in the
signaling.
area.
But when Israelis get killed, That's serious.
I never said it's serious on both sides. I didn't say
No,
I'm not virtue signaling.
signaling.
I'm asking a substantive question of who do you assign blame to, or do you play into Norm Finkelstein's conspiracies
I
that the
think
ambulances should have known immediately who was dead, that the numbers were changed because they were fake, or that maybe 51% of the people were killed by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but 49% were killed by IDF helicopters.
You asked me a direct question, and you got a direct answer.
I didn't. I got majority, which could be anywhere
I said
from
a
51
clear,
to 99.
a clear majority.
What
were my
percent is a
exact-
clear majority? As opposed
It's always
to a
they
majority?
live in
A clear
ambiguity.
majority, in my view, is well over 50%. Please don't ask me to be more precise, because
You could say 80, 90, 95%.
I don't. If I knew that, I would say it.
I think it's a reasonable. It's a reasonable.
Perhaps it is, but
You're not the best person to be asking that question. You know, I read when you wrote described Operation Defensive Shield, and you said a few dozen homes were destroyed.
You're talking about what happened in Jenin refugee camp.
And you said
No, the Arabs said 500.
you
You
said
guys
a
said
few
500
you said a few-
Palestinians were killed in
No, no,
Jenin.
no.
I never said
And
that.
then
I
no,
never said
but that was the statement of the PLO,
Professor Morris, I'm
the
quoting
Palestinian
you.
Authority.
You said a few
Oh my
dozen.
God.
And there were
homes
massacres there.
There were a few dozen
Yes,
homes.
a
were
few
killed.
dozen homes.
Yeah. Well, it
That's
turned
right.
out 140 buildings were destroyed.
That's a few dozen.
5,000 people. 5,000.
I
people
can't
were
believe
left
that they
homeless.
ran away from the question of like when Destiny asked, do you think that Hamas operates out of civilian areas? Do you agree that Hamas is trying to maximize for that? They ran away from that, and now they're just going back to like citing how many buildings were destroyed, and they could just completely run away from the question of whether or not Hamas wants those buildings to be destroyed, whether or not Hamas operates with the intention of creating confusion and making it more likely for Israel to attack civilians. Like I don't.
How many
You
were
just
killed?
5,000.
How many
You
were killed?
described it. No, I'm talking about homes destroyed. So you're not the best person to be criticizing what Muin says when he says clear majority, but he can't say more. You know why he can't say more?
He doesn't.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I understand that.
I
understood
hope
that
as a
point.
Can we take a
historian-
break? We'll watch it. We're almost done with this.
if I was
understand
trying
that.
to belittle, I would give you a very different.
What is this? Are we living in a dream? I don't want to watch this, but it says 200 views.
Above the head of a king, and the Ben Ish Chai goes.
I don't care.
Hashem
What? It's just religious stuff. I don't care.
Answer. I would just say I don't know. I do
the
know that
right
some were
phrase. You know
shot.
what the right phrase there would be? The overwhelming majority were killed by Arab gunmen, and very small number were killed by Israelis by accident or whatever.
You're not
That's
speaking as a
probably true.
historian now.
That's probably true.
That
you
may
don't
be
know
that I can state with confidence a clear majority, overwhelming majority. You may be correct, but I can't state that with certainty. I think there's a very easy way to find out is to have a independent.
Forget independent.
I know you
Exactly.
don't
Well,
want
of
it.
course you forget
the law.
independence.
Forget that doesn't mean
Forget
anything.
the law.
Independence,
Forget
UN High Commission
Forget
for
independent
Not
human
necessarily-
rights.
No,
not
whatever it's called.
necessarily.
Just repeat
They're
the numbers.
all
Just
from
repeat
barbaric
these
countries.
You know-
a Syrian was the head of the UN Commission for Human Rights.
But if it
A
was an
Libyan-
Israeli, it would have been okay.
he certainly would have been more
Yeah,
honest than a
of
Syrian.
course. Oh yeah,
course.
from your perspective.
Well, to disagree with Steven, I thought this was extremely valuable. And at times, really, like the view of history, the passion. I'm really grateful that you would spend your really valuable time. And just one more question, since we have two historians here. Well, just briefly, from a history perspective, what do you hope your legacy as historians, Benny and Norm, will be of the work that you've put out there? Maybe Norm, you can go first and try to just say briefly.
I think there's a value to preserving the record. I'm not optimistic about where things are going to end up. There was a very nice book written by a woman named Helen Hunt Jackson at the end of the 19th century.
Yeah, I mean,
describing what was done to
he's
the
the
Native
enlightened
Americans.
centrist. Conversations matter for everyone, even if they're bad faith. I liked his I like when he talked to
called
Sam
it
Harris, and
essential-
Sam Harris kind of got upset at him for that.
Century of dishonor. And she described in vivid, poignant detail what was done to the Native Americans. Did it save them? No. Did it help them? Probably not. Did it preserve their memory? Yes. And I think there's a value to that. You know, there was a famous film by
So he wants to
Eisenstein,
preserve the
Sergei
Palestinian
Eisenstein.
memory.
it was either Battleship Potemkin or Mother. I can't remember which one. The last scene was the Tsar's troops mowing down all the Russian people. And he pans the scene.
Not all the Russian people, just a few.
Yeah. Well, he pans the massacre. He pans the massacre.
But he could have killed a lot more.
And the last words of the movie were, proletarians, exclamation point, remember, exclamation point. And I've seen it as my life's work to preserve the memory and to remember.
And dude, phenomenal. I say to one. I
can
talk about the conversation.
It's very dense. It gives me even a.
I just don't. I need more. I need more time with him, man. I don't like that. Like that entire time we talked about like one thing. Yeah. I feel like I got like 3 of my questions answered the whole time.
The headache to read at least one of the chapters.
You wrote a book on Gaza.
And but I thought that the memory deserves to be preserved.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this cue is broken.
Well, I would just say very briefly, unlike my colleague, I think writing the truth about what happened in history, in various periods of history, if I've done a little bit of that, I'm happy.
I'd say he dismantled you as a matter of fact on what?
You know, thank you, Benny. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Moeen.
But I'm fine with saying
for
he
listening to
did
this
well.
call.
Like I don't. Oh, finally he's over. Oh my god.
That's a good point.
It was insane. Every point. Okay. Oh wait, did you lose your debate? Apparently, man. Okay, they mentioned the one thing I want to look up now. They mentioned a few things I want to look up. Okay. Is UN 242 binding? That's what I... The nature of resolutions under Chapter 6. There's general agreement among legal scholars, outside organizations, that resolutions made under... Wait, it's just Wikipedia. If you had to summarize the debate, what would you say? I mean, you can watch it on my YouTube channel if you want to, but like it's... I don't know. Like we talked about just whether Gaza is apartheid the whole time. I don't know. He was just like, well, I think Gaza is apartheid because they have different rights there. And I'm like, well, the proximate cause for them having different rights is Hamas, right? Do I like Vosh? No. He was like, yeah, but some things aren't justified. I'm like, do you really think it's fair to call it apartheid when, like, I don't know. But I really only started, like, getting aggressive at, like, the end where I started trying to, like, really get on him about connotation and denotation. And okay, what's the citation for this? Why is everything purple? Okay. But it does not preclude them being described as legally binding. Yeah, it was a euphemistic treadmill. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll talk to him more, and like yeah. Okay, so 4 through 12. We should post the camera footage. I will. The reason I didn't is just because the camera freaking overheated. But I'm learning. Okay, I figured it out. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, on my $0 budget, I'm using my phones and a like an old cheap DSLR, and it's like they all like overheated at different times. So it was, I don't know. It was just better to like I was originally gonna include the footage until they all cut out, but like it just didn't feel that right. But I already made the intro at that point. So what GDX? I don't. If it's another thing, I don't care.
This is a video I've been watching.
New Hamas charter. What the heck? Is this your channel or something, man? This scene, why wouldn't we just like read the original text? What even is this? What?
Nevertheless, the deal was rejected by the Palestinians and the rest of the Arab world.
Why is he even going over this when it's called the New Hamas charter? I was thinking, you know, like if you just accept that all those words are true, maybe there could be a productive convo. Or if you didn't want to say, well, if Israel is committing a genocide, I support the genocide. I said that like at the very end. I expected, I wanted more time for him because like at the beginning of the conversation, like we would kind of go off in tangents and I was like fine with it. And I didn't really do enough. I didn't do enough to stop it because like at the end, closer to the end, I think I literally told him that I said I did the like, well, if you want to expand the denotation so much that you include like you include what Israel is doing in Gaza as apartheid, then I don't think you can say that all apartheid is bad. And it seems like apartheid is something that we should want to be a bad thing. But I said that, yeah. Support genocide. True. I don't know. We can go over some of it. Like, I don't know. I don't have anything to do. Well, I do have stuff to do. I have just stuff to read still, but I don't know. Also, listen, I got the audio as good as I could. I'm an idiot. My microphone is set up for streaming, so the way it did noise canceling, like it, you know, we were talking in opposite sides of it, obviously. So whenever we started like talking over each other, it would kind of just choose somebody to like to noise cancel and someone not to noise cancel. That's because it was weird. But you know what? But next, you know, we'll do it again, and hopefully next time it'll be better. Like I don't. Well, let me change the title then. Yeah, we'll watch some of it at least. I don't know if we'll watch all of it, but.
Syria will drop weapons in the ocean and Hamas will fucking scuba dive up to try to go get those weapons.
Yeah, because, I mean, Syria has a right to defend themselves.
That was a fucking insane point.
But they were trying to save hostages, right?
Yeah, but, you know, there's...
So some amount of foreseeable harm to civilians is going to be okay to rescue those hostages, right?
I would say some, but they went definitely a little bit overboard, don't you? I mean, Biden, your guy Biden even called it a step too far.
I just don't get like why we make all these excuses for like the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. It's like, oh, well, the conditions are so bad. Israel has had Hamas launching rockets and suicide bombers into their country for years. Like, I don't understand why we make all these excuses for the Palestinians.
Because the Palestinians are losing far more than the Israelis. So let's get into it, man.
Okay, I guess broadly speaking, what's your view
hi,
of what's
Melanie.
happening in Gaza right now?
Well, I think that it's an apartheid bordering on ethnic cleansing.
An apartheid bordering on ethnic cleansing. That's
In
what
Gaza?
he thinks is
Yeah.
happening in Gaza.
Okay, can you
And this is the only topic we talked about like the whole time.
explain why it's
We talked about apartheid a little bit in the West Bank, but
LA
that's
in
about
Gaza?
it.
I would say generally, I'd say it's worse in the West Bank because there's not terror in the West Bank. The people
That was it. I don't understand. There is terror in the West Bank. I don't
from the West
understand.
Bank are innocent, and they've been subjected to innocent Israeli terror for years.
Okay, so number one, you have to remember not everyone in the West Bank is innocent.
Wait, hold on. I just want to see real quick if people actually watch this. Well, you're gonna watch this first? What do you mean? You literally said you wanted to go over. Oh, did you mean the thing you sent? It's not the podcast. You said at least watch some of it. Average view duration 5 minutes. Yeah, people are not interested. You can see. Oh my god, you can literally see this. Like these two jumps must have been where just like one person watched all of it. Yeah, because it went from 0 to 1, and then it went from 1 to 2. Man, hold on, we don't need this anymore. That was a original failed upload. Did I get more watch time on this, do you think? I'm just curious. Oh, I got way less on that. But also, it has less views. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna think earlier, how the new. I just don't like who is this guy?
Painfully apparent that Jews and Arabs cannot form a state together.
I'd say it's genocide bordering and apartheid in Israel. Yeah.
So, after World War II, a UN committee suggested splitting the land into and rejects any forms of peace. You don't make concessions to someone who is ideologically committed to destroy you. Ideologues believe that the idea recognize Israel's right to exist. Hostile to the Ummah's aspiration for unity, renaissance and liberation.
It's an Israeli liberal.
The circumstances and the pressures are no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine, from the river to the sea. However, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity,
no part of the land of Palestine should be compromised or conceded, irrespective of cause, the circumstances, and pressure, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Watching Hassan and his chat react to the Destiny Finkelstein debate actually broke my brain so bad. What did they... Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, I should have just watched Hassan. Watch it. I'm sure it's already up on Hassan Albi reactions. Oh, darn. Dude, you will go insane. I want to watch at least some of it. I don't know. More Finkelstein calls Destiny fantastic. Can you go back in on Twitch? Like, can you? I don't think you can rewind. Can you? Is this on streaming right now? Oh, he isn't. So I can watch the VOD, right?
Okay, I agree. This is a historic fact.
Was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No, I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred.
Oh, schizophrenia listening to this on today. Just be careful. All right.
Massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's, if you like, inevitability.
Yeah, no, he was talking about like the peaceful ways in which dispossession occurred, you know, through land ownership. It's just real odd that like the land ownership did not pertain to like historically Arab villages, right? Because nobody disputes that like there was definitely land ownership that occurred. Okay. By the way, the very same argument that Benny Morris is presenting here literally right now is disputed in Israeli courts when we talk about Sheikh Jarrah. Okay, the land and the homes that are owned by Palestinians under the Ottoman era are still owned by those families to this day, and yet the Israeli courts for some reason refuse to acknowledge that as they consistently try to expel the Palestinian population in that area. Right? That would now, if you look at their entire body of work, especially on the development of the Israeli state, would be considered anti-Zionist, like rugged anti-Zionist.
We can't have a state.
I think you're missing the point. Yeah, no, the argument I think he's trying to make here is that, like, Ben-Gurion wanted to be accepted by the Western world. If Ben-Gurion wanted to be accepted by the Western world, like, maybe
I don't really care about Hassan's takes on the history. When do they?
Yes, and my response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of all,
Oh, empty chair meme.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of
fucking person remaining that is alive now that even played a role in the development of the 1988 charter. When the 1988 charter was written, Hamas had zero relevance and zero popularity. In 2017, they
They still, it's like their founding charter though. It's like representative of their ideology.
Were a significantly more relevant force when they actually updated their charter. Try to frame the conversation in a way that, like, to paint a black and white picture, unless we're talking about the morality of an apartheid regime. Because the apartheid regime is a black and white picture. The morality is clear. Apartheid is wrong. There is no justification for it. Okay?
There's no justification for it, but I also think it's apartheid when we have security checkpoints in the West Bank because there's suicide bombers. I don't like what. There's no justification for it except Hamas is launching rockets into Tel Aviv every 2 years. What's wrong with the video? What video? This one? I don't know. It's like not necessarily something wrong with it. It's just like I have like no clue who this is, and it's like some weird channel. And like coming from you, I just don't trust it. No offense. I don't know. We'll watch some of it, I bet. But this is an Israeli liberal. I know, but like I meant like you sent the link, and like I don't trust that it's a considering the other takes you have, I don't trust that I'm gonna get the most accurate information from a random channel that you send. No offense.
The correct approach to October 7 is to lay the blame squarely on the Israeli apartheid state. And if survivors from the kibbutzim could come to that conclusion, you should at least honor their perspective and honor their experiences. I think a lot of people get lost in their endless ways of trying to fit a perfect narrative. You mean actual settler outposts or just sites where they gather? No, like the justification for targeting the kibbutzim is that like they are deliberately designed to be the first line of defense against Palestinians, and therefore they're technically perceived as a military outpost, even if it is comprised entirely of unarmed non-militants. I do not agree. I'm saying that I do not agree with that assessment. I think that they are still civilian outposts. And most of the people that died in those civilian outposts were civilians. There were women, children. Some of them actually died due to our...
You agree that I have condemned Israeli...
I can't. I want to hear what Hassan says when they bring up the human shields point.
Syrians.
Good one, Hassan. Good one, Chief.
And buses and the restaurants. That's the second intifada. You remember that? Suicide bombers in Jerusalem's buses.
I am completely aware of that. But if you forgot the numbers, it was 3-1. The number
killed mostly armed Palestinians.
That's what you say.
Okay, I can't do this. This is so dumb. No, it's too hard. It's too hard. It's too much. Which implies that you can even kill your own fucking you can kill your own civilians, your own citizens, in an effort to make sure that they are not taken hostage by the enemy.
Oh my God, the Hannibal Doctrine.
Israel's actions do not fit the bill of like genuine, serialized, mechanized murder. It does. No matter how hard you try to justify it and claim that that is not the case. And the world can see it too.
Of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that don't love to cite, Hamas is guilty of all of these same war crimes, of them failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attacks. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, yes, in terms of international law, defines Amnesty International defines International describes crimes from shielding, but they don't actually apply the correct international legal standard. I know, absolutely. I absolutely. I'm just saying.
Dude, you can't even understand them. The thing is, there's nobody in Mary's room talked about Israel Palestine a lot before. I mean people talked about it whenever the conflict heated up, but they were usually like intermittent, like ceasefires, right?
I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm. That it's not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell, civilians die, it's a fact of life, and you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking
Oh no, Hassan, please, Hassan, you can make a basic moral analysis. Hassan, you are not morally blind. Come on, please.
All of a sudden you've discovered morality, and you've discovered condemnation, you've discovered intent, and you are unfortunately far from alone in this. I'll give you, you know who for me is a perfect example.
Wait, hold on, just a second, examples. No, the false equivalency of the two sides is astounding. When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that...
Well, they did happen to stumble into it.
They did, but when they stumbled into it, it wasn't an issue of trying to figure out a military target or not. They weren't failing a distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just...
Anyone that fucking claims that Israel is not deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure and civilians is either the dumbest person I've ever seen in my entire life, like straight up schizophrenic, delusional, okay, or they are a bloodless propagandist. In the case of Destiny, it's
true. I'm a bloodless propagandist. The Mossad is paying me to say that Israel is not targeting civilians because there's no evidence of them targeting civilians.
A little bit of both. Okay? Fucking, I love the optics lovers, dude. Schizophrenic in the sense that they are fucking hallucinating. Not schizophrenic equals stupid. God, I hate being a fucking leftist. You know what? I'm gonna fucking permaban you. That's it. I hate it. This is why I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. It is just like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking permaban you.
Him tears tossed around for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell, you know, it's a fact of life, get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down in tears.
He understood that one is deliberate and one isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried to make us know.
Oh, he understood that. Oh, Israel is just small being genociding. They're not deliberately killing fucking just 25,000 plus women and children. They're just a oopsie. Dude.
I
can't. You do nothing for them. You're so disingenuous to your values. Come on, bro. I know it's the top of the hour and you're trying to...
I just don't. How is it so? How are people so more? They literally can't fathom the distinction between collateral damage and intentionally targeting civilians. I don't understand. And when he says like, again, I'm gonna make like, Jesus, there's a difference number one between targeting and killing. Okay, every military ever intentionally kills civilians. Everyone recognizes that it is perfectly okay to intentionally kill civilians. Everybody recognizes this because everybody would say, if every single member of Hamas was in a room with one civilian, everyone would say it's okay to blow up that room. Okay, even though the civilian death is anticipated. Okay, everyone would probably say that on a moral level because of the double effect, and then and then international law says the same thing because in order for it to be illegal under international law, Article 57 or is it Article 51 of the Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions specifically says it's only a crime if you make civilians the object of the attack. You have to act with purpose. You can't just act with knowledge. The difference is, this is the fundamental difference between these things. Israel will either act with dolus indirectus or dolus eventualis, either with knowledge or with like recklessness, right? Hamas will act with purpose, dolus directus. Like, I don't like how people are just incapable of seeing that. Like, I don't get it. I literally don't get it. It's so I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
That's because Syria will.
I would say generally, I'd say it's worse in the West Bank because there's not terror in the West Bank. The people of the West Bank are innocent and they've been subjected to innocent Israeli terror for years.
Okay, so number one, you have to remember not everyone in the West Bank is innocent. There are terrorist organizations that operate out of there. There are suicide bombers in the
I told you watching this on break your brain. I mean, it's just anyone who can't do basic moral analysis. Like, I don't.
West Bank. And can you go into
not nearly enough to justify not nearly enough to justify committing the war crime of perfidy.
Okay. We can get into that more later. But can you explain why you think Gaza is apartheid?
I would say having to basically be second-class citizens. There's different passports for people who live in Gaza than in Israel. You know, they have to go through checkpoints. It's very much an open-air prison, just like the communities were during the South African apartheid. And I would cite the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. I'd go with
so the Human Rights.
Jeez, I need to read the I need to read the Human Rights Watch reports, and then I need to read the NGO Monitor report. You know, Hamas doesn't admit he's not smart. At least he says so many times on streams. Listen, it's fine to be an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm not smart, okay? But I'm not even like that good at politics or anything. But I'm capable of doing basic moral analyses. It's just such an easy. It's just like such an easy thing. Like Israel blows up children on a beach. Okay, let's ask some questions. What did Israel think it was doing? Oh, well, Israel thought it was killing Hamas members. Okay, Hamas took hostages. Okay, well, what did Hamas think it was doing? Well, Hamas thought it was taking hostages, civilian hostages, to try to negotiate. Or to the best explanation is to try to negotiate the release of the prisoners in the West Bank. Like, oh, Hamas killed people at a music festival. What do they think they were doing? Well, they thought they were killing Jewish people. Oh, that fucking phone call that we listened to of the. It's a phone call. Like, I just don't understand. Look how many I killed with my own hands. Your son killed Jews. It's just so. Just so, like, there's no.
Right. Human Rights Watch report, the Threshold Cross report. I think that report is bullshit. That report was.
Jared, that's not a great. I mean.
Yeah, that's kind of feel obvious once you learn enough. It's just obvious if you. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's so obvious, dude. Dude, it's so obvious. I like the way. Yeah, I don't know. We're now living in a world that can no longer tolerate well-armed, malevolent regimes. Without perfect weapons, collateral damage, the maiming and killing of innocent people is unavoidable. Similar suffering will be imposed on still more innocent people because of our lack of perfect automobiles, airplanes, antibiotics, surgical procedures, and window glass. If we draw conclusions about ethics, as well as predictions about what people are going to do, or about what a given person or society will do in the future, we cannot ignore human intentions. Where ethics are concerned, intentions are everything. Like, obviously, intentions matter. Like, I think the perfect weapons thing is like a really good thing. It's like, yeah, because we don't have perfectly safe cars, people are gonna die in car crashes, right? It's like, because we don't have perfect weapons, people are gonna die as collateral damage to war. It sucks, it's tragic, and it's good that we're actively minimizing the cost of war by airdropping food into Gaza and building a pier into Gaza, and Israel's finally opening up more crossings. My only point was, although it wasn't a main, but what? My only point is that although Israel got international coverage, it wasn't a main issue like the domestic issues that the Ukrainian war was. I mean, Israel, what do you mean? And now it's one of the most, I mean, it wasn't when it was, because October 7th hasn't happened before. There's been like flare-ups, obviously.
I mean, it still is a report from Human Rights Watch, so you can't just throw it out.
That's true. There's a great report from NGO Monitor that goes over like everything wrong with that report. So like with regards to the West Bank, I think Israel.
How about you get the NGO Monitor, your best friends, the Heritage Foundation?
True. So you think Gaza is apartheid though?
Yeah. How is that not apartheid? I want to hear if I have Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, I think the burden of evidence is on you to prove that it's not apartheid.
I mean, I would say Gaza is under a blockade. There may even be some elements of blockade that I think are unfair, but
it's been ongoing for way long. It's not a military blockade. It's they're
but that's because Hamas. That's because Syria will drop weapons in the ocean and Hamas will fucking scuba dive up to try to go get those weapons.
Yeah, because Syria has a right to defend themselves.
Hell, Andrew Wilson.
Okay, Syria does not have a right to deliver weapons to Hamas who then launch itself.
Does Bibi Netanyahu have a right to support Hamas because he has in the past?
That was a fucking dumb point. Like, it's just like I shouldn't have even like let him go on this tangent.
To try to go get those weapons.
Yeah, because Syria has a right to defend themselves.
Okay, Syria does not have a right to deliver weapons to Hamas who then launch itself.
Does Bibi Netanyahu have a right to support Hamas because he has in the past?
This is like nothing to do with the apartheid question. So like I should have just said like, "Oh, can I get an answer to my question first?" But like I
let money into Hamas from Qatar.
I mean, that seems like a pretty supportive move.
Which is more bad faith, but I don't think it's
so. Okay, so besides the point of the conflict could have already ended, but Bibi Netanyahu's prolonged it.
What do you mean?
I don't know what his point here too was either, because like it's not like if Israel went after Hamas earlier that like he also wouldn't have been upset. He wouldn't have also been calling it like a
by letting them the money. Following from that conclusion, we can ask if he's been so supportive of Hamas in the past, why the sudden shift in dialogue? And I think that a great reason would be the recent oil discovery.
In Gaza, I just found a white shot. You don't think that? What do you mean?
Okay, I don't know how much it is shifting public sentiment on Israel. Do you think has to do with how the American public perception changed after the Iraq War fiasco when terrorists killed like 2,000 people in America? The American government launched 2 wars, which killed millions, but the Israeli response to 1,200 people dying 20 years later is seen as radically disproportionate. I don't know. I feel like just after the Iraq War, I don't know. We have Iraq PTSD, and everyone's like super concerned about like the best way to fight terrorists and stuff. Like it's just but people don't know what proportionate means. Is the thing. Nobody actually knows what proportionality means. Hold on, actually, I want to go to the end of my list.
Supported them. And here too. Here we got some big uncommitted votes. I voted uncommitted here. Like strategy.
Don't have Iraq PTSD, but Iraqis do. I mean, like in terms of like our we're reluctant to intervene. Yeah, that's what I mean. Mind fucked Americans. We're reluctant to like intervene in other places because of the Iraq War. Like we have PTSD. I'm not complaining, but I don't think it's unreasonable to claim Israel talked about a lot more than it used to be.
We're gonna say that wants to explain your kill.
I mean, it is now, but again, that's because what happened on October 7th had not really happened before.
The Palestinian people, but again, they wouldn't have to, negotiate with Hamas if they had never.
So 2005 to pre-October 7th.
Ever funded Hamas, they would never have had to.
But the Hamas existed before Israel started funding it.
Yeah, but then they started funding it.
So in 2005 to pre-October 7th, when Hamas was still launching rockets into Israel or still taking hostages, you don't think Israel?
I think they can conduct military operations. I don't think a permanent occupation's a good way. Not even just right. I don't think it's stupidly the way.
After the occupation.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that restricting.
I don't know. It's just like Israel can conduct military operations, but they can't do a blockade because a blockade is apartheid. Like I don't know. Permanent occupation. He will describe the Gaza Strip even after 2005 as an occupation. Because Israel essentially controls everything that goes in and out of the Gaza Strip, and it controls the airspace and it blockades it. So he'll describe it as an occupation, which is like under the strict definition under international law, it's not an occupation because they are arguably not substituting the control of a lawful sovereign. I mentioned it in here. It's like, why? I don't know. Like I said, like everyone has this obsession of making everything like the worst possible thing it can be.
Would be
like I don't understand what's wrong with just calling it like a blockade. Like you can disagree with the blockade, that's fine, but like why?
Continuation of occupation. That is an occupation.
Okay.
You're asking, does Israel have the right to occupy Gaza? I would say no.
Do you think Israel's occupying Gaza after 2005 when they withdrew?
No, I'm saying they will after this, and I'm saying I'm just going to go ahead and say.
Oh, sorry, saying they will occupy Gaza afterwards.
Prediction.
But like I don't understand. But he doesn't even care that Israel's going to occupy Gaza because like I don't know, like I've had conversations with him before where it's like he agrees, well, Hamas has to go, and it's like, well, Hamas is the ruling government there, so there needs to be some authority in Gaza, so Israel's going to have to stay there to like at least set up a government or bring it under control to PA, right?
Once Israel tries to occupy Gaza, I don't think they have the right to. I don't think they should.
I mean, I just don't like understand.
It's a waste of Israeli lives, dude.
Like you think, like after Israel gets rid of Hamas, they should just leave Gaza in chaos?
I think they should. I think that if they want to actually make a good faith attempt to rebuild Gaza, then they should by all means stay.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
but they don't want to. They're not going to. They don't plan on that. They plan on smashing and grabbing, and you'll see it. We'll see it. I mean, we'll see it.
You'll see
We
it.
don't have to be. By the end of the conflict, we'll know which side was right. You know what I mean? Yeah, like if we see the end of the conflict and it ends with if it keeps getting worse like it does, we'll eventually know who is in the right. You know, we won't have to wait for much longer.
Well, intentions matter, but
But like, let's say Bibi Netanyahu says that it's gotten so bad that there's a 75% chance risk of every military-aged man joining Hamas. What does that mean? I mean, does that just does the intentions matter? Can he kill 75% of Palestinian men? I mean, at what point? And specify to me, just one second. It's like, at what point do we go like, we get it, we understand, but you're just killing?
I just felt like he's like incapable of doing basic moral analysis. It's like I don't.
That's like the invasion of Iraq. You know, it's like Saddam needed to go, but 3 million is way too much. You know, you could have done that with way less.
Like I don't totally agree with that. Like I think like at some number, yeah, it's probably not worth it. But like,
but this is why we need Biden in 2024.
This is why we need Biden in 2024.
But everybody, wait, hold on, real quick. Everybody just vote for Joe.
I have a lot of Israeli people who watch why.
Oh, that's why. Oh, he's bought and paid for it.
I am bought and paid for. I'm a Saudi death son.
Well, I'm not going to be will I say I'm anti-Semitic? I love Jewish people. My great-grandparents are Jewish. I'm not anti-Semitic.
I don't like.
He's on the chat. He knows you're all Israeli-funded Mossad agents.
2005, should they?
So after 2005.
But do you see like how I asked this like question like about whether or not Israel occupies Gaza after 2005 like 10 minutes earlier?
When
and, like
they
I just didn't get an answer. But like I don't want to like start super aggressive or anything.
Do you think Israel? Let's start with like a strict definition on the international law. Do you think Israel's occupying Gaza?
I would say not letting anybody in and out would constitute an occupation.
That constitutes an occupation.
I would.
Israel has the
power to like control every way in and out of a territory. You're essentially occupying it.
Essentially?
Essentially.
I mean, I just don't.
That's your area because you can be like, no, yes, no. That's like what your property is basically. It's like you could.
True. All right, what was that video?
Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised. This is a video I've been wanting to make for a while. The new Hamas charter has been out for several months, and I wanted to look into it and see if it changes anything in how we should view this organization, in how Israel should deal with Gaza, which Hamas rules, and in how Israel should conduct itself vis-a-vis the Palestinians in general. I didn't get to it until now, but seeing as November 2017 marked the 100-year anniversary of the Jewish-Palestinian conflict, this is as good a time as any. It's been 100 years. Have we made any progress? So, to understand the stakes involved in this new Hamas charter, we're going to have to talk about the history of the conflict. Therefore, I'm going to provide a brief historical review of the past 100 years. Of course, this is not going to be a full analysis of the conflict. What we shall focus on is the history of Arab refusal to accept Israel's right to exist, since that is the main thing we are discussing when we ask if Hamas has changed. So keep in mind that this is a partial picture that I'm portraying. It was in November 1917, after the Brits conquered the land of Israel from the Turks in the First World War, that the British government announced that it would support the idea of turning this land into a national home for the Jews. The idea was not to turn it into a Jewish state, but to allow Jews to immigrate to their historical homeland and form a country together with the local Arab population. This idea, however, encountered immediate resistance from the local Arabs, and from Arabs all over the Middle East. Why did the Arabs object? Well, first of all, it is a human reaction. Humans are usually suspicious of foreigners who come to live among them. But there were also strong ideological components. First, there's Muslim imperialism, the idea that every piece of land that they perceive as belonging to Islam cannot be given away. Secondly, there is a fear from Western invasion, which was and still is very prevalent in the Arab world. The memory of the Crusades is still with them, and they saw this as the beginning of a new crusade. Third, there is anti-Semitism, the belief that Jews are evil and are plotting to disenfranchise them. All of these, combined together, generated a hostile reaction to the idea of a national home for the Jews in Israel. They believed it would not end there, but will result with the Jews and the West taking over the entire Middle East. Or as they put it, either we push the Jews to the sea, or they push us to the Euphrates. This idea, that they must push the Jews to the sea, has remained hanging over the Jewish-Arab relationship for the past century. It should be said that when they are more specific about it, the Arab leaders don't say that the Jews should be thrown into the sea, but pushed into boats on which they would go back to the countries they came from. But in the Jewish consciousness, the idea that the Arabs want to force to the sea has been solidified. When there seems to be a chance that the Arabs might make peace with Israel and accept its right to exist, Israeli skeptics react by saying, the Arabs are the same Arabs, and the sea is the same sea. Now, the Palestinians claim that it is their land, which has been taken from them unlawfully. This claim, however, has no legs to stand on. It is true that in 1917 there were about 500,000 Arabs living in the territory which the Brits defined as Palestine, but that doesn't mean that they owned it. As an Israeli individual, I can say that I own the land that is my private property, and I can also claim that I have ownership over the entire land that constitutes the State of Israel. That is because I am a subject of the Israeli government, the government that makes and enforces the laws of this land, the government that is responsible for its protection and development. Since I pay taxes to this government, obey its laws and help in the defense of the land, I can say that this land is my land. But the Arabs living here in 1917, those who would become known as Palestinians, had no Palestinian government. They were subjects of the...
They were, at some point they did have, like, there were different types of, like, Arab leadership at the time. And, like, after the Arab Revolt, or after, like, the first, like, Arab resistance in the 1920s, Britain gave them some, like, a representative government, right? Like, yeah. Like, I don't understand.
The Ottoman Empire.
Like, the reality is, people were there and they were working the land and they felt some connection to that land, even if they weren't.
Whose government was in Turkey. So they had ownership over their private land, but any other land belonged to every other subject of the Ottoman Empire just as much as it belonged to them. As a matter of fact, you can argue that there were about the same number of Jews and Palestinians living in the Ottoman Empire at the time, so the Jews had an equal claim.
That's of the whole Ottoman Empire.
It doesn't matter anyway, because the Ottoman Empire collapsed, and Palestine was no longer under the sovereignty of the Turkish government, so it essentially became no man's land. The League of Nations, which was the international authority at the time, passed a resolution in 1922 that ordained Palestine to be a national home for the Jews, and gave Great Britain a mandate over the land to oversee this process. So the Jews who started to immigrate and settle in Palestine did so legally. The Arabs did not accept the resolution, and turned to violence. 1920 marks the year when Palestinian terrorism began, and ever since then Jews had to live behind walls and maintain a strong defense force. In the 1930s, the Jews also started to strike back and form their own terrorist groups. But, like I said, we are not talking about this side of the story. The Palestinian violence became so bad that the Brits had to appease them and put limitations on the amount of the Jews that were allowed to come in. And so, in the years when European Jews needed refuge the most, the gates of their homeland were closed before them. It became painfully apparent that Jews and Arabs cannot form a state together. So, after World War II, a UN committee suggested splitting the land into a Jewish state and an Arab state. The part that the Jews got was slightly bigger, but half of it was desert land, so it was a fair deal. Nevertheless, the deal was rejected by the Palestinians and the rest of the Arab world. The plan went before the UN General Assembly, and got the 2/3 of the votes needed to pass. However, UNGA resolutions have no legal effectiveness. They are merely recommendations, which are passed on to the UN Security Council. The body of resolutions are legally binding. So, after the UNGA resolution in November 1947 to end the British mandate and form 2 states, it was left for the UNSC to ratify it. The Arabs refused to let this happen, and threatened that if the Security Council adopts this plan, they are going to invade Israel and destroy it. The Americans got cold feet, fearing another Holocaust, and delayed the UNSC vote to find a solution. The Brits, however, were tired of this mess, and announced that they are pulling out by May 1948, leaving the Jews to the newly and gave it legal status. Shall we say, ethnically cleansed, in the most thorough way. So there were no Jews left in the West Bank and Gaza, but there were still Arabs living in Israel, and eventually they became Israeli citizens. The UN General Assembly passed a resolution that every Palestinian refugee who wants to go fully with their Jewish neighbors return triumphant to the Israel conquered the West Bank and Gaza. It was Palestinians, and all of
Okay.
and decided to go their own way, language of the late Jewish citizens. What about the millions of other Jews who were living in Israel in 1968?
I don't understand, like, what this doesn't have anything to do with the stuff right now.
His true face as a jihadist and shot. He was saying that he wants peace and recognized of negotiations, which eventually handed them over to the Palestinian Authority, headed by Arafat. the Palestinian Authority had to show that it can maintain peace and prevent terrorist attacks, and gradually change the Palestinian rhetoric to a peaceful one. In turn, Israel was supposed to gradually hand over more and more lands until we get to a situation of two states living peacefully side by side. Throughout that period, Arafat was speaking in two tongues. To the Western world, he was saying that he wants peace and recognizes Israel's right to exist, but to the Arabs, he was saying that it is all in accordance with the 10-point plan. The Palestinian Charter was supposed to be revoked, and there was a process of revocation, but it is unclear if it was actually revoked. For the Israeli right, this was proof that the Arabs are the same Arabs, and the sea is the same sea. The left believe that you have to give the peace process time to bring change. Well, did we make any progress since then? I would say that we did. Arafat is dead now, and his successor Abu Mazen is a lot less ambivalent when he declares his commitment to the two-state solution. That ideology makes them stronger than you, so when you allow that, they start to have discussions about it, and start thinking about other compromises. Thus, through small steps, we can progress towards peace. I see no other way to achieve it. Unfortunately, the PLO is not the only representative of the Palestinian people. In the 1980s, the Islamist movement Hamas first made its showing on the Palestinian street. Back then, the world was not yet aware of the true nature of Islamism, and Israel stupidly thought that Hamas would be a moderating force, so it helped it grow. But in 1988, just as the PLO was ready to change, Hamas revealed its true face as a jihadist organization. The first Hamas charter, written that year, is arguably the most anti-Semitic document ever written. It puts even the Nazis to shame. For instance, the Nazis believe that there are two evil forces that are controlling the world from behind the scenes. The Zionists, an evil cabal of Jews, and the Freemasons, another evil cabal. Whereas Article 28 of the Hamas charter states that the Zionist invasion is a vicious invasion. It does not refrain from restoring to all methods, using all evil and contemptible ways to achieve its end. It relies greatly in its influence of Zionist arms, but we're supposed to maintain the peace, to show that Israel can trust them and give them more land. In reality, because Hamas rejected the Oslo Agreement, it did not give more peace to Israelis, but a lot more violence and bloodshed. Hamas launched a suicide bombers campaign, and the number of Israeli victims of terrorism rose dramatically. Nevertheless, the peace process soldiered on, and in 2005 Israel cleared completely out of Gaza. This was followed by Palestinian general elections, in which Hamas took part for the first time. It was an optimistic sign that maybe Hamas is willing to accept the peace process. Alas, Hamas did not only take part in the election, it also won it. This was a surprise, which was not predicted by the polls. Take heed of that. Polls taken in the Arab world are usually completely unreliable, and tend to grossly underestimate the power of Islamism. At least that's the way it was until recently. I sense that Islamism has been losing popularity lately. But in 2005 it was much stronger than anyone realized, and so Hamas won the election. I was actually optimistic about it. I thought that since Hamas now has responsibility for the fate and well-being of the Palestinian people, it will have to moderate. But Hamas showed that it is committed to only one thing, and that is jihad. At first it formed a coalition with the secular Fatah, Abu Mazen's party, but then it started to train its own police force, basically a private militia. In 2007, this force took over Gaza and murdered the Fatah people. Fatah, with the help of Israel, managed to maintain control over the West Bank, and since then the Palestinian Authority has been split between those two rival groups, and there are two Palestinian governments.
Wait, sorry.
Abu Mazen's party, but then it started to train its own police force, basically a private militia. In 2007, this force took over Gaza and murdered the Fatah people. Fatah, with the help of Israel, managed to maintain control over the West Bank, and since then the Palestinian Authority has been split between those two rival groups, and there are two Palestinian governments. The Hamas government of Gaza declared that the Oslo agreements are invalid, and that it will never ever recognize Israel's right to exist. Whenever asked about it, its leaders refused to disavow the Hamas charter. At this point, Israel had two options. One was to announce that the peace process had failed, and reoccupy Gaza. But that would have taken us back to square one in the peace process, and all the sacrifices we made would have been for nothing. The other was to freeze things the way they are, prevent Gaza from getting stronger and becoming a threat, and wait until Gaza has a government that is committed to the peace process. This was the option that Israel chose, so it placed a blockade on Gaza to prevent it from gaining, and it has to accept the past agreements signed by previous Palestinian governments. This was in 2007, 10 years ago, signed by previous Palestinian ideology. I thought that the Gaza population will put pressure on them to change, so that the blockade will be lifted. But Hamas went in another direction. They thought that they could get the blockade lifted without complying with Israel's conditions. After establishing a reign of terror over Gaza, ensuring that there will be no dissenting voices, they basically turned the local population into hostages in their theater of cruelty. They turned the Gaza neighborhoods into death traps, where civilian homes are connected by underground tunnels and booby-trapped with explosives. The strategy is to lure the Israeli forces in, and then kill as many soldiers as possible, as well as cause maximum devastation in Gaza. For that purpose, they build rockets and shoot them into Israeli civilian centers, until it becomes unbearable and compels Israel to attack Gaza. Then we get a period of quiet while Gaza rebuilds its rocket arsenal, and then it starts again. Hamas was hoping that the combination of Israeli deaths, fear of rockets, and the international pressure due to the suffering of the people of Gaza will force Israel to capitulate and lift the blockade. But Hamas miscalculated. They thought that Israel's concessions to the Palestinians were due to weakness, and that the Israeli resolve will eventually fold under the pressure. But the majority of Israelis who support the peace process do it not because they are weak and afraid of war, but rather because they believe that the Palestinians also have the right to a state of their own. By the same token, we also believe the Jews have a right to a state of our own, and anyone who denies that right becomes our mortal enemy. Thus, the tough stance towards Gaza has a wall-to-wall support in Israel, which has not wavered at all throughout the last decade. Hamas made no gains
Jesus.
and managed to completely destroy Gaza. And now, finally, they realize that they have to change. Earlier this year, they presented a new charter, more moderate than the first. Will it be enough to make a leftist like me reevaluate my stance towards Hamas and reconsider my support of the blockade of Gaza? Let's find out. Article 2. Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, and from Ras al-Makura in the north to al-Rashash in the south, is an integral territorial unit. It is the land and the home of the Palestinian people. The expulsion and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the rights of the Palestinian people to the entire land, and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity. Right away, then, we learn that Hamas still wants all of the land for the Palestinians, and does not recognize that the Jews have rights over any part of it. So it still does not recognize Israel's right to exist.
The establishment of quote-unquote Israel is entirely illegal. Does it actually? Okay, 2017 Hamas Charter, 67 borders. Hold on. Form you. Okay. Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with the return of refugees to be. It just says they consider it to be formula of national consensus. Hold on.
Article posing a great threat to its security and interests. It is also hostile to the Ummah's aspiration for unity, renaissance, and liberation, and has been the major source of its troubles. The Zionist project also poses a danger to international security and peace, and to mankind and its interests and stability. This article is all that has remained from the anti-Semitic rhetoric of the original charter. Evidently, Hamas realized that such overt and blatant anti-Semitism is hurting it diplomatically. So the anti-Semitism is reduced to a dog whistle. The new charter still claims that the Zionists are a danger to the world, but it doesn't specify how. Those in the know understand that it is because the Jews are evil, and want to take over the world. Article 16. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet, it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. This distinction appears in the original charter as well. As I already mentioned, this is a regular anti-Semitic trick. The anti-Semites claim that they are not against all Jews, but only against Zionists, those evil Jews who want to take over the world. But they also see the Zionists as a product of the Jewish mentality, so at the end of the day, they do blame and hate all Jews. Now, in the original charter, it was obvious that when Zionists were mentioned, it was to be understood in the anti-Semitic sense of the word, as this cabal of Jews that plots to take over the world. Here, we see that the definition of Zionism is closer to what Zionism actually is, which is a national movement of the Jews. So again, we see that the anti-Semitism is considerably toned down in this new charter. Article 19. There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Whatever has befallen the land of Palestine in terms of occupation, settlement building, Judaization or changes to its features or falsification of facts is illegitimate. Rights never lapse. The Zionist entity is the State of Israel. The Charter reiterates that Hamas does not recognize it and wants to dismantle it. Article 20. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes, the circumstances, and the pressures, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine, from the river to the sea. However, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity, and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state, with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with the return of the refugees and the displaced to the homes from which they were expelled, to be a formula of national consensus. This is a significant article. We see that while Hamas does not relinquish its demand to have a Palestinian state over the entire land, it is willing, at this stage, to accept a state over the West Bank and Gaza, in what is known as the 67 borders. This is reminiscent of the PLO 10-point plan, reflecting the understanding that they can't conquer Israel all at once, so they must do it in stages. This article has two main purposes. First, it allows Hamas to have a truce with Fatah, as it now accepts that Fatah has the right to negotiate a peace deal with Israel based on the two-state solution. Secondly, it allows the useful idiots in the West to claim that Hamas wants peace. There are many useful idiots in the Western academy and media who see the Palestinians.
So I don't know, he's just referring to. Okay. Article 20. So he's arguing doesn't really accept a two-state
Palestinians are
solution.
fully for the entire land. With the return of the refugees and the displaced Palestinian spawns from which they were expelled, will be a formula of national consensus. This is a significant article. We see that while Hamas does not relinquish its demand to have a Palestinian state over the entire land, it is willing, at this stage, to accept a state over the West Bank and Gaza, in what is known as the 67 borders. This is reminiscent of the PLO 10-point plan, reflecting the understanding that they can't conquer Israel all at once, so they must do it in stages. This article has two main purposes. First, it allows Hamas to have a truce with Fatah, as it now accepts that
That's how you spell truce, right? Yeah.
Fatah has the right to negotiate a peace deal with Israel based on a two-state solution. Secondly, it allows the useful idiots in the now accepts that Fatah has the right to negotiate a peace deal with Israel.
Then he says, I don't know, makes people think Hamas accepts. When in reality, they are sorting to a. What did the Scars of War thing call it? Strategy of phases, right? Yeah. Where Palestine can get a I should say Palestine can get a state before conquering all of Israel. Bonnie is usual idiot for that Hamas. Yeah. I don't know. Like, okay.
Based on the two-state solution.
So I mean, it still says Hamas believes that no part of land of Palestine should be compromised or considered. Notice how it and then earlier I forget which article it stated in Article 2, it states that Palestine extends from wherever. Here, I'm just gonna make this a quote down here.
Secondly,
and then there was one other, I think there was 16 that he brought up. He brought up 16 and 19 and 15.
The Palestinian part of projects. It is also
Zionist project does not target Palestinian people alone.
That was just not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish. The Charter reiterates that
there should be no recognition of legitimacy of a Zionist entity. This is fallen under Palestine. Okay. Rights never lapse. Do you know what monetary theory is? I do. Article 19. Do you agree with it? Not really. I mean, there's technically like a world where I could imagine it working. Like I don't know, I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm with the more contemporary opinion that like it doesn't like really tell you like much that like mainstream economics doesn't, right? Like it like every economist should recognize that like in theory, like every country with a fiat currency can, I don't think there's any notes in here. Oh wait, no, there is. Can't or can print their own money to pay off their debts and like it, yeah. And you can monetarily finance things. Everything is common knowledge all of a sudden afterwards. What do you mean? What are you, an MMT? But like no traditional like economists would like say like it isn't possible to monetarily finance things. It's just there are then like consequences to that monetary financing. Which like MMT is just kind of like, I don't know, working through that, I guess. Like I don't know. I had a conversation with some guy on Twitter about it a while ago. Well, MMTers first came to the scene, they were ridiculed and still are. That's true. Shoot, I'm gonna have to scroll quite far, I think. This conversation I had. This book is responsible for so many bad takes. I'm reading it right now. I already have a few anti-MMT articles to read afterwards, but would you mind giving me your best arguments against it? Could you specify which claims from MMT curious about? So if their ideas are common knowledge, why they're ridiculed? Because they basically claim that they aren't common knowledge. Because they basically claim that like they're saying something profound and like, I don't know. The monetary financing is okay. Selling bonds isn't necessary. And paying back debt obligations doesn't actually reduce the amount that we can spend domestically, since the central bank can just credit the interest to bondholders. The thing with MMT is that it's often wrong because it's pulling a sleight of hand trick rather than an outright lie. You really could do monetary financing and not sell bonds. There are then consequences to that. And when you work through all those consequences, you discover MMT. It really isn't telling you anything new. One version is you keep the deficit as it is and don't sell bonds. That then creates a lot of reserves at bank accounts Fed, which pushes interest rates towards zero. Either you leave it and obviously get inflation, or you have the Fed use some kind of tool to reduce those reserves, like for example paying interest on reserves themselves or issuing their own debt. But this is just national debt. Indeed, part of the point of MMT claims, or part of the point MMT claims to make, is that the Fed is just part of the government. So obviously, this is just a different form of national debt. The traditional econ doesn't say you can't do that. Almost any economist would agree you can, but the question would be why. There might be a great reason. MMT never really gives one though. I don't fully disagree with that. Like, there's reasons to like spend money, like during COVID and stuff. Oh my god, Efren the cucked liberal. I like Micah. As for debt obligations, not reducing the amount we can spend. Again, this is sort of vaguely true in the abstract, but it's also no different than everyday traditional economics. It's really just saying that governments can collect any arbitrary combination of taxes they like. Governments can print money if they choose, which is true, but not actually new information. Yes, government spending is not like a household. Yes, this fundamental limit is economic conditions rather than things like debt level. But traditional econ already has this. It isn't new. It is, however, true that debt obligations imply payments to specific sectors of the economy. and that can have distributional effects, and which distributional effects can matter. You really want for comprehensive threats. I guess the MMT Steelman would say this new type of national debt allows the Fed to just be a scorekeeper that credits money, that credits interest with newly created money. It would also put aside concerns about funding when it comes to policy debates. It would allow us to focus on the realism of the economy rather than the artificial limits. Yep. There's one proposal, not from this book, but from some MMT article I read, that essentially stated we should give each American an account at the Fed and credit them X amount of money each month. Then the Open Market Committee could adjust it. I'm curious to know your thoughts on this. Yeah, I don't think any of these people have an understanding of MMT economics, maybe, but they certainly haven't read the MMT literature. Who are the people I'm talking to right here? I'm pretty sure they've read quite a bit of the MMT stuff. I'd be approximately 4 quadrillion times nicer to MMT if they stopped trying to say all economists except MMT ones were charlatans and instead just made policy arguments like the one you just made. Yeah, I don't know. I found an argument that national debt causes political problems, so the Fed should assume the scorekeeper role as you describe it. Quite convincing, to be honest. Although I think I probably disagree with them on how that is best done. It's important that many MMT advocates also say interest rates don't work to control inflation. I think they're wrong. On accounts at the Fed, I understand the argument. Yeah, okay, it's like Fed managed UBI. I'd probably be in favor of in theory, but I want nuance in practice. Yeah. Got Bloodwig von Mises, and you'll understand the real. Oh, I've read about him. Never. I don't think I've ever read him, but I don't know. I'm a Keynesian still, man, or new Keynesian or whatever. It's so funny. Dude, I love this guy. Jeremy adjusted for inflation. This guy's awesome, dude. Did my video beat your expectations? It beat it, yeah, but your bar is like really low. So no, like when I get something for you, like I expect some like crazy far right like Christian nationalists like bullshit, and that video is like fine. Yeah. Find a girl that cooks for you the way Destiny cooks for Betty. True. All non-MMT macroeconomists aren't necessarily charlatans. Macroeconomists are mostly bullshitting. This is acknowledged by many in the mainstream, particularly microeconomics that aren't possessed with the macro body of work. Do you agree with the YouTuber? I think I agree with him on most of the stuff I watch. Like I don't know, I took the notes on it. Like it doesn't seem like it's a genuine. I agree with the stuff I took notes on. I think some of his stuff about like the earlier history was a little like weird. Mainstream econ people like Larry Summers are horrible at predicting things. I mean, I'm not going to necessarily I don't think macroeconomists are great at predicting the future or anything, but like I don't think they're like mostly bullshitting. Like I don't like it seems like we've been pretty successful at smoothing out the business cycle. It seems like we've been relatively successful at preventing recessions. Have you ever watched MMT's like Warren Molster talk about their ideas? I've only watched. I think I watched it like Stephanie Kelton TED Talk, and then I read her book. But I think I haven't watched Warren Molster talk about anything.
Picture army. Of course I love my profile picture army. Just look at the comments. Look at all.
Oh, I have watched this, I think. Yeah, because you can see I watched some of this a little bit. Yeah. Unless you send a link This debate is an all-time classic. I watched 13 minutes of it apparently. I stopped watching it. I don't know, just because I got upset. I think I just got upset at the Austrian. Because I'm like, I don't know. I hate the like especially when it comes to like a lot of like capitalist v socialist debates. It's like they get capitalists that are like libertarian types versus like you know, like socialist, and then like, you know, like you can get a capitalist who is like a social democrat, right? Like why don't you have like why are you doing like right-wing libertarians against socialist and calling it capitalist versus socialist? Please, can you do new Keynesian versus socialist? Yeah. And this I got upset about because it was like, I'd rather like MMT versus just like new Keynesianism, because I already don't agree with the Austrians. So I think it's like, well, I think the Austrians making bad arguments, but maybe there's some good arguments against like MMT, or is that like
borrowed,
he's not going to present.
Dollars saved. Okay, so when you shift rates, you're just shifting in.
I don't know. So I don't know. We could watch this, or we could read more, or we could watch my podcast more. If you, which one do you want to do, chat? Whatever we do next, I think I'm going to end stream after we finish it. So, because I've been streaming 6 hours already. Just watch a little bit of that debate, eh? Okay. Well, I mean, we can watch the full thing. Unless I get too upset. I might get too upset, man. If I watch it in 2 times speed, am I gonna miss stuff? Well, I'm not trying to hog your time. I mean, if I don't want to stream, I'll just stop streaming. Although, I'm being compelled to stream right now because I'm at 4 viewers, and I need to get my average viewers up above 3. Oh shoot, I have to read this. I never read this. The Cato Institute thing against it. Anything but MMT. The poor long term reference to MMT under my stimulations, the perfect illustration of why policymakers need to be constrained by rules.
Hi, my name is Hee-Won Kim. I'm kind of representing Rowan Gray, who organized this. And he told me to thank a whole bunch of people, so here we go. So thanks to Columbia Law School for hosting, and the AV department with Louis Bello, and our own videographer, Rebecca Roher. And thanks to the Workers' Rights Student Coalition, and the Libertarian Society, and the Federalist Society, all at Columbia Law School for their support. And lastly, thanks to John Ward and Bob for participating, and everybody who submitted their questions online, thank you. And lastly, there's a special event related to our regular seminar series, and that can be found more information at modernmoneyandpublicpurpose.com. And also, we're in the process of developing our 2013 and 14 series. So we're looking at the legal underpinnings of money, and we encourage people to come to those next fall. And please stay tuned for further announcements. And thank you. Enjoy.
Good evening. Someone once said that economics is a lot like summer in New York in the 1970s. There's a lot of heat, not enough power, and everybody wants to escape from it. Apparently, a few of you disagree, and so we're grateful that you showed up rather than attempting to escape. So to begin with, I just wanted to ask, are all economists bonkers? It's a question we face in tonight's debate. We come to you tonight from Columbia University in New York City's Upper West Side, and people have been asking here for a long time, are economists crazy? The definition of crazy is getting one result, doing the same thing, and then over and over and over again. Economists seem to offer plans to improve economic conditions, and yet economic conditions do not improve, and yet they still have their plans to improve things. We have before us 2 unconventional economic thinkers who will offer up their differing answer to the question, what can be done to improve the current state of economic affairs? Notice that the question is odd because it assumes what is not in evidence, that conditions can be improved rather than just suffered through. But I ask you to suspend your disbelief in improvement long enough to indulge our 2 extremist world improvers sitting to my right. Warren Mosler, immediately to my right, tells me that he is
Molster is a genius, 150 plus
Thought
IQ.
of as a 40-year insider in monetary operations. He began in banking in 1973 and likes to
Wait,
say
he's the MMT, right? But there's gonna be a lot of like MMT. Maybe it's I'm trolling, but yeah, okay. I don't know. There are a lot of like MMT like arguments about like stimulus and inflation that like also work with like Keynesianism. He founded MMT.
he grew up on the money desk at Bankers Trust in the
Oh wait, I knew that.
After founding and managing the fixed income arbitrage desk,
So it
at
talks
William
about
Blair
that in
&
the
Co.
book I
Chicago.
read.
For 4 years, he co-founded 2 more funds, and today makes his contribution from somewhere in the Caribbean. He can disclose the
Hold on.
location later. Moser co-authored Soft Currency Economics in 1993 after meeting Don Rumsfeld in the steam room at the Chicago Racket Club, where Don directed him to Art Laffer's firm. And from there, he founded what was originally known as Moser Economics. A few years later, somebody coined the term
deficit
modern
risk.
monetary theory, and that's how it led to become a school of economics. Robert Murphy, appropriately to the farther right, has a PhD in economics from New York University, which is kind of like Columbia, except it has a higher rate of piercings and lower SAT scores. After teaching for 3 years at Hillsdale, he left academia for the financial sector, moving to Nashville, Tennessee, to, oddly enough, work for Laffer Investments. He tells me there was no steam room encounter involved in getting him that position. Murphy is now
I don't need to watch this, do I?
What I'm about.
Wall Street. I'm tonight's moderator. Let's begin by asking Warren to answer the question, what policies does MMT offer to improve economic conditions?
Thank you, John. I want to thank all the organizers and everyone for showing up. So let me just get right into the proposals, which say a lot about what I'm about. My first proposal is for a full payroll tax holiday, which means to suspend the FICA taxes that were actually allowed to increase at year end. I would have gone the other way and eliminated them. Okay. The second one is for a federally funded transition job, okay, which means the federal government would offer a transition job, and I'm just going to throw out a number, $10 an hour, to anyone willing and able to work. And the purpose of this job would be to assist in the transition from unemployment to private sector employment. I've got my healthcare proposal. I've got 8 minutes, so I'll go through it quickly.
In my opinion, the proposal is kind of irrelevant. I don't, you know what? I don't understand if you are full like MMT, why do you need a jobs guarantee? Like, why wouldn't you just do UBI?
And the purpose of this job would be to assist in the transition from unemployment to private sector employment. I've got my health.
I read like this article too. Like, I'm relatively pro like UBI, and I think that that's what like one of the strongest like MMT like arguments to me. It's like if we could have a UBI and literally not have to fund it. Like, what if like if we gave every American $3,000 each month, there are benefits to holding a job that UBI doesn't create. Like, what? I mean, you mean like just it makes it easier for you to get a job in the future because there isn't a gap in employment, or UBI is paying people not to work rather than paying. Yeah, but like I don't really care if people are working if they're working like inefficient jobs. Like, whatever jobs the job guarantee people are going to be working at are not going to be super useful, right? Like, I don't want to like. Gap in employment, amongst other things. There are many negative consequences of being out of employment. What do you mean? Like, just a gap, just a like. I didn't take notes in the UI. Yes, but to me, this is unrelated to MMT. I mean, kinda, but I don't know, like. I don't have the link here. Even for kids, a parent not having a job is a big issue. Really? But that would just be. I mean, I would guess that's because the parent wouldn't be like financially doing good financially if they didn't have a job. Like, I don't like if you had enough money and you just didn't have a job, like I don't anticipate that having any negative outcome to the child. It's possible, but like UBIs effectively, a flat universal tax credit. Listen, I don't really care about the job guarantee. It's unrelated to MMT. I'm just trying to repeat what MMT. Yeah, you're good. Also, a lot of good public works jobs that can be done with job guarantee and such. Maybe, but like I don't. I trust the market relatively well to allocate jobs. Like I don't trust the government to allocate jobs as effectively. And if people don't want to like work in public works or whatever, like I don't know. Clearly, most of the kids have the basic needs net met. Well, this is like a moral argument. MMTers believe correctly that money comes first. UBI needs to exist before federal jobs guarantee in order to create a situation where people with their basic needs met then choose to do paid work in order to afford luxuries and other fun things, or do unpaid work in the pursuit of things worth more to them than money, like caring for their loved ones or volunteering in their communities. Federal job guarantee without UBI is a monstrous situation where people with people with basics being withheld from them are given a choice whether to work for money or live in poverty. That's not really a choice. Sure, the safety net would still exist, but people fall through it all the time. In 2019, there were 13 million Americans living in poverty, getting nothing from the federal government. There are programs meant to help in times of need, but these programs, because they're always targeted, fail to only reach about 2 out of every 3 people living in poverty. TANF reaches as few as 4% of impoverished households in some states. Disability programs only reach 1 out of 5. It's not about the government allocating jobs. It's more about serving as a pipeline to create private sector jobs, as most of it says, and preventing financial crisis, because it would be an automatic stabilizer. Yeah, but so would UBI. So would, I guess UBI might not be as much of an automatic stabilizer. Yeah, but we do have unemployment insurance, I guess. I guess you don't get that if you quit, but I think the automatic stabilizer argument is fine. UBI is a worse economic stabilizer. I mean, it might be a worse one, yeah. Unemployment insurance prior to the pandemic provided income only 28% of the unemployed. FDG advocates may then claim that they support the choice of a job or employment income, but there's still problems with setup. First, if the option is close to $1,200 a month in unemployment income or $2,000 a month in a federal job guarantee salary, why not just provide $1,200 a month to everyone and give an additional $13? Yeah. It was Keynes that argued the best economic state. Yeah, I know. I know. It's fucking. I've seen the Keynes rap battle. Invest in infrastructure and create. Yeah. External forms of employment should result in earning income, but really, like anything that stimulates effective demand should be a decent automatic stabilizer. External forms of employment should result in earning income above the poverty line. Yeah. So, like his argument, it's just like a moral one. In other words, without UBI, yeah. So, his argument is a moral one that just says like we should provide people needs either way. Okay, I mean we got like 1 minute. For 5 minutes. Fuck, you're right. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Fuck. Hold on. Let me check my Twitch achievements. What am I at in terms of like average viewers? 1.74 out of, but that I don't know how often this updates. And I also need 50 followers. Okay, we might have to do this tomorrow. Fuck. Because it's 2 hours. Oh, but I don't have anything short to do. Alright, well. Okay, I promise you, we'll watch this tomorrow. And I got some other stuff to read tomorrow, too. I have so much stuff to read. Alright, well, everybody, thanks for tuning in. I've gotten a lot of support lately. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see that. I hope everybody enjoyed. Although YouTube's doing well too. Hell yeah. Sorry, I was looking at my analytics. Okay, chat. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Hope you had a good time. I will stream again tomorrow. And we'll watch that MMT debate and some more Israel-Palestine reading probably. I'm sure at some point I'll talk to Andrew again too. Alright. Bye, chat. Goodbye.